"The hot guy is gone," Lyra exclaimed. "Who was that? Or, the other people, who are they?" Ginny commented. "I mean, one of them looks a lot like Harry and the others." "They are all Harry Potter, though," Luna said with confidence. "All of them?" Storia asked. "Luna, what are you talking about? One of them is clearly a girl," Lyra said. "Are you sure about this?" Daphne asked Luna, and she nodded. "They all have the same feeling. It's hard to explain, but they all feel the same." "I know they are all the same person." The others stared at Luna with wide eyes. She rarely spoke with this much focus in her expression. Usually she seemed distracted or in a daze. "You know something?" Lyra noticed that Daphne didn't look too surprised by all the strange stuff happening today. "It's not for me to say," Daphne answered her. "So you're saying they're all like different versions of Harry or something?" Ginny was getting used to weird things happening, but this was truly new. "That's exactly what they are." Daphne felt she could say at least that much. "Even the girl, or that hot guy who disappeared, that can't be right," Lyra said. "Yes, and you might want to stop calling him hot guy. He was technically your brother too," Daphne pointed out. "I'm starting to think she has a problem." Ginny looked at her friend with concern. What's wrong with me?" Lyra panicked. "Lyra," Harry looked at her with worry. "It worked. It actually worked." Professor Silverbell was jumping around with joy. Not just Hadrian, but also the remnants of the huge dragon and its nest had all vanished without a trace. "You weren't sure at all that it was going to work, were you?" Neville glanced back at the professor. "So he went back home?" the tall Harry asked. "Yes, definitely. My tools can't detect any trace of his presence," the gnome assured him. The 4 remaining dragons continued to struggle, trying to free themselves from their restraints. Neville had to pour a lot more magic into the transfiguration to reinforce the chains. "Oi," he shouted back at them. "In case you've forgotten, I'm still holding 4 bloody giant dragons. Do you mind speeding this up?" "Don't worry, mate, I already found mine." The tall Harry walked ahead and pointed to the Hungarian horntail on the far left. "Can you let that one go for me?" "Great." Neville brought the dragon closer and removed its bounds. "Good luck. You have a plan, don't you?" Skinny Harry asked. The other one gave him a confident thumbs up. "Yeah, I got this. I was the best in my class at defensive music," he said before turning around to face the dragon, wand in hand. "Did he say music?" Skinny Harry thought he might have heard wrong. "I hope he's not planning on soothing the dragon with a song, because that's going to end badly," Victoria commented. "Defensive music," Neville repeated. An idea popped into his head. The tall Harry held his wand up, and it transformed into a long wooden flute with runic marks over its surface. He brought it to his lips and began to play. It was a soft, calm sound. The dragon did not seem affected by the soothing music and began to approach. "What is he doing? My comment before was merely a jest," Victoria said. "Should we do something?" Skinny Harry asked. "No, you must not intervene in the task, no matter what. This is of utmost importance." Professor Silverbell ordered with authority. The truth was, he was also worried. He wasn't sure what to do if one of them failed the task completely. "Relax, he's not going to fail." Neville could guess what they were all thinking right now. "Do none of you feel the intense magic being emitted by that flute?" "Magic? I can't see anything," Victoria said. "No, well, neither does the dragon," Neville said, "since it's already surrounded." It was then that Dumbledore noticed it too. By Merlin. "I've never heard of such magic." The previously soothing melody began to change and transformed into something a lot more aggressive as the tempo sped up. They could all see it now with their naked eyes. Hundreds of light orbs floated in the air around the dragon. The beast panicked and tried to attack them with its sharp teeth and claws. Harry's flute made a sudden strident sound. The color of the orbs shifted from yellow to red, and they morphed into sharp objects before they began to assault the dragon from all sides. They didn't inflict serious damage due to the dragon's resistant scales, but it was more than enough to keep it busy. Harry did not stop moving for a second as he continued to play his flute, and soon he was standing in front of the egg's nest. "He actually did it," Skinny Harry celebrated. "I've never seen anything like that before." Victoria was truly surprised by the music demonstration. Harry secured the golden egg under his arm while keeping his magic in effect and began making his way back. The dragon was unable to do anything under the constant assault of his magic. Only when he reached the starting position with the egg in his possession and completed the task did Harry stop playing. As soon as he did, the red lights disappeared and the dragon collapsed. It was still alive, but covered in bleeding wounds. "That was very impressive," Neville said. He now wondered how different this version of Harry's world could be for them to use a completely different branch of magic. This was not the first time he had seen someone conjuring magic by sound alone, but at least it was the first time he saw a human do it. "Thanks, mate," Tall Harry replied with a grin. You should see me play with my band. His body began to disappear. But I guess that's not possible. No. You're going back home, Neville assured him. Hey, I'll tell my Neville about you. I'll tell him how badass he can be, ha ha ha, Harry laughed. Then the boy vanished completely, and soon after the dragon and the nest followed suit. They heard some cracking noises coming from above. The fissure in the sky was visibly shrinking now. It's working, Professor Silverbell exclaimed with excitement. Okay, let's keep this going. Next, Neville called. I'll go, Skinny Harry said, looking at a particular dragon. Did you find yours? Neville asked. Yes, that one. Neville nodded and proceeded to release the correct beast away from the remaining two. Go on, you can do this, Neville encouraged him. The boy looked a bit hesitant. Oh, come on, just try not to get murdered by the dragon. You're not you, Victoria said haughtily. Harry snapped back at her. Shut up, I'm not scared, just worried about something. That useless or as you should be, she crossed her arms. I cannot imagine what a pillow biter like you is going to do against a dragon. HMPH, what does a virgin like you know? Harry grinned. What? Victoria looked outraged. Howdy, I mean I'm not. That's none of your business. I bet your Draco is only with you because he wants the Black family fortune, Harry said. How dare you? You know nothing about me, Victoria huffed. Would you two quit bickering already? This is not helping at all, Neville shouted. Stop wasting time and go get your egg. Very well, here I go. Harry turned around but glanced at Victoria one last time. By the way, those Prada boots you're wearing are so out of style, Victoria gasped. Okay, let's do this. Harry looked at the dragon and the dragon stared back. He had originally planned on using his broom to distract the dragon by flying around, but that no longer seemed like an option. He needed a quick way to finish the task, and he knew how, but he didn't like it. Harry looked around the stands. You're not there, are you, Draco? Well, if you're somehow seeing this, please close your eyes for a minute, he said in a soft tone, mostly to himself. Harry's eyes narrowed. He put a hand on a small container tied to his belt and withdrew a thin sword. This won't take long. Dumbledore, who had been observing the proceedings from somewhere close, recognized the blade instantly. How does he have that? Neville also recognized it. So you went through that too? Wait, Victoria said. Why do you have the sword of Gryffindor? Aren't you a Slytherin? She didn't want to remember that day in the Chamber of Secrets when she was forced to use that blade. It had been one of the worst days of her life. Harry ignored everything else. He was now completely focused on the task ahead of him. He held the sword in one hand and brought the steel close to his lips. Wake up, please, he whispered to it, and the sword answered his request. Neville's eyes widened. That's new. Harry hated doing this. For a proud Slytherin like himself, using this sword was a stain on his pride. But more than anything, he hated using this sword because his personality changed, and he didn't like the person he became. The sword of Godric Gryffindor responded to the call of its heir and transformed into its original shape. The previously thin rapier morphed into a massive, two-handed medieval claymore that had been once wielded by Godric Gryffindor. Harry held it over his shoulder and glanced up at the dragon with cold, green eyes. You're in my way. As he said this, his magic was already taking shape. Oh, bloody hell, Neville reacted when he realized what was about to happen. His right hand was busy keeping the transfiguration active to restrain the other two dragons, so he moved his left hand and poured a large chunk of his remaining magic. Magna Custodia. He erected 3 layers of his most potent protection before them. He hoped that this Harry had some control, since there was nothing he could do for the audience right in front of him. Dumbledore was shocked to see Harry use this protective magic and wondered what he was so worried about. But the answer came very soon. The Hungarian horntail was about to open its mouth to breathe a wave of fire, and then it stopped all of a sudden. Before the beast could even understand what was happening, it was dead. It hadn't even noticed Harry moving from his spot or making a swing with that blade. In its awakened state, the sword of Gryffindor had only one function: to absorb as much magic as possible into its runic circuit and manifest it in the form of an empowered cutting charm. A very thin strand of magic traveled forward, cutting through anything in its path until it ran out of energy. It was a simple concept taken to the absolute limit. And in the hands of the right wizard, it was the most terrifying weapon one could imagine. Harry took a step forward and made a single swing. Everything in front of him was cut in half. There was absolute silence for a long moment. Most were still trying to comprehend what had just happened and why the dragon was now in 2 pieces. Neville let out a sigh of relief. At least he has more control than I thought. He removed the protective wards. Thankfully, he didn't have to test their effectiveness against such powerful magic. Harry had aimed the cut downward, making sure it didn't hit the stands or the audience. Instead, it only sliced through the lower part of the wall. It hadn't even cut anything behind him. That showed a lot of restraint on his part. Someone else would have made a mess in this situation. The person in question, however, seemed to be preoccupied with something else. "You, gross," Harry exclaimed, jumping back to avoid the dragon blood spilling everywhere. He sheathed the sword and carefully made his way around the dragon's remains to grab the golden egg from the nest to complete his task. He did not want to stay here for longer than necessary. "Okay, I've got the stupid tacky egg. This is disgusting, my silk robes are ruined, and I think I broke a nail. I really hope this was worth it," he continued to complain. "Did that really happen?" Victoria was still in shock. "He cut the dragon in half. I never knew the sword of Gryffindor had such abilities," Dumbledore remarked. He never really realized that the sword could have anything hidden. After all, he had the chance to observe a few of the Founder's artifacts in his life in great detail. "Even at my age, it seems like I can still learn new things. Don't beat yourself over it. I doubt there's anyone else who could use it in that way. It probably requires a very specific set of magical skills and a mindset to project a cutting charm to that extreme," Neville explained. "Something even you couldn't do?" Dumbledore asked with amusement. "I've told you before, there are plenty of things I can't do." Neville glanced over at Harry, who was still standing next to the nest, holding the egg. "Or you have to bring it here to finish the test." "I know," Harry shouted, looking around in panic. "There's blood everywhere." He could not find a single clean path to pass. "Ah," Neville rolled his eyes. "Just come over already, you can clean your shoes with a spell afterward." His patience was wearing thin. Okay, no need to yell. That's easy for you to say, wearing those cheap boots," Harry muttered as he navigated through the pools of blood under the watchful eyes of the audience. Oh, this is so gross, and it smells, I think I'm going to vomit," he whined. "I can't believe this guy just bisected a dragon." Victoria said, "And now he's complaining like a little girl. You shouldn't judge by appearances alone," Professor Silverbell told her. "Ah, okay, I'm here." Harry finally arrived, looking down at his blood-soaked shoes in disgust. "I'm throwing these out, so we're done. I'm done here, right?" "Yes, I believe you are," Neville confirmed, pointing at Harry's legs. They had begun to fade. "Wonderful, I can't wait to be back." Harry glanced at Neville. "Good luck with the rest." Neville nodded. "Thanks. And be careful with that sword. That move you made is a lot more dangerous than you realize. There are some things you really don't want to cut." Harry disappeared completely, and soon the dragon and its nest followed. Even the blood vanished, leaving the stones clean. "Okay, you don't need to guess." Neville twisted his wand. "That's your dragon." As he said this, one of the two remaining dragons was dragged forward, and the nest behind it, "That's yours." "Are you sure?" Victoria asked. "There are only two left, and I never lost track of mine, so yes, I'm sure," he answered confidently. A noise from the sky caught their attention. The large crack from earlier was now just a thin black line. "It's almost healed, just one more," Silverbell muttered. "Okay, let's finish this," Victoria said as she walked forward and stopped beside Neville, glancing at him. "I guess I owe you a thank you. You've been very competent for a Gryffindor." "Thanks, I guess. Do you have a plan for the test?" Neville asked. Victoria removed one of her rings. "I am the last lady of the ancient House of Black. I have prepared myself to surpass any obstacles and ensure the prosperity of my house. It's the least I owe to my family. I am always prepared." The dragon roared with pure rage, finally freed from its chains and eager to burn something to ash. Its eyes locked on Victoria. The black-haired girl strolled forward without concern. The ring in her hand gleamed silver as she tossed it into the air. "I won't let that annoying boy get all the credit today. Let me show you what a rune master can do." The ring transformed mid-air into a long metallic object that landed in her hands. "Isn't that the thing Muggles use?" Silverbell asked while staring at the newly appeared weapon. "Indeed. I haven't seen a wizard wield one since the Great War," Dumbledore replied. "She has a runic rifle." Neville had seen similar weapons before. Muggles had made them with the help of wizards. It was a rare combination of disciplines from both worlds. To create one, that person needs a great deal of knowledge about runic enchantments and also firearms. The long metallic rifle had a large blue crystal embedded in it, glowing with power. Victoria flipped a switch, and the crystal began to shine brightly. She aimed the gun at the dragon's head. "Hold still," and then she pulled the trigger. When the smoke cleared, the terrifying result of the shot became apparent. The top half of the dragon's head was missing, with smoke billowing from the remaining lower portion. It was a gruesome spectacle, but at least it didn't last long. The dragon, clearly dead at this point, collapsed to the ground and did not move again. The blue stone embedded in the weapon dimmed, turning a dull gray before shattering into dozens of small fragments that disintegrated into dust as they hit the ground. You overloaded the Arkstone with that shot. Too much power, Neville commented. Victoria turned to look at him, unable to hide the surprise in her expression at the fact that he understood that much. I designed it for a single shot, and something had to be sacrificed to achieve maximum potency. You made that yourself? Neville asked, impressed. Apparently there was a version of him that was competent with runes. A smug smile spread across her face. Of course. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a trial to finish. With the beast already dead, it took her only around a minute to retrieve the golden egg and return to the starting position. He wasn't wrong, this tacky, she muttered, glancing at the egg in her hand. Good job, Professor Silverbell cheered. I suppose we're done here. I don't want to stay in this place longer than necessary, she said, her green eyes scanning the few people left in the arena. With the alternative versions of Harry Potter gone, only Neville remained. He was still seated with his wand touching the ground, maintaining control over the last dragon. Professor Silverbell and Headmaster Dumbledore were the only others present. Her eyes paused briefly on Albus Dumbledore, her expression shifting to one of disdain before she looked away. The old headmaster noticed this and wondered what could have caused such animosity. Victoria's body began to fade, and within moments she disappeared. Just like the others, her dragon and the nest vanished as well. The fracture in the sky had shrunk to a barely visible line, easy to miss unless you knew it was there. Looks like we've nearly made it through, Dumbledore observed. Hey, don't jinx it, Neville huffed. All that remains is for you to finish your task. Concluding that should end the convergence, Silverbell said with a tinge of hope in his voice. He could not be completely sure of that until they actually tried it. Right. Let's do this quickly, Neville said, glancing over at the nest containing the dragon eggs, including the golden one he needed to acquire. The egg was protected against summoning charms, but there was another way to bring it to him. Without moving from his seated position or lifting his wand from the ground, Neville began to manipulate the rocks beneath the nest. The ground trembled for a moment before the entire nest began to shift on its own. Moving a bit of dirt and rocks was much easier and faster than confronting the angry dragon. This had originally been his plan, to restrain the dragon's movements with transfiguration and simply move the nest closer. It would have been a display of magical prowess impressive enough to attract Voldemort's attention and perhaps make him a little uneasy, while simultaneously not revealing too much about his abilities. But things hadn't gone according to plan at all, he lamented. Now he needed to find out more about Voldemort's reaction to today's events and any potential change in his plans. I may have to rely on Umbridge for that, he thought. She was the most accessible active Death Eater at the moment. Hopefully, her mind will hold another interrogation. While Neville was lost in his own thoughts, the nest had already arrived beside him. Oh, I guess we're done here, he remarked. The audience didn't even react. This had likely been the least impressive-looking task of them all since they had already been shook too many times today. The moment he lifted his wand from the ground and stood up, the metallic chains binding the dragon disintegrated into dust, vanishing into the air. Neville picked up the golden egg and raised it for the judges to see. I have completed the task, he declared in a bored tone. He was mostly met with silence, as the audience was still trying to process what they had just witnessed. They had seen dragons appear out of nowhere, and 4 different versions of Harry Potter complete their tasks with absurd displays of magical ability. Even Mr. Crouch stood there, watching and wondering if it was truly over, or if something else was about to happen. Maybe another dragon would appear out of nowhere, or more people would enter the arena unannounced. Congratulations, Mr. Longbottom, Dumbledore said, clapping loudly enough to wake the audience from their stupor. This seemed to stir the crowd, who soon followed his lead. Applause and cheers began to fill the arena. Well, there you have it, folks, Mr. Crouch finally reacted, picking up the voice-enhancing device and bringing it close to his mouth. Neville Longbottom has completed the task in record time. If we only count the last part and ignore that girl who blew up a dragon's head with that strange weapon, or everything else, what was scoring? That all about? Oh, sorry about that. Let's move on to the C. Neville turned to Dumbledore with a smirk. I completed the task without any issues, and the dragon is still Ali. Thud. The dragon collapsed. What the? There's no way it's dead. I didn't do anything. Neville glanced at the horntail lying still on the ground and not moving at all. Perhaps it was choked by the chains, Dumbledore suggested. I saw it moving just a minute ago, Neville replied. Wait, something's wrong. Professor Silverbell was now staring at the sky. Dumbledore sighed, clearly disappointed. Oh well, I was expecting this outcome. Hogwarts will cover the fines, he muttered. Don't pin this on me, it's not my fault. Do you think it's easy to hold 5 dragons and not accidentally kill one? Neville protested. You could have asked for help, Dumbledore pointed out. That was not part of the test after all. The dragon handlers rushed into the arena to check on the horntail, unsure if it had died. One handler ventured too close to the dragon's mouth when suddenly its eyes snapped open. Careful, Charlie Weasley managed to pull his teammate away just in time before they could be bitten. The creature woke abruptly and began thrashing around, forcing the handlers to restrain it and hurriedly guide it out of the arena. Listen, see, it was just sleeping, Neville sighed, relieved. Enough dragons had died today. Will you too to me? Silverbell's voice rose, but he was largely ignored. You did kill the other one, Dumbledore pointed out. That one was extra, you don't have to pay for that one. Neville defended himself. Would you both shut up? The small professor shouted, startling them both. Professor, what's wrong? Neville turned to look down at the enraged gnome. Look, Silverbell pointed to the sky. They all looked up and immediately noticed it too. That thin black line in the sky hadn't disappeared, even though the task had already been completed. It is still there. But perhaps it just needs more time to close. Let's not panic yet, Dumbledore suggested. No, the professor's right, something's wrong. I can feel strange magical oscillations coming from up there. It's almost like… Neville's eyes widened in realization. What is it? Dumbledore asked, concerned. There's something, or rather cracking noise echoed from the sky, someone approaching. Neville said just as another, the fracture didn't grow larger, but something. Or more like someone came out of it and began to fall onto the ground at terminal speed. I've got this, Neville said, flicking his wand. A bubble of air formed around the falling figure, slowing their descent. It's her, Dumbledore said, recognizing the person as they got closer. It was Victoria Black, eyes closed and motionless. Neville caught her in his arms before she could touch the ground. What's the meaning of this? Why is she back here? He asked, perplexed. Right after she came out, the crack vanished, as it had only remained open for her. That was close, Silverbell said, glancing upward. If my theory is correct, the crack is gone now, Dumbledore observed as the thin black line disappeared entirely, leaving no trace. Neville looked up as well. The chaotic feeling from earlier, it's gone now, he noted. Professor Silverbell glanced at the girl in Neville's arms. It appears like we were too late after all. What do you mean? Dumbledore asked. Do you not see it? Do you not understand how close we came? Silverbell's voice grew tense with frustration. Let me make it clear. He pointed to Victoria. Our world and hers just collided, and now only remains. She must have been caught mid-transition, and with nowhere to go, she returned here. Dumbledore's eyes widened in shock. But I thought you said this wouldn't happen for years. I didn't account for a convergence of this magnitude, Silverbell snapped. So, we're the lucky ones, Neville murmured, looking down at the unconscious girl in his arms. And now we have to explain to her that everyone she cared about is gone, that her entire world no longer exists. It seems that way, Dumbledore said grimly, though he wasn't looking forward to that conversation. The girl already seemed to dislike him for some reason. His blue eyes turned to Silverbell. Will this happen during the next task as well? Silverbell shrugged. There's no way to predict something like this so far ahead. We can only get readings moments before a convergence begins. If that's the case, perhaps we should consider changing the remaining tasks, Dumbledore suggested. We can't do that. The tournament has to continue as planned, Neville interjected firmly. Changing it now could delay his encounter with the Dark Lord, and he couldn't risk that. The sooner they resolved this, the sooner he could move on. Besides, altering the task in this world won't affect what happens in the other realities. I hadn't thought about it that way, Silverbell admitted, before turning to the headmaster. Wait, how does know so much? Did you inform this boy about everything? Wasn't Potter enough? No, that's a bit complicated to explain right now, Dumbledore said evasively. You two can sort that out later, Neville cut in, gesturing toward Victoria. We have more urgent matters to deal with. He was also eager to return to his own persona. I hope Neville didn't mess things up too badly and managed to keep the secret for at least an hour, he thought briefly. Then he shook his head. No, there's no way he could pull that off. Why don't you take the young miss to my office and wait there with her, just in case she wakes up? Dumbledore suggested. I'll call Severus and make the necessary arrangements. He sighed heavily. This was going to be a very long day. Seriously. Couldn't keep it secret for even an hour. Neville glared at Harry, who sank onto the couch looking guilty. Don't be so harsh on him. He was put on the spot, Daphne defended Harry. She had insisted on accompanying him, and the headmaster allowed it since it was obvious she already knew who he really was. By you? Neville stared directly at her. Daphne glanced away. Well, among others. She wanted to kiss me. I had no choice but to tell her the truth. Harry blurted out. What? Neville shouted. You weren't supposed to say that, remember? Daphne glared at Harry with narrowed eyes. I'm sorry. Harry quickly covered his head. Don't be mad at me. What happened to wait until tonight? Neville asked. I couldn't wait. I just wanted to kiss my boyfriend. What's wrong with that? Daphne gave Neville her best attempt at puppy eyes. Greengrass, you're involved with, looked utterly horrified. Potter, Snape, who had been silent in the room, they had all forgotten he was still in the office. Your secret boyfriend? Neville emphasized the word. But apparently everyone has forgotten what that word means. Don't be so dramatic. Professor Snape is not a gossip, and his is getting weird. Can you go back to your normal look? I don't like being scolded by complained. The potion may still last several more hours, Neville said. Longbottom, Daphne, several more hours. I want my face back. Now Harry was the one complaining. Luckily, we have someone competent here. Snape pulled a couple of vials from his robes and placed them on the headmaster's desk. Take this. It will nullify the effects of the previous potion and free us all from this madness. That's brilliant, Severus, Dumbledore praised him, that Harry was quick to grab one of the vials and down the strange liquid in one gulp. Is being me bad? Neville wasn't sure whether he should feel offended by Harry's eagerness. It's complicated, Daphne muttered. Did something else happen? Neville asked, curious. Daphne hesitated, glancing around. The headmaster and Professor Snape were standing nearby. We can talk about that later. Ah, it hurts, the real Neville yelped as his body began morphing back to its original form. It's an expected side effect of ending the magic too soon, Snape said. Perhaps I should have given you a warning. Harry, meanwhile, walked over to the desk and took the other potion. They all watched as both boys slowly returned to their original appearances. I'm back, Neville exclaimed, looking at his reflection on the polished table. I'm me. Harry considered reminding him that they'd have to do this at least 2 more times, but decided now wasn't the best moment. Daphne grabbed Harry's face with both hands, examining him closely. Let's see, everything seems to be in order. Good then, can you release my head? Harry requested. She smiled and leaned in, kissing him softly on the lips. After a few seconds, she let him go. Do that again and I'll give you detention, Snape said with disgust. I believe that's against the rules now. But I can look the other way, Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling. Can I go now? Neville asked, clearly eager to return to his normal life, though that wouldn't be possible until the tournament was over. You may leave. If something comes up, you'll be informed. Oh, and take this. Dumbledore handed him the golden egg from the first task. The champions are expected to discover the secret inside the egg to prepare for the next task. Neville eyed the egg with concern. You don't actually have to figure it out, Harry assured him. But if anyone asks, just pretend you're working on it. Neville looked relieved. Right, then I'll get going, he said, hurrying out of the office. I wonder why he was in such a hurry. He didn't even ask about the sleeping girl on the couch. Harry pointed to Victoria, who had yet to wake up. I would like to ask about that, Daphne said. I was going to say the same, Snape added, his tone sharp. Well, Dumbledore glanced at Daphne, uncertain how much he should say in her presence. Harry noticed his hesitation. She knows pretty much everything about me and what's happening, so don't worry about her, just speak your mind. You told her everything. Dumbledore was genuinely surprised. Harry could be even more secretive than he was at times. I felt it was necessary to keep her away from me, Harry said, as Daphne grabbed his arm and smiled. And I see that worked wonderfully, the headmaster said with an amused grin. So what's her story? Is she really like another version of you? Daphne asked. How did you reach that conclusion? Harry asked, intrigued. Luna, she said that you all felt similar. You and the other 4 who appeared earlier in the arena, Daphne explained. So Luna can sense that much, Harry muttered, impressed. She's right, this girl is from an alternate reality, another variant of what been, could have, and now she's trapped here, Dumbledore added. Trapped, she can't return to her world, why not? Daphne asked, concerned. Because her world doesn't exist anymore, Harry said solemnly. Snape's gaze shifted to the headmaster, utterly confused. They had only explained parts of the situation to him, mostly those concerning Voldemort. He hadn't been told anything about parallel realities or convergences. Headmaster, what is this all about? Snape asked, his tone demanding answers. Dumbledore considered his response for a moment before noticing something. Why don't we wait until our guest wakes up? That way we'll only have to explain it once. You heard Madame Pomfrey, she might not wake for another. Victoria moaned softly as she began to regain consciousness. This is going to take a while to explain, and she's not going to believe us, Harry noted grimly. I don't believe you, said Professor Snape. No one cares if you believe it or not, Harry answered. Victoria, Daphne sat by her side. The girl had a massive freakout when she woke up inside the headmaster's office. She thought she had been tricked and kidnapped. After calming her down a bit, they explained everything that had happened, and now she wasn't saying a word. Victoria was sitting on a couch, looking down at the floor with an empty expression. Victoria, can you say something to us? Daphne tried her best to be reassuring and calm. If you have any questions, you can ask all you want, Harry said. I have a lot of questions, Snape added. Severus, let us answer Miss Black first, Dumbledore said. Victoria's head moved and her eyes snapped. "'Tis Lady Black," she spat the words while glaring directly at Dumbledore. "This is just another one of your schemes, isn't it? What is it that you want this time?" "Lady Black, please calm down," Dumbledore said in a placating manner. "This is no such thing. I know you are very confused right now, but if you give us some time, we see. I won't give anything else. You took my inheritance, you sent me to live with those monsters, and then, when I was finally happy, you had to take them too." Her eyes grew cold as she stared at the headmaster. "No more," she raised her right hand. The silver band on her wrist transformed into a runic weapon, like the one she used against the dragon, but much smaller. This one was more like a handgun and was aimed at Dumbledore's chest. "No more," she screamed. Harry moved in front of her before she could shoot, pushing the gun away with one hand while his other hand touched the girl's neck. Hypnos. As Harry said the word, Victoria felt the uncontrollable urge to sleep. She tried to fight it, but Harry had put a lot of power into that spell, knowing about her mental defenses. Her mind gave up and her eyes closed. He secured her body before it could fall as well as the gun. "That went well. She wants to kill us," Daphne said. "Not all of us, just one." Harry put her back on the couch and held up the gun to examine it. Snape glanced back at Dumbledore. "She wants to kill me," the headmaster said. "That's quite the relief." "It seems like taking away her wand wasn't enough of a precaution," Snape said, staring at the weapon in Harry's hands. "Is that a Muggle pistol?" "It has a similar design," Harry put it on the table, "but this one works with magic. It has a small arcstone on the top part. It must shoot some type of spell, like a piercing charm." "This is like what she used to kill that dragon?" Daphne asked. "Looks like a smaller version of that," Dumbledore said. "Merlin," Daphne exclaimed. "That one took off half of the dragon's head. Even though this one was much smaller, she'd rather not think about what it would have done to the headmaster if she'd pulled that trigger. I would recommend taking away all of her jewelry. She may have more of these ready to use," Harry advised. Daphne looked at the sleeping Victoria. She appeared so peaceful now. "What are we going to do with her? We can't keep her asleep forever. There must be someone she will listen to. Are there any remaining members of the Black family?" Harry asked. Dumbledore shook his head. "Walburga Black died a few years ago. She was the last proper member of the family. The others, like Narcissa Malfoy, no longer carry the name, and we don't even know where she is or if she's alive." "Yes, I remember hearing Draco Malfoy bragging a few times about how he was going to take over that family and become the next Lord Black," Daphne said. "I suppose we could call my parents," Harry said, although he wasn't sure how Victoria was going to react to that encounter either. From the few bits and pieces of information he had gotten from her comments, it seemed likely she had been sent to live with the Dursleys and was later rescued by some members of the Black family. That meant the Potters must have all been dead in her world. "You think that's a good idea? What if she gets violent again?" Daphne asked. "I'll be there to stop her," Harry said. "Call them." Dumbledore glanced at Snape next. "Severus, why don't you take her to your office? I don't think it would be wise for her to wake up in here again, and I also believe it would be better if I'm not present in that meeting." "Very well, I'll keep an eye on her," Snape said. There was no way he was leaving her alone in his office. After he left, Dumbledore sat back in his chair and let out a long sigh. "Could I really have been that bad in her world to warrant that reaction? I mean, it wasn't you, though, just a different version of you," Daphne said. "Yes, but can we be that different after all? She accused me of stealing her inheritance and killing someone important to her. I cannot imagine myself doing something like that. Don't beat yourself up over it. Alternative versions can be extremely different from ourselves. I mean, today I learned that at least 2 versions of myself are in love with Draco Malfoy," Harry commented. "Wait, what did you say?" Daphne asked. "This is a lot to take in," Lily Potter said. "Yes, take your time, Lily," Dumbledore reassured her. James glanced at his son. "Looks like we missed quite a bit," Harry nodded. After bringing his parents into the headmaster's office, they had to explain a lot of what was going on to them, including Victoria's situation. It wasn't too hard for them to accept since they already knew about the existence of alternate realities and were aware that Harry came from one of them. Even though his circumstances were very different from Victoria's, he had died in his old world and awoke here in a new body, while Victoria just found herself in a different place out of nowhere. I cannot imagine what that girl is going through. She lost her entire reality, Lily said. They did avoid mentioning the fact that, had Victoria not lost her world, it would have been them, the Potters, and everyone else, who would have disappeared instead. James looked at Daphne with curiosity. And how did you get tangled in this mess, Daphne? Oh, well, she wasn't sure what to answer. Now she realized that it had been a mistake to stay. She only wanted to be of some help to Harry. Miss Greengrass has not left Harry's side for a moment. I believe they are quite close, Dumbledore said, giving the Potters a knowing look. Are they? Lily glanced at them with interest. Really? James raised an eyebrow. Don't you have anywhere else to be? Harry asked the headmaster. This is my office. Dumbledore responded. Harry, don't be so rude to the headmaster, James scolded him. Is this true? Lily was now staring directly at Daphne. The girl grew embarrassed but eventually nodded. I believe we have more pressing matters. Harry decided to help her out. Yes, Harry is right. Should we go talk to this girl? Victoria, was it? James said. Victoria Black. And she also answers to Lady Black, Dumbledore said. Black, wait, isn't she a Potter? James felt like they had skipped an important part of the story. She is, of course, a Potter, but from what we know, she was adopted by some members of the Black family when she was little and ended up taking their name, Dumbledore explained. We can also be sure that all the Potters of her world were already dead since she was sent to the Dursleys, Harry commented. To Petunia, you mean like? Lily started. Like me, Harry confirmed. I don't remember her mentioning that name, Dumbledore noted. She mentioned that you left her with those monsters. That is also how I would have called them at some point in my life, Harry said. Oh, were they that bad? The headmaster inquired. Yes, that's all Harry was willing to say. Lily frowned. She hadn't spoken to her sister in many years, and after hearing about Harry's past, she was in no hurry to call her again. Do we at least know which one of them adopted her? Please tell me it wasn't Wahlberger, James said. He had met the woman only twice, and that had been enough for him. We don't know. You will have to ask her yourself, Dumbledore said before putting a box on the table. I will entrust these with you. He moved it closer so the Potters could see it better. There was a wand, a gun, and several pieces of jewelry. Is that a Muggle firearm? James was not expecting to see one of those inside Hogwarts. These are Victoria's belongings. She is apparently a master when it comes to runework. She created these magical projectile weapons. This pistol used to be a wristband, and we can assume that all these rings and other pieces of jewelry can also transform into something dangerous. So we took them all, Dumbledore explained. Lily took the magic pistol and examined it. She made this. This is very impressive work. There is an arcanstone and a piercing charm embedded into the barrel. It's very inventive and dangerous. We all saw her use a large version of that to kill a dragon today, Dumbledore warned her. I would recommend not returning anything in there to her until you're completely sure she won't use them against you. We couldn't take her family ring off, but that should be fine, Harry said. Those old rings have so many protections that it would be impossible to add anything else to them. James glanced at Harry. He was getting a bit worried about bringing someone dangerous into his house. Lily noticed his look and could guess what he was thinking. James, she is also our daughter. We shouldn't judge her before knowing more about her, like what kind of childhood she had. You're right. We should go meet her then, James nodded. Where is she? I requested Severus take her to his office. She did not react well to being here or seeing me. I believe it's better if I'm not present during your conversation, Dumbledore said. Once they were outside the office, Daphne approached Harry. I think I better sit this one out too. It's going to be a family affair after all. Harry agreed. The fewer people there, the better. Daphne gave Harry a kiss on the cheek and excused herself. I'll see you tomorrow. After she left, Harry heard his father chuckling. How long were you planning on keeping that to yourself? Harry sighed. Forever, Potter, Snape snarled after opening the door, finding himself face to face with James Potter. As pleasant as always, snivel ouch. James grabbed his head in pain. Do not call him that, Lily warned with a glare from his side. They came to meet Victoria. We thought they might have better luck getting through to her than the headmaster, Harry explained. Snape grunted before opening the door wider. She hasn't made any sign of waking up yet. Of course not. Unless I remove the spell I put on her, she won't wake up for another day or so, Harry said, walking into the office, followed by his father. Lily paused for a moment to greet her old friend. It's nice to see you again. They hadn't seen each other since the end of last year. Snape nodded. Yes, it is. So this is her, James said, staring at the sleeping girl on the large black leather sofa. She has the Potter hair, and my eyes from what I've heard. Lily got closer. She's beautiful, and has quite the temper too, Snape added. Did the headmaster tell you she tried to shoot him? He did, apparently in her world. Dumbledore was responsible for a lot of bad things happening to her, James said. Snape glared at him. How much do you know about that? He was just starting to learn about it and didn't like that Potter might know more than him. Just a few things Harry decided to share with us, Lily said. Snape turned his gaze toward Harry, trying to piece things together. Harry noticed his stare. You can ask questions to the headmaster later, but for now. He pulled out his wand and approached Victoria. Should I leave you alone? Snape asked Lily. I believe it's best if you stay, Severus. Lily noticed Victoria's robes. This girl is a Slytherin. Maybe she'll feel more comfortable with the head of her house present. Then I'm going to wake her up. Harry pointed his wand at Victoria. Finite. Victoria gasped and opened her eyes, her body contorting violently before she fell back onto the couch, breathing rapidly. It's okay, you're not in danger, Lily said gently, trying to calm her. It looked like she'd been having a terrible nightmare. Yes, you're safe here, James added. Victoria's eyes scanned the dimly lit room and stopped on Snape for a moment. Professor Snape, what's going on? She looked confused. Snape raised an eyebrow. Have you forgotten our conversation at the headmaster's office? Victoria gasped. That was real? No, that can't be. She appeared to be in shock. It was as real as it could be. I won't claim to understand everything, but... Snape gave Harry a passing glance. You're no longer in your own world. Victoria stared at Harry. Then you are... Harry James Potter. I am the you of this world, Harry said, though that wasn't exactly true, but he didn't want to confuse her further. He then pointed at his parents. And these two, can you tell who they are? You must have seen some pictures of them in your past. Victoria looked at Lily and James for a long minute before it clicked. You can't be alive. Things went differently here. They were never killed during the war, and they also have 2 more daughters, Harry explained. Really? Victoria looked at them in shock. It's true, their names are Holly and Lyra, Lily said. I'm sorry we couldn't be there for you in, your world, James said. I wish we had. Yes, and I'm sorry that my sister treated you badly, Lily added, pained. Victoria shook her head. I never blamed you two for that. I left that place before my 7th birthday. Haven't seen them since. We were told you were taken in by the Black family. How did that happen? James asked. I mean, my mother was a Black, but they never showed any interest in my family after she left. I don't think our families were on very good terms. It was thanks to Sirius, Victoria revealed. A soft smile appeared on her face as she mentioned the name. Sirius. James was surprised to hear that name, but then realized that he must have been alive in other realities, even though he'd died early in theirs. He took care of you? Oh yes, him and my adoptive mother, Cassiopeia Black. She got Sirius out of Azkaban, and after he recovered, he started asking questions about you too and then about me. It took them almost a year to find out where Dumbledore had put me, and when they did, they rescued me without a second thought. Victoria smiled as she recounted this. Sirius saved you? James couldn't help but feel emotional hearing about his old best friend. Lily placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Well, we did name him your godfather for a reason. He was reckless but also reliable and loyal. Sirius showed me a lot of pictures of you too. You do look somewhat different though, Victoria said. They are a lot older, Harry pointed out. Harry, Lily frowned. She didn't like being reminded of that. Say, Victoria, James began, I'm sure you have a lot of questions, so would you like to come stay with us for a while? You mean at your house? Victoria asked. It could also be your home if you want it to be, but we won't pressure you. You have a lot to process right now. I would love to learn more about you, Lily told her. Victoria glanced at Snape. You can trust them. At least Lily, Snape said. Hey, James protested. Victoria considered it for a moment. I do need a quiet place to think about what to do next. She didn't feel comfortable staying at Hogwarts with the headmaster, especially without her old protections. She looked at the Potters, trying to gauge whether she could trust them. It seemed, at least for now, like her best option. I'll go with you, Victoria finally said. Miss Umbridge? Lyra stared at the back of her teacher. The woman had been acting strange all morning, and now she was just staring at the board without saying a word. Ginny nudged her and made a gesture for her to shut up. Right. Lyra realized her mistake and kept quiet. Professor Umbridge really hated them for some reason and gave them detentions far too often. According to her brother, Umbridge had something against their family and was just taking it out on her and her friends because she was a bitter woman who didn't know what else to do. Did you say something to me? Madam Umbridge turned around and glared at Lyra. Her expression was almost vacant, like she was half asleep. "No, Professor Umbridge," Lyra quickly replied. They had already gotten 2 detentions last week, and she really didn't want another one so soon. It had only been 2 days since the champion's first task ended, and she hadn't even spoken to her brother yet. "Did you just yell at me?" Umbridge slammed both hands on Lyra's desk. No." Lyra wasn't sure which answer would avoid detention. "Are you calling me a liar?" Umbridge shouted, her voice shaking the classroom. The Slytherins usually enjoyed it when Umbridge went after someone from Gryffindor, but lately her behavior had been so erratic that even some of them had been on the receiving end of her punishments. In the end, they all decided it wasn't worth the trouble and just stayed quiet. "Well, which is it?" "Meow." Umbridge's face contorted with rage. Lyra stared in shock. Did you just meow?" "Lyra, shut up." Ginny tugged at her robes, eyes wide. "Did not meow, that's it. Detention for a month," Umbridge shouted. "Oh no," Lyra groaned internally. Now she'd have to call her brother again. "Miss Umbridge, please, be reasonable," Ginny pleaded, knowing why Lyra didn't want detention now and trying to help. 2 months, Umbridge barked. "For both of you, and now get out of my class. I have to meow, I mean teach." The students exchanged confused glances, unsure of what was happening. The professor looked even more deranged than usual. After classes were over for the day, the 2 girls had no choice but to go look for Harry. At this point, they were well aware of what was going on during Umbridge's detentions by the recounts of other students who had been there. "You got detention again?" Harry raised an eyebrow, clearly not amused by the news. "It's not our fault. Miss Umbridge is unusually crazy today," Lyra told him, avoiding direct eye contact. "She's not lying. The professor has been acting really strange lately, and today." Ginny didn't know how to put it. "Strange how?" Harry asked, hoping it wasn't connected to anything he had done. "Well, keeps forgetting things, and today she just stared at an empty board for almost 10 minutes. When Lyra asked if she was okay, she freaked out and started yelling," Ginny explained. "I see." Harry looked thoughtful. "She also started meowing, like a cat," Lyra added. "She meowed." Harry stared at his sister in disbelief. "You don't have to make stuff up, Lyra. It's true." "Swear right, Ginny." Lyra looked to her for backup. "She did meow, or at least it sounded like it. Maybe we misheard her," Ginny replied, still skeptical. The whole interaction had been too weird. "Fine, I'll deal with this. Stay in your dorms this afternoon," Harry instructed. "Thank you, Harry." Ginny smiled brightly. Harry then noticed Lyra tugging at his robes. "Is there something else?" Lyra nodded, then shook her head. Harry sighed. "If this is about what happened in the tent with Neville." He saw Lyra flinch and knew he had hit the mark. "You knew that? That you all knew about our switch?" "Yes. Let's just say Neville is almost as bad as you at keeping secrets," Harry said. "Harry, Lyra stammered, unsure of what to say. "It's fine. You thought it was Neville, and actually it's not fine," Harry corrected himself. "You're too young to be going around kissing boys." "Wait, I am not," Lyra huffed in protest. "Yes, you are, but let's make an agreement. We're never talking about what happened that day." "Clear," Harry suggested. "I agree." Lyra glanced at Ginny. "I think it was funny, but I won't tell anyone. You know I can keep a secret," Ginny promised. Harry gave her a nod. "That's true. Then if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Ginny hesitated. "Yes?" Harry asked, remembering they hadn't cleared things up between them yet. She was probably waiting for him to make a move after that kiss. "Nothing, it's nothing." Ginny shook her head. Harry sighed. A problem for tomorrow. He left Umbridge's office in a bad mood. He had gone there to fix the detention issue and also to try to get some information about Voldemort's future plans, but he left with nothing. The woman's mind was clean. She knew nothing about, well, anything at all. Wait a moment. Of course, why didn't I think of this sooner? Harry suddenly realized something. Umbridge might have been obliviated. That would explain why her mind was so empty. Did Voldemort do this? Did he lose trust in her? Or maybe she learned something she shouldn't have. Several possibilities crossed his mind, but one thing was clear. He could no longer rely on her as a source of information. Even if he found something eventually, it might be a trap planted there on purpose. Now what? Harry wondered, deep in thought. Madame Umbridge's behavior was becoming increasingly unstable and deranged. She was giving detentions to Lyra and Ginny every day. And it wasn't just them, but also Luna, Astoria, and even Daphne had been handed several detentions too. She was punishing students for breathing too loudly, blinking too many times, or not greeting her with enough politeness. Harry knew he would have to deal with it personally. He didn't want to think about what kind of punishments Umbridge might inflict on her current mental state, so he always responded with, "I'll take care of it." Most of his afternoons were spent coming and going from her office, and the worst part was that he hadn't been able to discover whether Voldemort had altered his plans in any way. Interrogating Rookwood was pointless, since he was merely a meat puppet, and approaching him carried the risk of exposing himself to the Dark Lord. He needed to find a way to lure Voldemort out in person. The last time he came to the castle was during our 7th year, but I can't wait that long. What was the trigger? The reason he felt confident enough to take on Hogwarts? Oh, I remember now. It had been so long since those days that it felt like several lifetimes had passed, but now it was all coming back. It started at the end of his 6th year with the death of Albus Dumbledore. If that could accelerate his plans, if that— Harry, are you listening? A voice nearby interrupted his thoughts. I'll take care of it, he snapped instinctively, a mix of frustration and exhaustion evident in his tone. He then saw Neville Longbottom's pale face staring back at him, a spoon in hand. I just wanted a bit of potato salad. Ah, Harry had almost forgotten it was dinner time. Here, Nev. Lyra reached forward, grabbed the glass bowl and passed it to Neville. Thanks, Neville smiled, clearly relieved. Lyra then turned to her brother. Are you okay? You look more tired than usual. Is this about the dance? The mere mention of that word caught Ginny's attention as she glanced over. Harry suddenly remembered another thing that was stressing him. The Yule Ball had been officially announced, and though Ginny hadn't said anything, it was obvious from the looks she was giving him that she was waiting for him to invite her. You know she's waiting, right? Lyra whispered in his ear. I know. He wasn't looking forward to that conversation. I'll talk to her tomorrow. Great, then we can all go together. Lyra had already been invited by Neville. Or rather, she had made him invite her on the 2nd day after the announcement. Neville had been awkward and shy about it when Lyra asked him, but since he was required to attend as one of the champions, he was at least happy to attend with someone he cared about. All of a sudden, a loud commotion erupted in the Great Hall. Students turned to look at the teacher's table, where someone had fallen from their chair and was now making strange noises. The headmaster stood up and rushed to help, along with the other professors. Call Madame Pomfrey quick, they heard Professor McGonagall shout. That's Umbridge, someone at the Gryffindor table exclaimed. They couldn't see much from their seats, so many students stood up and tried to approach, but were quickly stopped by Dumbledore. Everyone, stay in your seats, he shouted with authority before turning his attention back to the situation. I'll take her directly. I can apparate to the infirmary. Help me get her up, the headmaster instructed the others. Hagrid effortlessly lifted the pudgy professor, helping keep her steady while Dumbledore raised his wand. Moments later, the two of them disappeared from the Great Hall, leaving a room full of shocked students. The silence was broken by none other than Lyra. Was she meowing? She was, over and over. Later that night, Harry received a summons from the headmaster, delivered by one of the house elves. When he arrived, he found Dumbledore sitting alone, concern etched on his face. That bad? Harry asked. Harry, be honest with me. How many times have you obliviated that woman? Dumbledore asked gravely. Harry frowned. That was a difficult question. He'd honestly lost count. It doesn't have to be exact, Dumbledore added. Harry thought for a moment. 100. 100, Dumbledore exclaimed. Maybe 150, I don't know. She's been giving out a lot of detentions lately, Harry admitted. Dumbledore muttered something under his breath. Were you aware that even a single obliviation carries the risk of causing permanent damage to a person's mind? This is why it's only used in extreme circumstances. So how bad is it? Harry asked, though he could already guess the answer. Well, I had to deliver her to the mental ward at St. Mungo's, according to Madame Pomfrey, and I quote, her mind is a potato. So that bad, huh? Harry sighed. He had wanted to avoid this scenario and had hoped she would at least last until the end of the tournament. Let me know when they decide on her replacement. I assume you have no say in that matter, Harry remarked. You assumed correctly, I do not. We can only hope they choose someone better than Miss Umbridge. Dumbledore then noticed something in Harry's expression. Is there something on your mind? The beginning of an idea? Give me some time to think it over. I want to know who her replacement is before making a decision. Things only got worse the next day. I don't understand. I thought that. Ginny looked at Harry with tear-filled eyes. Harry, on the other hand, was already starting to look forward to his next great adventure. I wonder what it would be. Maybe a large meadow with a wooden cabin where I can relax for all eternity. I thought there was something between us, Ginny continued. You even gave me that wonderful gift. She clutched at the golden broom pendant around her neck. Harry knew this was his fault. His misguided attempt to compensate for someone who no longer existed had led this version of Ginny to get the wrong idea. I'm very sorry, Ginny. The last thing I ever wanted was to hurt you, but not telling you the truth now would only make things worse later. He couldn't let her hold on to false hopes, so he needed to be clear. I'll always be your friend, but nothing more. Ginny's voice cracked before she turned and ran, tears streaming down her face. That went well, Harry muttered to himself. Things only got worse when his sister came to find him an hour later and scolded him for how he had handled Ginny. How could you say that to her? I thought you liked her, Lyra exclaimed. Harry wanted to tell her that things wouldn't have gone this badly if it wasn't for her meddling in the first place, but he decided to stay quiet. Part of him felt like he deserved the scolding. While leaning against the first-floor balcony railing and pondering his situation, Harry spotted a group of boys leaving the castle, deep in conversation. It was the not-so-golden trio, Ron, Seamus, and Neville. At least things are getting better for someone, Harry thought as he watched them. After the first task, Neville's standing among the students had greatly improved. Many had gained a newfound respect for him, and the sheer danger of the task had made more students believe he hadn't put his name in the goblet of fire. That included Ron Weasley, who hadn't even waited a full day before apologizing to Neville and asking to be friends again. Seamus, who had never been angry with Neville and had just followed Ron's lead, apologized as well when Ron did. Neville, though hesitant at first, eventually forgave them. He missed his friends too much to hold a grudge. Harry thought Neville was being an idiot, but chose not to say anything. This was Neville's business, after all, even if Harry would have chosen differently. None of them noticed Harry's presence on the balcony as they continued on their way out of the castle. Perhaps they were heading to the lake, judging by the direction they were walking. Harry then heard footsteps approaching and turned around. It was unusual for students to come here at this time of year, as the balconies were completely open to the elements and the castle was quite cold. "Greetings, Mr. Potter. I've been looking for you," came a voice. You have?" Harry asked, confused as to why Fleur de Lacour would be looking for him. He didn't recall exchanging more than a sentence or two with her since the year had started. It was also rare to see her alone. This might have been the first time he had seen the French champion by herself. At least that's what it seemed. On closer inspection, he detected traces of two more individuals lurking behind the nearby wall, no doubt the two girls who usually accompanied her everywhere. "And what can I do for you?" Harry asked. "I saw your incredible performance that day," Fleur said, stepping a little closer. For a brief moment, Harry thought she had figured out the truth about him. But then he realized she was likely talking about something else. "You mean that squabble at the Three Broomsticks?" he asked. "Of course, what else? From what I've heard, you rarely show your prowess during classes, although some strange rumors are coming from the Slytherins." Harry shrugged. "Miss Umbridge won't even allow us to have our wands on the table during class. If I actually cast a spell in her presence, she'd go crazy, though it may be a bit too late for that." Fleur chuckled. "Yes, I believe it is. Very unfortunate what happened to her. The mind can be so fragile." "You still haven't told me why you were looking for me," Harry said. "What's the rush?" Fleur moved closer, now only a few feet away. She made a suggestive gesture and placed a hand on his chest. "I've been looking for a powerful wizard to take to the Yule Ball." As she looked into his eyes, Harry felt something brushing against his occlumency shields. "She's using the allure on me?" Harry wondered. He wasn't sure if she was doing it on purpose or not. As far as he remembered, Fleur didn't have much control over her Veela side at this stage of her life. Not that it would affect him, or that she would have time for anything. He suddenly felt a very familiar magical signature approaching, heading straight for him. They both heard the voices of two girls outside trying to stop someone. "Move." Fleur turned around, visibly annoyed by the interruption. "What is going on now?" After hearing the yelps of pain from outside, the culprit made her entrance. "How did you find me?" Harry asked, a grin forming on his face. Daphne smirked. "I have my ways." Her smile quickly disappeared when she noticed Fleur. "And now, Miss de Lacour, do you mind taking your hands off him?" "Excuse me?" Fleur glared at Daphne, her eyes narrowing. "I was here first. And what did you do to my friends?" "I just put them to sleep. And I told you to keep your hand." "That's enough, Daphne. Let's go." Harry walked past Fleur and dragged his girlfriend off the balcony before she did something stupid. He wasn't in the mood for this. "Hold on, Harry, I wasn't done with her," Daphne complained. "Wait, Mr. Potter," Fleur called after him. Harry turned around briefly. "I can't go to the ball with you, I'm sorry." Fleur looked stunned. She had never been rejected before. "You must be joking." Daphne said nothing, but her mocking smile said it all. "You're a beautiful and elegant girl, Fleur. I have no doubt you'll receive dozens of invitations, and you won't need to use your allure to get what you want." After saying that, Harry turned and left, pulling Daphne along with him. "What? But..." Fleur stood there, visibly confused, and Harry realized she hadn't meant to use her allure on him. "She did what?" Daphne exclaimed. She knew Fleur was part Veela, but the fact that she had tried to charm Harry was something she wasn't willing to ignore. She was about to pull her wand when Harry stopped her and led her away. "But Harry, that's not okay," Daphne fumed. "Leave it, Daphne. She's not in control of her abilities yet," Harry said, holding her close as they walked. Daphne eventually calmed down. "People were already talking about what happened with Ginny," she said, her voice softening. "That was just this morning. Do Hogwarts students have nothing better to do than gossip?" Harry huffed. "Apparently Lavender overheard a conversation between Ginny and your sister. You know how she is," Daphne explained. "So the entire castle knows by now," Harry sighed. "That would explain why Fleur had come looking for him today of all days. She must have heard something. I just came to check on you. I was a bit worried. I know you care a lot for her," Daphne admitted. "I feel terrible, but it had to be done." "I know you did nothing wrong, Harry," she reassured him. "Oh, I did. But on the grand scale of mistakes I've made, making a girl cry doesn't even make the top 10. He said this with a self-deprecating chuckle. "Speaking like that doesn't suit you." Daphne took his hand in hers. "Then let's talk about something else," Harry said as they walked through an empty hallway. "How did you find me so quickly?" he asked, his curiosity piqued. "That's easy. The house elves told me where you were," Daphne said casually. "They did?" Harry found that odd. The house elves were tied to the castle and didn't have to obey orders from anyone who wasn't part of the teaching staff. He was the only exception because he had written his name into the wardstone of Hogwarts, giving him authority on par with the headmaster. But Daphne was just a regular student. "How strange, is it?" Daphne didn't seem to see why it was unusual. She then recalled something. "Oh, there's one thing I wanted to show you." "What is it?" "Not here." "Let's go to the room of requirement," Daphne said. It was a long walk from the first floor, but Daphne didn't let go of his hand the entire time, chatting to keep his mind off the day's events. It was out of character for her to talk this much, and Harry knew she was just trying to distract him. When they reached the room of requirement, Daphne opened the door, and Harry noticed that it had been shaped into their usual training room. "Do you need some practice?" he asked. He hadn't had much time for training lately, with the whole tournament taking up most of their attention. "No, nothing like that." Daphne held her wand up. "I want to show you a new transfiguration I came up with." "A transfiguration?" Harry was intrigued. He knew Daphne's strengths lay in potions and runes. She had even expressed a desire to study alchemy in the future, but her skill in transfiguration was also above average. "Okay, pay attention," Daphne said, focusing as she flicked her wand. A large rock, about the size of a soccer ball, appeared in front of her. Harry watched as she transformed the rock into a cute-looking golem. "My sister Holly would love that. She's obsessed with golems," Harry remarked, recalling how his mother had told him that Holly wanted to attend Hogwarts just to learn how to make them. "I'm not done yet," Daphne said, levitating the golem onto the ground. She then pulled out a vial filled with a white liquid. "What's that?" Harry asked. "You'll see," Daphne replied with a satisfied grin as she poured the liquid over the golem. The dark grey stone absorbed the potion and turned pristine white. "That looks like marble," Harry noted, observing the patterns forming in the stone. "That's just a side effect. I couldn't get it to turn different," Daphne said. "The important part is what it does." "Then what does the potion do?" Harry asked, intrigued. "It's an anti-magic reagent," Daphne explained, pointing her wand at the golem. "Watch this." Reducto, Harry watched as the spell hit the golem's chest, breaking off a small chunk. "It's not perfect yet," Daphne admitted, a hint of disappointment in her voice. "It reduces the effects of spells, but you made the golem magic resistant. That's really impressive. I would have never thought of using a potion for that," Harry said, genuinely admiring her work. "Were you trying to imitate the white marble golems?" Daphne nodded. "Yes, I was inspired by them. The potion uses parts from both dragons and basilisks to replicate their near immunity to magic. I used a mixture of blood magic and potion making to create this solution." "How long do the effects last?" Harry asked. "Only about 10 minutes. I think I can make it last longer if I figure out the right runic matrix to feed the enchantment so it doesn't wear off." "Still working on it," Daphne explained. "That's very impressive," Harry said sincerely. This level of ingenuity reminded him of the old Hermione from his past. "Say, Harry, do you think I could take another look at those golems? It would help me a lot," Daphne asked. Harry usually wouldn't let anyone into the castle's foundations, but he decided to make an exception this time. "All right, I'll take you there." Daphne jumped at him, hugging him tightly. "Thank you." These were the moments when she allowed herself to lower her emotional guard. "You know, since we're already here, there's something else we could do." She wrapped her arms around his neck, leaning closer. "I can't say no to that request either," Harry said with a smile. "December 1. It's been a few days since Harry tried to clear things up with Ginny, and she hasn't spoken to him even once. She's completely avoided looking at him during meals in the Great Hall. His sister, Lyra, has also tried to do the same, but hasn't been able to completely ignore him. She still tries to be a good friend and stay by her side. At least he received some good news. That same morning, an owl arrived with a letter from his parents. Victoria seemed to be doing better, and according to his mother, she was getting along with Harley. Not that it was much of a surprise, since that ball of sunshine could probably become friends with anyone. Neville was also doing much better now. All the harassment and mean comments had completely stopped. Not only because he had earned the respect of most of the students, but also because everyone's attention was now more focused on the ball that was happening in only 24 days. Seriously, he invited you? Lavender still couldn't believe what her friend had told her. When did he do that? It couldn't have been this morning, Parvati added. I mean, we've been together the whole time. Hermione made a troubled face and looked around as if trying to make sure no one was listening. Could you lower your voices? I don't want more people to know. And he invited me on Saturday. That was 3 days ago. Lavender was shocked that someone could hold a secret for that long, trying his best to ignore their conversation or the side glances he was receiving from the other side of the table. Harry focused on his breakfast, at least until he heard people gasping loudly and murmuring all around him. Harry lifted his eyes from his plate and looked around the hall to see what the commotion was about. He quickly noticed that everyone was glancing toward the professor's table, and when he finally looked, he almost gasped himself. Dolores Umbridge was making her way to the table under the shocked gazes of not only the students, but also the other professors. Apparently, she had failed to give them a heads up about her recovery. That can't be right, Harry thought. Dumbledore had spoken to the healers who treated her in person. They had said there was no chance of recovery as her mind was completely broken, and then she was placed in the permanent mental ward. She's back, Lyra exclaimed. Wow, I thought her condition was more severe, Parvati said. I know, I heard she was going to spend a very long time in the hospital after her mental breakdown, Lavender added. She looks different though, right? Hermione noticed that something was off in the way she carried herself. Harry had noticed this too. Unlike her usual arrogant and confident demeanor, the current Umbridge looked very taciturn, almost as if she were tired or distracted. Without saying a word, she went to her chair and sat down between a very confused Professor McGonagall and an equally shocked Professor Babbling, the ancient runes professor. The thing was, only a few truly knew how critical her condition had been. Otherwise, they would have been more than just surprised by her return. Harry was one of those people, and he found the situation very suspicious. Once breakfast concluded, the students had some free time before classes. Harry used this time to sneak into the room of requirement. The way her eyes looked, it's too similar, I have to make sure. Harry walked deeper into the room before stopping. He looked ahead of him and took a moment to focus. Speak to me, Dolores Jane Umbridge. It was a good thing he made sure to learn her middle name in case he had to do this. He wasn't sure if it would work without the full name. A few seconds passed after he activated his ability to call upon the souls of the dead. This was a sure way to check if someone was truly dead, and he had to be sure when his enemy was someone capable of manipulating death at will. Green smoke manifested before him and began to take shape. In less than a minute, a perfect manifestation of Madame Umbridge was standing before him, looking very confused. She actually manifested intact. It was not much of a surprise to find out that she was dead. The moment he saw the way she moved and looked, he had made an immediate connection to Augustus Rookwood. The Umbridge that returned was no doubt a puppet, but there was a big difference in this case. What? Where am I? Umbridge looked very confused, as if she had just woken from a long dream, but the moment she spotted him, her expression quickly changed. Potter, as I thought, there's something different. Your soul remains untouched. This was different from what had happened when he tried to summon Rookwood and Parkinson's souls. Harry had first thought it had something to do with whatever Voldemort had done to them to turn their bodies into empty husks, but perhaps the reason was something else. That's not the cause then. It must be a result of the method used to kill them, Harry muttered. What are you mumbling about, Potter? What did you do to me? Umbridge screamed at him, looking down at her semi-transparent limbs. Harry smiled. He made a mistake. Of course, Voldemort had no way to know that Harry could speak with the dead, so he had no reason to damage the soul of a loyal follower. He must have given her a quick, merciful death before turning her body into something more useful. And he left me with a source of information, Harry said. Ah, no, the spirit of Umbridge screamed and thrashed as it vanished. So annoying, just go away already. Harry was already feeling the start of a headache. He had to force the spirit away to have some peace. Tusk, that woman is as useless in death as she was in life, Harry said with bitterness. Her mind had been so damaged during the last month that she barely had any useful memories, and a spirit can't recall something the person never learned in life. He did get a few interesting bits, like the fact that Minister Parkinson was sending people to negotiate with all the tribes of giants in the country, as well as bringing dozens of trolls under ministerial control. It was clear that he was preparing for a massive attack. She didn't know the targets, but it was guaranteed that Hogwarts was at least one of them, not only to gain control of the most important school and a powerful magical castle, but also to complete his revenge against Dumbledore and the boy who lived. If he's anything like the Tom Riddle I know, he won't be able to rest in peace until he washes away the humiliation of being beaten by a baby. That's not something he could live with. And killing Dumbledore will also give him some reassurance about his safety. Voldemort wasn't aware that there were several other wizards and witches out there who could rival or even surpass Dumbledore in terms of magical prowess. Luckily for him, most of those were unable or unwilling to take action. Except for him, he left the room of requirement and walked through the empty halls, continuing to think about a way to learn more about the Dark Lord's plans. When Voldemort went away, the last 3 members of the Lestrange family went with him. They were likely his most trusted followers at this point, but no one had heard of anyone spotting them. Wormtail would be his next choice, but he went missing after killing Sirius, and no one had seen him since. Ron never had a pet rat either. This was likely because James Potter was alive. Wormtail wouldn't have dared to stay this close to someone who could recognize him immediately, so he probably left the country in search of his master. Those were the most likely to have crucial information, but Harry had no way to get his hands on them at the moment. If only Snape had kept his status as a Death Eater. I could use a spy right now. Harry never considered how important Snape's role had been during his past, but this Snape was different. After the attack on Harry's parents, he deserted the Death Eaters and even tried to remove Voldemort's brand from his arm, cutting all contact with them. Harry suspected that the only reason the other Snape stayed as a spy until his death was revenge for his mother's death. Since she was alive now, he had no reason to do the same. He was also the one who killed. Wait, that's it. Harry had an epiphany. There was a way to solve 2 problems at the same time. Why didn't I think about it sooner? We just have to kill the headmaster. What? One of the paintings exclaimed. Did I say that out loud? Harry asked. He arrived at History of Magic almost an hour late, but he wasn't worried. Professor Rookwood didn't even acknowledge his existence as he walked inside and took his seat. He never complained or took points from students for being late, and because of that, it had become a common occurrence. Harry, Hermione still gave him a look of disapproval. Do you have a dress for your date with Victor Crumb? Harry asked her casually as he sat back in his chair. Hermione's face changed colors. How do you know about that? The bushy-haired girl asked with a trembling voice before turning to look at Lavender. Hey, for once I haven't said anything. I know when to keep my friends' secrets, Lavender said. But that is a good question. Do you have a dress? Parvati asked her. Ooh, we can go shopping this weekend in Hogsmeade, Lavender exclaimed. After successfully getting Hermione off his back, Harry decided to relax for a while. There was still over an hour left of history class, or, as the students had been calling it, nap time. Once classes were concluded for the day, Harry made his way to the headmaster's office. He had already sent a message earlier that day to call for Snape as well. He knew that the potions professor was going to be hard to convince, but he was the only one who could play the role. Without him, the plan wouldn't work. When he opened the door to the office, he found them both inside, waiting for him. Harry, what is this urgent matter you wanted to talk about? Dumbledore asked. And why did I have to come? Snape said, sounding annoyed. I have a plan that could end this upcoming war in a few months, Harry said. This piqued their interest. And what would that plan be? The headmaster asked. Well, Harry looked at Dumbledore. Do you mind if we killed you for a little bit? Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. He was already used to Harry saying crazy things like that. What? But Snape wasn't. Oh, and Umbridge is dead, Harry added. Maybe I should have started with that. What? Snape exclaimed again. I'll ask the elves for some tea, Dumbledore said. He had a feeling this was going to take a while. Okay, let's begin again, Dumbledore said, adjusting his glasses. What happened to Umbridge? I saw that insufferable woman just a few hours ago, Snape asked, his tone sharp as ever. No. Harry is correct. That could not have been the real Umbridge. I spoke with the mind healers who treated her. She was far beyond recovery, Dumbledore explained gravely. Then who is that? Snape demanded. Her body was reanimated as an empty husk controlled from a distance or allowed to function autonomously with limited intelligence. Like a golem, Harry explained. Just like Rookwood then, Dumbledore added, nodding. You mean the Dark Lord did the same thing to Umbridge? Snape's frown deepened. He didn't like the woman, but being turned into a puppet through necromancy, that was a fate he wouldn't wish on anyone. This is, at the very least, his third one. We can safely assume the minister is another, Harry said calmly. I don't know how many can he have, but he cannot control them all at the same time. His consciousness can only merge with one at a time. The rest of it, they would just act like the mindless puppets they are. Dumbledore nodded again. They had discussed this before, and it was the most likely explanation they could offer. And what do you suggest we do about her? We cannot reveal to the public that she's actually dead without explaining everything. Nor can we remove her from the school without a solid excuse, Dumbledore said, his voice laced with concern. There's no need to do anything to her. Even if you removed her, they'd likely just send another puppet. At this point, Voldemort has near full control of both the ministry and the school board, Harry replied, his tone pragmatic. It does not look good then, Dumbledore sighed, his usual optimism clouded. It doesn't matter how much political power he holds. In the end, all we need to do is destroy him, and it will all fall apart, Harry said with quiet confidence. You make it sound simple. Do you think it will be that easy to kill someone like the Dark Lord? Many have tried and failed. Snape's eyes flicked to Dumbledore just for a moment before he added, My apologies. No need. Dumbledore gave a sad smile. You're not wrong. I have failed in more than one way when it comes to him. The headmaster then turned back to Harry. And you said you had a plan. That involves my death. How would that help? Not a real death, of course, but it has to be convincing enough, Harry explained. Convincing enough for who? You don't mean? Dumbledore's expression shifted to one of dread. You want to lure Voldemort here, to the school? He's already planning to attack this place. I just want him to do it sooner, before he's fully prepared. And there's another reason for this. This will, Harry was cut by Snape then. This is absurd. You really want to bait the Dark Lord into attacking Hogwarts? Snape interrupted, incredulous by the mere suggestion of bringing such a dangerous individual to a school. Yes, but as I was about to explain before you interrupted me, there's more to gain from this. Right now, what we lack most is someone who can provide us with inside information. The ministry is under his control, so it's impossible to infiltrate someone new. But if we already have someone who used to be on the inside. Harry's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Snape. Me, Snape's voice rose, shocked by the suggestion. Are you insane? I betrayed them. They'd kill me on sight. Harry. Severus is right. Once you betray the Dark Lord, there's no going back. Had he not been forced to leave the country due to his injuries back then, many more would have died, Dumbledore added somberly, recalling Karkaroff's fate as another who had betrayed Voldemort. I even went as far as to remove the dark mark. Snape lifted his sleeve, revealing the clear skin on his right arm. Harry raised an eyebrow. First of all, you only removed the tattoo. The brand is still there. And second, Voldemort would consider taking you back if you made a significant contribution, like killing the last man he sees as a threat. Dumbledore was now considering the possibility. What do you mean I only removed the tattoo? That is the dark mark. I used a very ancient and complex spell to accomplish this. Snape was livid. Harry sighed and stood up, moving closer to Snape with his wand in hand. What are you? Before Snape could finish, Harry tapped his wand on Snape's arm. A wave of excruciating pain coursed through Snape, and he screamed, clutching his arm and nearly collapsing in his seat. Harry, what did you do? Dumbledore asked, alarmed. After a few agonizing moments, the pain subsided and Snape's screams died down. Sorry about the pain, but you needed to see the truth. Harry pointed to Snape's arm. You removed nothing. They all looked at Snape's arm. The dark mark had reappeared, clear and vivid as though it had never gone. Potter, what did you do to me? Snape demanded, furious. I just brought it back into view. I told you it hadn't been removed, Harry explained calmly. A soul brand, as the name implies, is attached to your soul. Even if you cut off your entire arm, it won't disappear. As long as the one who branded you still exists. Destroy Voldemort, that is the only way. This can't be. Snape stared at the mark, disbelief etched across his face. Now with that detail out of the way, Harry said, sitting back down, can we talk about the rest? How are things going here? Harry asked as he sat down at the kitchen table. "We're making pancakes," Holly exclaimed with excitement. "Yes, I can see that, Holly, but I was asking Victoria," Harry replied, turning his attention to the black-haired girl who was flipping another pancake. "It's fine," Victoria muttered, avoiding eye contact. Harry observed her quietly. She still seemed a bit down, but that was understandable. He wasn't a mind healer, but staying with a kind family like the Potters was likely the best thing for her right now. She hadn't asked for her wand or any of her jewelry yet. Harry knew she was incredibly smart, so she must have realized that the Potters would feel safer if she wasn't armed, or perhaps she had some hidden resources they didn't know about. Either way, Victoria didn't seem to harbor any harmful intentions toward them. "You're really good at that," Harry commented, nodding toward the pan she was holding. "She makes them just like you," Holly added enthusiastically. "Does she?" Harry said with a hint of surprise. "I learned when I was little." Victoria's voice trailed off, and it was clear she was recalling something unpleasant. Just then, someone else entered the kitchen. "And shouldn't you be in school, young man?" Lily Potter asked, raising an eyebrow at her son, who had arrived unannounced at the manor. But she wasn't too surprised. This wasn't the first time Harry had done this. "I am, but today is December 25th, and I had to come see my family." Harry smiled, then glanced at Holly. "And to bring a present for someone in particular." "Presents?" Holly exclaimed, bouncing in place. She may have been 8 years old, but her excitement for gifts hadn't changed one bit. "Harry," Lily began, her tone slightly reprimanding. "I know presents are usually for the evening, but I have plans tonight," Harry explained. Lily gave him a knowing look. "Are you going to the ball with Daphne?" "Maybe," Harry replied evasively, avoiding the subject. "You're dating Daphne?" Victoria perked up, intrigued. Daphne had been one of her closest friends since her first year. "Aren't you in Gryffindor?" she asked, noting the difference in houses. "So," Harry shrugged. "Isn't that like against the norm?" Victoria asked. "It is. But I've always been an unconventional person," Harry replied with a smirk. "I wish you had brought Lyra," Lily said. "Victoria hasn't had the chance to meet her properly yet. She's trying her best to avoid me at the moment. It's probably better this way, gives Victoria some time to prepare before meeting Lyra," Harry explained. "Why is she avoiding you?" Lily asked, her curiosity piqued. "For several reasons," Harry said vaguely. There was still some awkwardness between him and Ginny, and today was also the day of the ball. Lyra was going with Neville, and she probably didn't want him to say anything that could scare her date. "I'm sure she'll tell you all about it during the summer." Lily stared at him, unconvinced. "Where's my present? What did you bring me?" Holly tugged at Harry's robes impatiently. "Come on." All right, go stand over there," Harry instructed, pointing to the kitchen corner. Once Holly was in place, he continued, "Now close your eyes." Holly closed her eyes a little but kept peeking. "Cover your eyes with your hands and no peeking," Harry insisted. Once she did it properly, Harry extended his right hand forward and produced a dark hole in front of him. From the hole, a small white golem emerged and stood before Holly. Lily gasped. "What is that?" Victoria wasn't referring to the golem. She was still focused on the strange hole that had appeared. The dark hole vanished, leaving only the golem behind. "Harry, how did you do that?" Lily asked, bewildered. She had seen dimensional containers before, but Harry had just summoned that construct out of thin air. Harry turned to her with a mischievous grin. "Magic, oh come on." Victoria rolled her eyes but kept her composure, trying to remain ladylike. "Oh come on," Lily repeated, also rolling her eyes. "Can I open my eyes now?" Holly's impatience was reaching its limit. "Go ahead," Harry told her. "Whoa," Holly stared at the golem in front of her. It was tall enough to reach her chin and made of pure white material. Its construction was extremely detailed, with many moving joints. "Wait, this looks similar to those," Lily began, recognizing the resemblance between this golem and the large white marble ones from Hogwarts. "It is a bit similar, yes," Harry said. "I made it with Daphne's help. It's much more advanced than the previous one. It can follow complex orders and is also very strong." He handed Lily a small book. "We wrote all the instructions in here." Victoria put down the pan she was holding and glanced at the golem as Holly began shouting random commands at it. "What is it made of?" Lily asked, still examining the construct. "Just stone. Daphne added a coating that gives it some special properties. That's also what gives it that color," Harry explained. "Did you do the rune work?" Victoria asked, now inspecting the golem more closely. "I did," Harry admitted. "It's very sloppy," Victoria said bluntly. Harry chuckled. "I've heard that before." He couldn't help but think of the old Luna, who also didn't mince her words. "If you let me, I can make its movements a lot smoother. I could even make it dance," Victoria offered. "Really?" Holly's eyes widened in shock. How would you do that? Perhaps there's room to add an answers rune over here, Lily suggested, getting a closer look at the golem. Victoria seemed a bit surprised but nodded. Yes, but it would be better if you... The two of them began discussing ancient runes in detail. I have a new set of carving tools I haven't had the chance to try yet. Want to give them a go? Lily asked. Victoria nodded. I would like that, yes, Harry shrugged. Well, you two go ahead and do that. I want to see Goalie dance. Holly exclaimed impatiently. Goalie again? You already have a golem with that name. Don't you want to give this one a different one? Lily asked her daughter. Oh, that's right, Holly realized, pausing to think of a new name while everyone waited. Whitey, she declared proudly. Okay, she's terrible at naming things, Harry thought with an amused sigh. Harry stood near the exit of the Slytherin dungeons using his invisibility ability. He preferred not to be seen by any random students wandering around, especially not here as it would raise questions. Soon enough, he spotted Daphne coming out, accompanied by Tracy and some boy who seemed to be Tracy's date. Daphne turned to them and spoke. I'll be fine, my date will be here soon, she assured them. Are you sure? Tracy asked, looking around. She knew exactly who Daphne was waiting for but could not see him. Yes, Tracy shrugged. Fine then, I wish you'd come with me though. You still haven't told me what you're planning to do, Daphne smiled. Sorry, can't talk about it, I'm sure it's against the rules. Right, Tracy chuckled. Our old Ice Queen is becoming a rule breaker now. Should I be proud or worried? Just go, don't make me curse you. Once she was left alone, Daphne walked a bit further and stopped at the next corner. Well, what do you think? She asked. You knew I was here already. Harry revealed himself, removing his invisibility charm and walking up to her. Daphne smirked. An educated guess. I figured you wouldn't leave me alone in this dark dungeon and, she gestured to herself, you still haven't answered my question. Harry took a moment to admire her. Daphne looked stunning with her long blonde hair flowing freely and her elegant black dress. A silver pendant with an emerald hung from her neck, completing the look. You look okay, Harry taunted her. Daphne chuckled. Why, thank you, I just threw this old thing on, so, where are you taking me? The students didn't yet know they were together, and they both wanted to keep it that way for now. Plus, Harry didn't want to stir up any more drama with Ginny by showing up at the ball with someone else, so they'd made different plans for the evening. It's a surprise. Harry offered his arm, which Daphne happily took. With a soft crack, they disappeared from the castle corridor. They reappeared in a dark alley that led to a bustling, brightly lit street. The sounds of a large crowd filled the air. Come on, let's not stay here, Harry said, taking her hand and leading her out of the alley. Tall buildings surrounded them, and the streets were alive with lights and sounds from shops, cars, and people walking by. Where is this? Daphne asked, looking around at the busy scene. She couldn't recall ever seeing a place like this. This is the center of London, not too far from the Tower of London, Harry explained. I made reservations at a nearby restaurant. This is the Muggle area. Wow, I think I vaguely remember seeing a bit of it when I was little, but my parents never liked coming here, Daphne remarked. I'm sure you'll love the place I'm taking you to. Ready? He offered his arm again. Absolutely, Daphne replied with excitement. This is beautiful at night. Severus. Snape was startled by the sudden call as he inspected the exterior of the Hogwarts dance hall, making sure no students were sneaking around the garden before the main event started. He recognized the voice immediately. Despite the darkness, he spotted someone moving near the large bushes. Karkaroff, what are you doing out here? You should be inside the hall already, Snape said, his irritation barely concealed. No, I can't. You have to listen to me. Someone is following me. Karkaroff exclaimed, his voice trembling with fear. Snape had never seen the man so scared before. Calm down, who's following you? It's him, H.I.M. Karkaroff's eyes widened in terror before he lowered his voice to a frightened whisper. It's the Dark Lord, he's coming for me. Snape's alarm spiked. Only he knew about the two necromantic puppets that Voldemort had stationed within the castle. So far, they'd only been used for surveillance, never taking any direct action. Could one of them be after Karkaroff? It didn't make sense. Karkaroff wasn't a threat to Voldemort, so why target him now? Did you see who it was? What did they look like? Snape asked, half expecting a description that could match Rookwood or Umbridge. I couldn't see, but I can feel him. Karkaroff clutched his right arm, where the dark mark had once burned bright. All right, Snape realized he had to take the situation seriously. Come with me to the headmaster's office. We'll call Dumbledore and figure this out. No, Karkaroff took a step back, pressing himself against the bushes. No, I need to leave now. Wait, Snape called after him, but Karkaroff had already dashed into the shrubbery, disappearing into the night. Snape stood still for a few moments, gathering his thoughts. The first thing he needed to do was inform Dumbledore about this. After having dinner at a fancy restaurant, Harry and Daphne moved to a different area of the building, which housed a bar and a dance floor. They had fun, dancing for a while, until Daphne noticed Harry making a strange expression. "Harry, what's wrong?" Daphne leaned in, whispering in his ear. Harry frowned. "Dark magic has been used inside the castle." Daphne's eyes widened. "Was someone attacked?" Harry considered it for a moment. "My sister and yours are under strict protection." "It's not them, but I need to go back and check." Daphne nodded. "Of course, but we can't apparate from here. We're surrounded by muggles." Harry took her hand. "Come with me, I know a place we can use." He guided her out of the dance area toward the bathrooms. A staff member, keeping an eye on the guests, noticed Harry and Daphne heading into the bathrooms together. It wasn't too unusual, but when she saw them enter the men's room, she gasped in shock at their audacity. She looked around. The place was too crowded to cause a scene, so she hurried toward the bathroom. After ensuring no one else was using it, she stepped inside. "Excuse me," she called, raising her voice. "We do not allow indecent acts in this establishment. I will have to ask you to leave." She was cut off by a loud noise, and the last private stall shook violently. What the? She couldn't believe how brazen these people were, but she had a job to do. She approached the stall, steeling herself before grabbing the door and lifting herself up to peer inside. "Hey, you two, you can't." The stall was empty. "Where are they?" She looked around the bathroom and just in case opened the rest of the stalls. They were all empty. "What the hell?" the confused muggle exclaimed. Harry and Daphne appeared in the middle of a grassy clearing, the moon casting just enough light to reveal their surroundings. I thought we were going back to the castle." "This is." Daphne looked around and spotted the wooden house where the groundskeeper lived, with the ominous dark forest looming behind it. "The dark forest? This is close to where the signal was triggered. I think it came from inside the forest," Harry said, his gaze fixed toward the trees as he tried to detect any signs of disturbance. "I didn't realize the forest was inside the wards. Are they that big?" Daphne had never explored the dark forest herself, but she knew it extended far beyond the castle grounds. "No, the forest is massive. Only the entrance near the castle is within the ward's range, and that's where it happened." "What about the headmaster? Wouldn't he have sensed it too?" Daphne asked. "I'm sure he did, but he must have his hands full right now." Harry pointed his wand at the castle and sent his patronus. A brilliant silver owl flew towards it at great speed. "A message," Daphne noted. "I told him not to worry, that I'll investigate. He's likely handling other things at the moment." Harry glanced at her, and, "Don't even think about it, I'm coming with you." Daphne flashed her wand. "See, I'm ready. Just give me a second to transfigure my shoes and dress into something more practical." Harry nodded, pulling out his goblin steel staff and adjusting his enchanted jewelry. He wasn't sure what they'd find in the forest, but he wanted to be prepared for anything. He then transfigured his elegant suit back into its original form. Heavily enchanted black robes he bought over the summer. Once they were both ready, they ventured into the dark forest. It should be somewhere around here. Harry used a detection spell his father had taught him, one designed to trace the use of illegal dark magic. Soon they found the spot. There, Daphne lit her wand, casting a soft glow so they could see more clearly. At first glance, nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but upon closer inspection, they noticed burn marks on a nearby tree. "This must be it, but I can't tell what specific spell was used." "Wait, what's this?" Harry knelt down, observing the burn marks encircling deep cuts in the tree's bark. He cast the detection spell again directly over the marks and found only faint traces of dark magic. This wasn't what triggered the alarm. "I think this was done with a cursed blade, not a spell." "Harry, look." Daphne was kneeling near the base of the tree, pointing to the ground. There were small stains of blood scattered around, pooling at the roots and trailing off in a haphazard pattern. "Blood." Harry moved his light around. "But no body. I can use this." "Hold on." Daphne waved her wand over the bloodstains and began chanting in Old English. Slowly, a red mist emerged from the blood, hovering in the air before starting to drift away. "The person who shed this blood is still alive. We can follow this to find them," Daphne said. "Then let's not waste any time. Whoever's been attacked, we need to help them." Harry and Daphne moved quickly through the forest, following the red mist as it guided them deeper into the trees. "We're outside the castle wards now. Be careful," Harry warned. While within Hogwarts territory, Harry had access to several magical tools and protections, but out here they could only rely on their own abilities. "You know, I never thought our date would end up like this," Daphne remarked, trying to lighten the mood. "What, you don't find it romantic?" A beautiful forest at night, alone, Harry teased. Just then a distant scream pierced the night. Ah, stop! We're not alone though, Daphne said, her voice tense. I see it. Stay close, Harry told her as they approached the source of the noise. They emerged into a small clearing with a pitch-black pond at its center. Two figures stood near the water. One, taller and looming, was gripping the other and seemed to be leaning into their neck. Harry was about to intervene when the taller figure turned and released their victim. In the faint moonlight, Harry and Daphne could now see who it was. The taller figure was not a Hogwarts student. The limp body of the other person, their neck twisted grotesquely, was unmistakable. Karkaroff, Harry muttered in shock. The Durmstrang headmaster's eyes were wide open, blood dripping from his mouth and the gaping wound in his neck. His head hung at an unnatural angle, his face frozen in terror. Who might you be? The tall figure, now revealed, glanced at Harry and Daphne with a calm, almost amused expression. His bright eyes flicked to Daphne. Ah, a young couple looking to spend time together on this beautiful night. How unfortunate you had to witness this. You killed him. Daphne's voice was steady as she stared at Karkaroff's lifeless form. I did, the tall man admitted without hesitation. But don't mourn for him. He was a coward and a traitor. There was nothing good to say about him. He's much better off now. Harry noticed the blood staining the man's mouth and the unnatural gleam in his vibrant yellow eyes. A vampire. The man's eyes widened in approval. Very good, you must be an excellent student to figure it out so quickly. Who are you? Daphne asked sharply. The vampire shifted his gaze to her, a strange smile forming on his lips. You two are remarkably calm for being in the presence of a murderer. How curious that is. But if it's my name you want, my lady, he bowed slightly, his tone mockingly polite. My name is Rabastan Lestrange, at your service. Lestrange, but then you are… Daphne was, of course, well informed about Voldemort's closest servants. The Lestranges were the only ones who disappeared alongside the Dark Lord. You know about me? It's been so long since I left England. His eyes scanned Daphne up and down. She wasn't wearing her school robes, so he could only guess. You have the air of a true pureblood lady. That's unfortunate. If the circumstances were different, I would offer you the chance to join me, but my instructions were very clear on what to do with any witnesses. Harry noticed some faint magical signatures around them. They were much harder to detect than normal magical folk, but they couldn't escape his senses. His eyes then moved to the vampire ahead. Rabastan Lestrange was one of his primary targets, and now fate had put him right in front of him. Harry had no intention of letting this opportunity go to waste, but he had to consider how to approach this. I have no time to set up any type of anti-apparition wards, so if he tries to teleport away, I won't be able to stop him. Yes, he could attempt to kill him before Rabastan could do anything, and then try to summon his soul, like he had done before with the werewolf and Umbridge. Had Lestrange been a normal wizard, Harry would have seriously considered this option. But Rabastan Lestrange had been turned into a dark creature, a vampire. One of their many names was the Soulless Ones. It was a common belief that vampires lost their souls on the day they transformed, but studies on the matter had been lacking, and nothing had ever been proven. He couldn't take that risk. What if he killed him only to find out there was no soul to call upon? Harry was thinking of a way to keep him alive, and something came to mind. He now had access to a tool that could potentially lock Lestrange in a place with no escape. The only problem was that he hadn't tested it yet. He was mostly relying on his instincts, and those were telling him that it was going to work. Rabastan lifted the dead Karkaroff with one hand while making a signal with the other. As much as I would love to stay and play with you two, I need to deliver the corpse of this traitor to my master. It may still be useful after all. In his free hand, he held a small object that he pulled from one of his pockets. Enjoy the meal, he said, as 6 shadows jumped from the trees, landing in the clearing, very close to where Harry and Daphne were standing. Harry, these men are also Vam. Daphne's question was cut short when she saw him vanish before anyone could stop him. Harry knew he couldn't afford to waste a single second if he wanted to prevent Rabastan's escape. He first used apparition to move in front of him. A pitch-black circle emerged out of nowhere, right behind the vampire. At the same time, Harry was already moving his staff forward and pointing it at Lestrange. The vampire could not react to the sudden attack. This was the last thing he could have predicted after encountering the two youngsters. He only had enough time to lift the corpse he had been holding and put it between him and Harry, hoping it would serve as protection for whatever was coming. Depulso, Harry had put so much power into that pushing charm that not only Lestrange and Karkaroff, but most of the terrain around them was sent inside the black hole. Rabastan had completely failed to sense anything behind him. He just felt a powerful force pushing him backward, and then he was falling onto the ground. Ugh. Bloody hell, you are going to pay for TH, but he quickly realized that this was no longer the dark forest clearing where he had previously been standing. He looked around, but other than the corpse at his side, he could only see darkness in all directions. What is this? He became alarmed. Vampires had night vision. Even on the darkest of nights, they could see everything as clearly as if it were the middle of the day. But his yellow eyes were unable to pierce through the darkness of this place for some reason. It was as if there was truly nothing there. Rabastan felt a sense of uneasiness and fear. His master had been the only one who had ever made him feel truly afraid. Until now, this place scared him to no end, and he couldn't even understand why exactly, but he knew that he wanted to get out of here. The portkey. He glanced down and looked at it, wondering why it hadn't pulled him away already. The small stone sphere had cracks all over its surface, and dark smoke was coming out of the cracks. This can't be happening. It's broken. He had never heard of a portkey breaking in such a manner, but he still had another way. His hands moved to his neck and pulled onto his gold necklace. This was his emergency portkey. He never left the house without it. This would take him to a secret safe house that belonged to his family. Not even his master knew about its location. Corvus Oculum. Those were the words to activate it. For a moment, he felt the magic inside the necklace activate and felt a wave of relief wash over him. But it didn't last long. He then heard a loud cracking noise. The beautiful gold necklace split right in half, and from the crack, dark smoke started to come out. No, not this. There was a big downside to wizards becoming vampires. Their magic worked in a very different manner, making it impossible to cast spells the way they used to. Using a wand became impossible from then on. Of course, they gained many powerful gifts that made up for this, but none of those were of any consolation to Rabastan at this very moment, as he just lost his only means of escape. "New, Master Rabastan," one of the vampires shouted. He was the only one close enough to see him fall into some hole. The others had assumed the portkey had activated. "Don't worry about your master so much," Harry said, turning around to face the 6 vampires. They all looked fairly young, but it was hard to tell with vampires. "You should worry about yourselves." "What a cocky boy," one of the vampires said with amusement. "Can we play with them for a while? The night is still young." "No," a tall blonde woman who looked like the leader snapped harshly at him. "Dispose of them quickly like the master wanted. Now is not the time to feed or play." "I think we are being observed," another female vampire told the leader. "You definitely are. This forest has many eyes." Harry placed his staff on the ground. "But as I said before," the ground began to shake. "You have other things to worry about." "Careful, the wizard is doing something to the ground," the vampire leader exclaimed just in time. Spikes shot up from the grassy ground, aiming at the creatures, but vampires were incredibly nimble and quick. They could also see perfectly in this dark forest. Out of the 6 of them, only one was injured, despite the number of spears that Harry had produced from the ground. Arg, the one who had a spear pass through his right leg let out a painful grunt. The others laughed. "That's what you get for being careless," the leader said, though she didn't find it funny. She decided to take action. "Clara, go for the girl, the rest with me. Kill the wizard quickly." She had rightly considered Harry the biggest threat. A vampire with long black hair approached Daphne while the others surrounded Harry. "Daphne, if you don't know how to conjure silver, then use fire against them," Harry advised. "Fire, got it," she replied, readying herself. A smile appeared on the face of the vampire who was approaching her. "Poor girl, you'll never hit me with one of your silly spells. You magic users are all too slow." "Ignis," Daphne launched a bolt of fire in the vampire's direction. The vampire easily dodged it, chuckling as she disappeared. The next instant, she was behind Daphne. Without hesitation, she opened her mouth, revealing her long, sharp fangs, and lunged at Daphne, aiming to tear her neck apart. "Ugh," the vampire suddenly stopped and looked down. A sword was embedded in her chest. "I never said I couldn't conjure silver, though," Daphne said with a playful tone. The vampire screamed as her insides were burned by the reaction with the silver blade. Others were about to move to aid their companion. "Full men." Harry's cold voice was followed by a flash of light. The lightning bolt from his staff pierced the heads of the 2 vampires closest to him, leaving only the leader and 2 others. "Kill the wizard, damn it," the vampire leader shouted, pulling out a black dagger and lunging at Harry. The other 2 kept their calm and followed their leader. They all attacked at the same time from different sides, thinking Harry wouldn't be able to take them all out at once. At least that's what they thought. In an instant, hundreds of silver blades appeared around Harry. They manifested out of nowhere and were perfectly aimed at the three vampires. It was too late for them to slow down or change direction. They tried to cover themselves, but they were bombarded by the deadly weapons. Silver acted as venom to vampires. A small cut or stab wasn't enough to be deadly, but if they were hit enough times or in a vital area like the heart, then they were likely to die. Harry looked ahead at the only remaining one. The leader had shown her impressive skills by deflecting most of the blades with her own knife. Only two had landed on her, one on her left leg and another on her right shoulder. Her yellow eyes moved to Harry. They were filled with hatred and something else. Her squad had been annihilated in moments, and now she was the only one left. At least she still had her knife. Just one cut from this cursed blade would be enough to kill any human, no matter how skilled they were. Pushing past the pain, she held her weapon firmly in her right hand and attacked at lightning speed. She was right in front of him. Her hand moved so fast it would have been impossible to see with the naked eye. Harry snatched her wrist mid-thrust with his left hand, holding her in place. The blade of her knife was mere inches away from his skin, but she was unable to move any further. She tried to grab him with her other hand, but was easily pushed back by his staff. Impossible, the vampire's eyes widened. Even an average vampire was 5 or 6 times stronger than an adult man, and she was no average vampire. Yet this boy was overpowering her with no effort. She felt like an insignificant human once more. No, who are you? Harry didn't answer her. I don't need minions. You won't know anything useful. His staff transformed into a silvery sword. No, please, ugh. The blade entered through her lower jaw and exited through the top of her head. It cut through bone like it was jelly. The vampire's body began to disintegrate, just like the others that had been killed with silver. The ones who were killed with lightning were still there, but as soon as the sun reached them, they would also disappear. Harry's eyes moved to the dagger that fell to the ground. That is a cursed blade. You'd better not touch it. The voice came from the forest. Moments later, a large centaur walked out into the clearing. Centaurs? Daphne hurried to Harry's side. It wasn't just one that had come from the forest, but a large group of armed centaurs. They could see at least a dozen, but many more could be hidden. You finally showed up. Were you waiting for us to die before making a move? Harry asked the first centaur. The centaur scoffed at his comment. We have the duty of protecting the forest, not the reckless humans who venture inside. Then looked over the remains of the vampires. But I will admit I'm impressed. I would never have imagined that some young magic casters would be able to kill so many of these dark creatures. You're welcome, Harry said, kneeling to pick up the black dagger. When the centaur tried to warn him again, Harry stopped him. I'm aware it's cursed. I'm not planning on testing it on myself. He conjured a receptacle and placed the dagger inside. What kind of curse does it have? It gave me goosebumps. Daphne said, I'll have to study it a bit to find out. He had a feeling this could be the culprit behind all those damaged souls. A powerful curse could definitely do something like that. Harry turned to the largest centaur. I assume your only business was with them. In that case, we will take our leave. He gestured for Daphne to get closer. Wait, the centaur called out. I'd like to know your name at least. Harry, and she's Daphne. The centaur nodded. Mine is Bane, leader of the scouts, he said with pride. I could send a scout to escort you out of the forest. It's easy to get lost here, even more so at night. And there's an acromantula nest not too far from here. I appreciate the offer, but Harry wrapped his arm around Daphne and held her tight. I have a quicker way out. With a wave of his staff, they both disappeared from the clearing. Oh, Bane stared at the empty space where they had been standing. Human magic seems very handy. Bane, another centaur, called. Do we inform Ferenza of this? If these dead creatures continue to appear in our forest? If that Dark Lord thinks he can send his monstrosities into our land, we'll have to show him how wrong he is, Bane scoffed. What about the two humans? They didn't even give you their second names, so we don't know who they really are. The centaur was obviously displeased. I know who the boy was. That was Harry Potter, I have no doubt, Bane said. The one from the prophecy. Bane nodded. Ferenza made one last prophecy before everything went dark. The description he gave me matches well with the boy we saw today. Not to mention, you saw how he fought. There can be no mistake. That was the boy of the prophecy then, the other centaur said. But is he going to save us all or destroy everything like the diviner said? Bane glanced at the starry sky. Only the gods up there have the answer to that. Tempest, Harry glanced at the numbers. It's almost midnight. The ball should be ending by now, Daphne said, looking at him. What are you going to do? I need to inform the old headmaster of what happened, and then I'll have a lengthy conversation with Lestrange. Wait, I thought he escaped, Daphne said. Harry shook his head. No, I managed to lock him up before he did. Daphne stood silent for a moment. You used that ability, didn't you? The one from the cloak. She only knew the basics of what it could do, but she knew Harry could create pocket spaces to store things. I did. Isn't he going to die in there? She assumed there would be no air inside that space, which was why Harry never stored anything alive. Technically, he's already dead, but we'll see, Harry replied. Would you tell me if you find something important? She asked. She knew Harry didn't want her to get more involved in the war against Voldemort, but she didn't want to stay on the sidelines. If there's something I can do, I know. Harry's face was serious. I won't leave you in the dark, I promise, but for tonight it's best if you go rest. Daphne nodded. Yes, this has been quite the complete date. We ate, we danced, and we even fought some vampires in a dark forest. Let's try not to make a habit of that, Harry told her with a smile. Daphne got closer and kissed him with passion. I don't think it's possible to get bored with you. Good night, Harry. When he arrived at the headmaster's office, he had expected to find Dumbledore there, but was surprised to see Snape waiting for him. Did you find the source of that dark magic? Dumbledore asked. Harry sat down and glanced at him with a grave expression. Karkaroff is dead. What? Snape exclaimed. Dumbledore sighed. Lately, it feels like every time you come to my office, it's either to announce that you want to kill someone or that someone is dead. You're making it sound like it's my fault. Harry said, where is he? He told me earlier that someone was following him, Snape said. Really? Harry knew it couldn't have been Rabastan or the vampires, as they would have triggered the wards if they tried to enter. This meant someone must have lured Karkaroff outside. This reminds me. I've captured Rabastan Lestrange, Harry said. What? This time it was Dumbledore's turn to exclaim. He is safe, I think. Harry didn't sound very convinced. You think? Dumbledore asked. Where is he? Snape added. I put him inside my pocket dimension. You mean the ability you acquired from? Can you keep living people in there? I thought it was only for storage, Dumbledore pointed out. That's why I'm not sure, but it was the safest way to capture him. As long as he doesn't die in there, he won't be able to escape. I'm sure of that at least, Harry explained. Also, he isn't exactly alive anyways. What do you mean by that? Dumbledore asked. He's become a vampire. Rabastan Lestrange is a vampire? Snape looked shocked. It shouldn't be that surprising. We now know that when Voldemort fled the British Isles, he traveled to Romania, and at some point he began to take over all the vampire clans there. He was accompanied by 6 others when I found him, Harry explained to them. There are 6 other vampires near Hogwarts? Dumbledore exclaimed. Not anymore. Harry paused to think for a moment. I doubt torturing him will yield much. He looked at Snape. How much Veritaserum do you have in storage? Snape hesitated and glanced at the headmaster. After Dumbledore nodded, Snape spoke. I have enough to make a dragon talk if necessary. Bring as much as you can. I have a feeling I'm going to use a lot of it, Harry said. While Snape was gathering the potion, Harry produced the container with the cursed dagger and placed it on the desk. One of the vampires had this weapon. He opened it so Dumbledore could examine it closely. The headmaster didn't even need to perform any tests with his wand. The curse on the blade was potent enough to make him feel sick just by being this close. What kind of curse is this? It's definitely one of the nastiest ones I've encountered. And trust me, that's saying a lot. I believe this was created by Voldemort himself, Harry said. Dumbledore nodded, having thought the same thing. He must have poured all of his hatred and depravity into creating this. He then looked at Harry. And what do you expect me to do with it? Study it. Learn what you can from it. If our enemies are using these cursed weapons, I want to know its effects and if there's a way to counter them, just in case. You probably have a better shot than me with that. You can count on me, Dumbledore said. Snape returned 10 minutes later with several large flasks of Veritaserum. Harry felt exhausted, but knew there was still one more thing to finish tonight. I'll find everything I can, Harry said, grabbing the potions. Are you going alone? Dumbledore asked. It's better that way. I don't know if that place would have negative effects on your bodies, and I'm not risking letting him leave, Harry told him. I understand. Be careful. The Lestranges are all extremely dangerous. A cornered beast will always fight for its life to the best of its abilities. Of course. Harry closed his eyes and focused. He had never gone completely inside the pocket space before, only enough to store things and retrieve them. But now he was going to send his entire body in there. He wasn't worried about getting trapped. His ability came with some innate knowledge, enough to know that he had full control of the space. This should allow him to go in and out at will. He felt a pulling sensation, similar to apparition, and in the next instant, he found himself in the familiar dark place. Rabastan was still where Harry had left him, pacing around restlessly. He hadn't even found the spot where Harry had stored all his things. It was apparent that only Harry could see more clearly in this place, even without the aid of any spells. However, it only took a few steps before Rabastan noticed his presence. "Who goes there?" Rabastan snapped in his direction. "I suppose your vampire eyes are of little use in this place," Harry said. "You," Rabastan recognized the voice. "You're that boy from before. You put me in here." "I did," Harry admitted as he continued to approach. Rabastan growled, his fangs stretching out and his eyes glowing intensely. "Get me out of here. I will rip you limb from limb, you bastard." Harry held his staff in hand. "Empty threats. Even if you kill me, you'll never escape this void. Only I can let you out, if I want to." Rabastan hesitated for a moment. He couldn't tell if Harry was bluffing, but he didn't doubt that Harry had the power to release him from this place. After all, he was the one who had brought him in. "What do you want?" "I am from a powerful, ancient family, and my master is the most powerful wizard in the world. There is little we cannot obtain. Just state your demands," the vampire grunted. "I do want something from you, and what I want is very simple. I want to know everything about your master." "And I want the truth," Harry said. Rabastan was not expecting that demand. "You want to know about my master?" He grew more cautious. "Yes, I want to know everything. Everything he did after leaving England, everything he's done since coming back, and what he plans to do now. Tell me everything you know about Voldemort." Rabastan's eyes widened in shock. "You know," 3 hours later, Snape was sitting on a couch with his eyes closed while the headmaster reclined back in his chair. Suddenly, a loud cracking noise filled the room, startling both men. A large black mass appeared in the middle of the office. "What is that?" Snape nearly fell off the couch, pointing his wand at it. His mind was racing, trying to comprehend what he was seeing. "Calm down, Severus." Dumbledore hurried to halt him. He then observed the dark mass with tired eyes. "Harry has finally returned." "That is Potter." Snape stared in shock as the black mass began to take human form. The pitch-black material moved in an unnatural way, as if swayed by a non-existent wind within the office. Its composition was puzzling, shifting somewhere between solid and liquid. The unsettling sight even gave Snape goosebumps, a rare occurrence for him. As the material receded, Harry's face emerged. He was not alone. In his left hand, Harry was holding someone. When the black mass finally disappeared, they could clearly see who it was. Karkaroff. Dumbledore noted, staring at the former Durmstrang headmaster. He hadn't needed to ask about Karkaroff's location anymore. Harry dropped the body and walked to the table, placing a broken gold necklace and a ring upon it. "This is..." Dumbledore recognized the symbol engraved on the pieces, the Lestrange family crest. "I take it their owner didn't make it." "You killed Rabastan?" Snape exclaimed. Harry gave the potions professor a tired look. "Did you think I'd just let that vampire go? Or hand him over to authorities that are by now mostly Dark Lord supporters? Of course, I killed him, but not before getting something useful." Realizing Harry was right, Snape said nothing further. "I hope all of this was worth it," Dumbledore murmured. Harry sat down. "Could you ask the house elves for some coffee? I don't think any of us will be sleeping tonight. We have a lot to discuss." A knock on the door echoed through the room. "Come in," a cold voice answered. Snape opened the door, feeling like he was stepping into a den of snakes. The room was barely lit, with 2 candles doing most of the work. Professor Rookwood was seated at a round table, staring directly at Snape. But this wasn't the Rookwood he had become accustomed to over the past 3 months. That man was taciturn, barely spoke a word, and often looked distracted, as if his mind was elsewhere, or not there at all. This version of Rookwood was entirely different. His eyes gleamed a bright red, and his expression and mannerisms were as intimidating as Snape remembered from years past. Snape still had nightmares from that era, and now he had to face it again. He hoped it wouldn't last long. Venturing further into the office, he closed the door behind him. "I was surprised by your note. You said some interesting things in it. I wonder what was that about?" Rookwood mentions, "Greetings." "My lord," Snape said, injecting as much respect into his voice as he could muster. "So you do know who I am?" Rookwood's face twisted in anger. "And you dare send me a mere written message, requesting a meeting with me? You traitor!" He slammed his hand on the table, the force of the impact cracking the wood. "My lord, I was merely serving you in a different way," Snape said, having rehearsed the many ways this conversation might unfold. "So the rumors about you abandoning our cause and removing the Dark Mark were all lies?" Rookwood asked, his tone dark. Snape was prepared for this. He revealed the intact brand on his right arm. "As you can see, my lord, it is still there, just where you put it all those years ago." Rookwood frowned. "HMPH, Even if you still bear it, it doesn't excuse your lack of communication all this time. How am I supposed to interpret that? My lord, you tried to keep your return secret. I only found out because the headmaster trusts me, Snape replied, hoping this excuse would suffice. Voldemort had yet to make his presence public, so Snape had no choice but to feign ignorance. If that's true, then you're a lot more incompetent than I remember, Rookwood sneered. So tell me, Severus, are you a traitor or a fool? Because those seem to be the only two options. My lord, I've spent the last decade earning the respect and trust of your enemies. Allow me to serve you once more. Why should I believe anything you say? Rookwood replied. You claim to have spent years winning over my enemies, yet you bring me nothing but empty words. The only thing I believe is that you're afraid of the consequences of your betrayal. Rookwood leaned forward, his piercing red eyes gleaming even brighter. And you also wish me to believe it's a mere coincidence that this meeting occurs just days after Karkaroff's disappearance. You're correct, my lord. It's no coincidence. But I do have something to show you. Snape reached into his robes and pulled out several items. Rookwood's attention sharpened as Snape placed a gold necklace and a family ring on the table. He immediately recognized the ring. Rabastan, this belongs to Rabastan. His red eyes met Snape's. I hope you have a good explanation for this. Snape recounted a carefully prepared story, ensuring to tell mostly the truth and only altering details where absolutely necessary. The Dark Lord had always been skilled at detecting lies, so Snape minimized the risks, even though he was technically only speaking to a puppet being controlled from afar and not the real man. You say Dumbledore found him in the dark forest and killed him. The Dumbledore I remember wouldn't kill so easily, Rookwood questioned, clearly skeptical. I can only tell you what I heard from him, but I don't think he intended to kill Rabastan. It seems he had no other choice, Snape replied. But why didn't he escape? Rookwood pondered. Rabastan hadn't even crossed the wards, and he had a portkey for escape. What about the other vampires who accompanied him? They were caught by the centaurs protecting the forest. They showed no mercy. My vampires killed by those beasts? Ridiculous, Rookwood snapped. It's true, my lord. Look, I brought you something else. Something I believe you wanted. Snape pulled out a small bag. At first the bag seemed small, but it continued to grow until it was about the size of a person. You brought me a corpse. Rookwood had no doubt what was inside the bag. The shape was unmistakable. Snape said nothing and simply opened it. Karkaroff, Rookwood recognized the man on the floor. He looked remarkably fresh, indicating some preservation spell had been used on him. Why would I have any interest in the corpse of a traitor? I was told Rabastan put great effort into taking this body with him. I wouldn't presume to guess at my lord's plans, but it seemed of some importance, so I went through the trouble of securing it for you. Snape replied. I did have plans for him. Rookwood glanced at Karkaroff. But now it's too late for that. It was likely Karkaroff had already been declared dead, making him useless as a puppet. This will make taking over Durmstrang a bit more difficult, but is not like that would stop him. I see, I did something unnecessary then. Snape looked at the corpse. Shall I dispose of it? No, leave it. It may still serve some minor purpose. Rookwood smiled, a smile so sinister it sent chills down Snape's spine. He didn't want to imagine what dark uses Voldemort might have for Karkaroff's remains. Rookwood seemed to be considering something. His eyes went to pieces of jewelry that used to belong to Rabastan. Those must have also been difficult to obtain. He could not imagine that Dumbledore would just leave them lying around. It was, Snape answered. I see. Rookwood became silent after that. Snape waited patiently. He knew his old master's habit of pondering in silence and that any interruption could lead to unpleasant consequences. Severus, Rookwood's red eyes locked onto the potion's professor. Yes, my lord. North of London, in the countryside, there is a small village called Little Hangleton. On the outskirts of that village, there's a cemetery. Be there tomorrow at midnight. Then we can discuss your loyalty in person. Rookwood noticed Snape's hesitation. Unless, of course, everything you've told me tonight is nothing but lies. In that case, no, my lord, Snape said quickly. I'll be there, I swear. Rookwood nodded and waved his hand dismissively. You may go now. I have other matters to attend to. It was a cool, moonless night when Snape arrived at the appointed location. He looked around but couldn't see anyone. He knew Harry was hiding nearby, and he could only hope he stayed well hidden, for if he was discovered, his death would likely be anything but swift. Harry had insisted on coming, just in case Voldemort appeared in person, but Snape had no idea what the boy planned to do if that happened. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching. The fact that he only heard them now meant the person was purposely revealing their presence. He turned to face the newcomer, expecting to see a familiar face among the Dark Lord's followers. He never imagined that Voldemort himself would come to meet him. Instead, a young blonde woman he had never seen before emerged from the shadows. However, her pale skin and yellow eyes were enough to tell him what she was. "The Dark Lord sends a vampire to meet me." Snape tried to maintain a tough demeanor. He remembered well the days when showing weakness among Death Eaters could easily lead to death if one was deemed unworthy. "Do you have something against vampires?" the woman asked. "No, I just expected an old acquaintance, that's all," Snape replied. The woman grinned. "The old inner circle, there aren't many of them left. We are the ones who currently hold most of the Dark Lord's trust, so be mindful of what you say." "I'll keep that in mind," Snape replied, trying to appear unbothered. She pulled something from her pocket and tossed it to him. "Catch." Snape caught it and realized it was a small stone sphere. Oh, he felt it activate immediately and had no way to react to it. The vampire chuckled. "Good luck, you'll need it." Snape was whisked away as the portkey activated. Harry watched from afar, thinking he will indeed need luck. This wasn't an entirely unexpected outcome, but it was certainly a risky one. Voldemort was being cautious. Instead of meeting Snape directly, he'd sent a disposable minion to deliver a portkey that would bring Snape straight to him. Now, the only chance Snape had of returning was to truly convince Voldemort of his loyalty. "Let's hope our preparations have been enough," Harry thought. As soon as he felt his feet touch the ground, Snape's body was overwhelmed by an unpleasant sensation that made him dizzy and disoriented. Luckily, there was a cabinet nearby, and he quickly used it to steady himself and avoid a bad fall. This also gave him a moment to regain his bearings and glance around the place where he had arrived. It was a large room, and more specifically, it looked like the living room of a very elegant house. Something about the furniture felt familiar. He had seen those before, but before he could analyze it further, he felt a sudden urge to vomit. Ugh. He only had time to move his head down and let it all go. Snape had never felt so ill after using a portkey, and he had used plenty of them over the years. "It is unpleasant, isn't it?" A melodious female voice spoke from the side. This startled him, as he hadn't even heard anyone enter the living room, so this person must have already been inside, and he had missed it. Snape made an effort to straighten his back and look at the source of the voice. It was an extraordinarily beautiful and exotic woman with olive skin and amber eyes, looking at him with an innocent smile. "It will soon pass. What you're feeling is just your body adjusting to the blood wards." "Blood wards?" Snape managed to say. He shouldn't have been that surprised by this, considering who he was visiting. But blood wards were one of the few home defenses that were illegal to use in all Britain territory, so you would rarely see wizard families being bold enough to use them anymore. "Yes, our lord wanted the place secured completely. You see, this house has been breached in the past, and its previous owner was murdered," the woman commented. Snape glanced down at the cabinet he had been using for support. A family symbol was engraved on its surface. "Malfoy, this is Malfoy Manor." He now realized why the furniture had felt so familiar. He had been here many times in the past, though this living room seemed to have undergone some remodeling. The familiar pieces of furniture were all out of place. "Correct. This used to be Malfoy Manor, but now it's our Lord's house. One of many." Snape was feeling a bit better now and took a good look at the woman before him. He recognized her, of course. This beauty was infamous across magical Britain. Because of the wealth she had amassed following the deaths of her many husbands, people called her the Black Widow. "Trisha Zabini, you've been missing for months, along with your son. There were rumors that you'd left the country and gone to France." She offered him a sweet smile that would put most men on their knees. "I appreciate the concern, but my son and I are perfectly fine. We've just been keeping a low profile so we can serve our Lord better." Snape had to admit her act was convincing. But behind that charming smile was an unmistakable fear. She couldn't hide it from her eyes. He sighed in relief as he regained his strength. Though still a bit dizzy, he no longer feared collapsing. "I see you're feeling better. Then we should get moving. The Dark Lord is eager to see you in person," Trisha said. Snape felt goosebumps at the thought of facing that man directly. This was going to be far more terrifying than speaking with one of his flesh puppets. "Why did I let that damn boy convince me to do this?" Snape lamented. But Potter had been persuasive. He made him understand that as long as Voldemort lived, Snape would never be free, and if that monster won the war, there would be nowhere in Britain for him to hide. By taking this risk, he hoped he might bring the Dark Lord one step closer to his downfall. At least, that's what he wanted to believe. Then let's not keep the Dark Lord waiting any longer. Snape glimpsed at the stains he'd left on the polished wooden floor and wondered if he should clean them up before leaving. After all, this was Voldemort's house. Trisha noticed his look. Don't worry about it. We have many servants here. They'll clean it up. She turned and began walking out of the small dining room. Snape wasted no time following her. He knew just how precarious his situation was. One misstep, and the Dark Lord could kill him without warning. Being familiar with the manor, he could guess their destination after only a short walk. The main hall was just 2 turns away. Since he was being taken to the largest room in the house, this would likely not be a private meeting as he'd initially expected. He spotted the large double doors, and as he anticipated, Trisha walked directly toward them. What he hadn't expected was to see 2 familiar faces standing on each side of the door, waiting for him. It was none other than Draco Malfoy and his mother, Narcissa. The former lady of the manor lifted her gaze to look at him with what appeared to be a genuine smile. Severus, it's been so long. In his eyes, she looked as beautiful as he remembered, with her long platinum hair and piercing blue eyes, yet she seemed incredibly sad. Draco, however, was very different than he remembered. His once blue eyes were now a bright, unnatural yellow. His cruel smirk revealed a pair of sharp fangs. The boy was no longer hiding his dark nature, not that he had ever been good at it. So, you dare to come here, Professor? Draco sneered at Snape. Snape would like to say he was surprised to see that his godson had become a vampire, but knowing the boy's personality, he wasn't. What's wrong, Professor? Don't be scared, I won't bite you, Draco chuckled. Snape chose to remain silent. Draco likely thought he was more intimidating than he actually was. Draco, that's enough. Severus has always been a family friend, Narcissa told him. You shut up, I have another family now, a better one, Draco huffed. He was still angry with his mother for refusing the dark gift and choosing to remain a useless human. Master Draco, we mustn't delay this meeting. The Lord must not be kept waiting, Trisha reminded him politely, as the young vampire had proven to have a short temper much like his aunt. Right, then what are you waiting for? Open the doors. Draco calmed down. Even he knew better than to keep the Dark Lord waiting. Trisha opened the doors without hesitation and then moved to the side, allowing Snape to walk in. Oh, he had expected to see others inside the hall, but there were far more than he'd imagined. On each side of the hall stood dozens of individuals watching him. Not only humans, but vampires and even giants were present. They were all standing there, waiting for something. Between them was a long red carpet that led to a throne at the end. On this throne, a large figure covered in a black tunic was resting comfortably. The figure, who could only be Lord Voldemort, raised one hand. Everyone inside the hall immediately knelt down, even the giants. Snape noted that behind him, Draco, Narcissa, and Trisha Zabini were also kneeling. He was the only one left standing and felt increasingly worried by the situation. Should I kneel too? Snape wondered. But he decided that he had to first address the person in question. My lord, come closer. The voice of the Dark Lord seemed to pierce through everything else. But the first thing Snape noticed was that he sounded very different. It had been over 10 years, but he would never forget Voldemort's voice. The Dark Lord had always been intimidating, but his voice had been sweet and charming even when he was threatening. It created a contrast that one would never forget. But now it was deep and husky, and there was something inhuman about it. As Snape got closer, he glanced to the sides, scanning the crowd. He recognized a few of the men kneeling. Near the end, he saw the Carrow twins, Macnair Yaxley, and even the inseparable duo of Crabbe and Goyle SR. These had all been loyal Death Eaters in the past, but none of those used to be part of the inner circle. Close to the throne, he spotted a pudgy, ugly man he was very familiar with. Peter Pettigrew is still alive. Snape was surprised to see him here. Everyone had assumed he was dead. He was responsible for the deaths of many members of the Old Order of the Phoenix near the end of the last war, including Sirius Black and the Longbottom family. A man and a woman stood on either side of the Dark Lord's throne. When Snape was close enough, they were the only ones who stood to look at him. Rodolphus and Bellatrix Lestrange looked even younger than the last time he had seen them, well over a decade ago. Did they all become vampires too? Snape immediately recognized what they were, with their pale skin and yellow eyes. Bellatrix was grinning at him, but it was hard to tell what she was thinking. Rodolphus, on the other hand, didn't bother to hide his anger, not even a bit. He had always been an emotional man, and it appeared becoming undead hadn't changed that. Snape stopped a good distance away from the throne and glanced at the Lord. It was impossible to see his face under the black hood, likely due to a powerful concealment spell. The only thing he could clearly see was a pair of bright red eyes. "Severus Snape," Voldemort finally spoke. "My lord," Snape did his best to show respect with a polite bow. "You've taken your time returning to my side." "My lord, I was Merrill. I know what you were doing," Voldemort interrupted. "I haven't forgotten the conversation with my puppet, nor have I forgotten your excuses." He gestured with his hand, and everyone in the hall stood up at the same time. "Tonight, I've gathered my inner circle to help me decide your fate," the Dark Lord spoke. Voldemort lifted his hand from the throne, this time moving it forward, as if reaching for something. Snape watched in horror as a skeletal hand emerged from Voldemort's robes. A large wooden staff materialized into existence, and he gripped it firmly. Voldemort's red eyes turned to Snape, followed by a loud chuckle. Surprised, a few laughs filled the hall briefly before silence returned. "Yes, my lord," Snape said, trying his best to stay calm. "I suppose it's to be expected. It has been a long time since you last saw me, and I've changed a bit." His left hand moved to the top of his hood, and he began to pull it back. "I'll allow you to see me then." Snape had to cover his mouth to keep from screaming when he saw the Dark Lord's face, because he had none. His current head was devoid of skin or muscles. It was a pearly white skull, though it didn't even look like a human skull. It had pointed protrusions everywhere, and at the top, they seemed to form something resembling a crown. His red eyes grew brighter as he leaned closer. "Tell me, Severus, what do you think of the new me?" Snape remained silent, frozen by shock. He'd seen many things since entering the magical world, but nothing like this. He knew that Voldemort had dabbled in necromancy, the most taboo branch of magic, even more forbidden than blood magic. But it seemed the Dark Lord had done more than just experiment with it. He had transformed himself into an undead. Snape wasn't sure how Voldemort had achieved this, but he knew he had to find something positive to say. It's magnificent, my lord," he managed to murmur. "Magnificent, is it?" Voldemort leaned back in his golden throne. Snape couldn't detect any reaction from him. His skeletal face revealed nothing. "Of course you're magnificent, my lord." Bellatrix seized the chance to join in, her eyes wide with reverence as she stared at her Dark Lord. "You are the most magnificent being in the entire world, the most regal and powerful, and the most handsome th." "Enough, Bella," Voldemort interrupted, cutting her off before she could continue. If he let her go on, she might have launched herself at him. He couldn't allow that. He was trying to intimidate Severus into submission. "My apologies, my lord, I spoke out of turn." Bellatrix quickly retreated, bowing her head in shame. "My lord, you're not seriously considering taking him back, are you?" Rodolphus exclaimed, pointing accusingly at Snape. "There's no way he wasn't involved in my brother's death. Please, give me permission to rip his head off." Voldemort's gaze turned cold as he looked at Rodolphus. "Are you telling me what to do?" Rodolphus's demeanor shifted instantly, his anger replaced by fear. "No, my lord." He quickly dropped to his knees. I only want justice for my brother." "And you think I don't?" Voldemort's red eyes narrowed as he spoke. "Rabastan was one of my most loyal followers, and you know how much I value loyalty. If I thought Severus had anything to do with that unfortunate matter, I'd personally rip his head off." Voldemort turned his gaze to Snape, who felt his blood run cold. "But he knows who did it, don't you, Severus?" Voldemort asked. Snape nodded. "Yes, my lord, it was Albus Dumbledore, with the help of some centaurs." "Dumbledore?" Rodolphus muttered. "Centaurs? Those inbred horses dared to kill one of us?" Bellatrix huffed. "Why don't you tell us the whole story, Severus?" Voldemort ordered. Snape recited the story they had prepared. Dumbledore had placed every protection he could think of in Snape's mind, fully aware that Voldemort was a master of mental arts. They had even removed some of Snape's memories, storing them in containers hidden in the headmaster's office. As Snape spoke, he felt Voldemort probing his mind. He held the Dark Lord's gaze, knowing that looking away would appear suspicious. He had to trust that the preparations were enough. When Snape finished recounting Rabastan's demise, anger filled the hall. "How dare they? I want to burn that forest down." Voldemort said nothing at first, allowing his followers to vent while keeping his eyes on Snape, as if weighing his words. This was the first major defeat their side had suffered since they'd returned to Britain. "That's enough," Voldemort eventually said. He didn't need to raise his voice. That much was sufficient to hush them. Silence fell over the hall. "Do not forget that this is a war. No matter how much we prepare, some losses are inevitable. We knew this from the beginning, and I'm afraid that Rabastan will not be the last." Voldemort's tone was steady. "My lord, I'm more than willing to die for you," Bellatrix hurried to say. You already did, Snape thought but held his tongue. As vampires, she and her husband could no longer be counted among the living. Now, one of the biggest obstacles left in this country is going to be to take over Hogwarts. The castle was designed as an impenetrable fortress when all defenses are activated, and Albus Dumbledore is there. We already had a plan to address that obstacle, but Voldemort's red eyes swept the room before landing on Snape once more. I believe you mentioned that you had a way to end this in a more expedited manner. Is that true? It is, my lord. If you allow me, I believe I can help you end Dumbledore's life within a month, leaving the castle free for the taking, Snape said. Is that so? Then I wish to hear all the details, Voldemort demanded. Snape explained how he had developed an untraceable poison that he could slip to Dumbledore. It would gradually weaken him until he'd be completely unable to use magic. At that point, the greatest wizard the world had ever known would be as defenseless as a muggle. After their discussion, Voldemort handed Snape a one-time-use portkey that would take him outside, allowing him to leave. Do you really trust him, my lord? Rodolphus asked once they were alone. Voldemort chuckled. Of course not. Severus is like a venomous snake. You don't get too close. Then why let him leave? Why not just kill him? This could be one of Dumbledore's schemes, Bellatrix pointed out. Voldemort nodded. It could be. And if it is, then I'll give him the ending he deserves. But there's a chance he's telling part of the truth, and if so, I'd be a fool not to take the opportunity. There's little risk, just 2 puppets at the castle and little more. A direct assault on Hogwarts would lead to heavy losses. Eliminating the headmaster in this way would make the conquest much simpler. I knew it. My lord is merciful, Bellatrix gushed. He takes this risk because he cares about us. Bella, control yourself, Rodolphus scoffed. Voldemort tapped his bony hand on her head, and she looked blissful. Of course, I care for my followers, I always have. As long as they were useful to him, at least. You revealed your true appearance to him. What if he tells the old headmaster? Rodolphus asked. There's nothing they can do with that information, Voldemort said, waving his skeletal hand in front of him. They don't know what I truly am, and if they did, they'd only be able to scream in despair. Voldemort's red eyes gleamed with malevolence. For I am the god of death. December 31. Usually Hogwarts was quiet on New Year's Eve, with most students at home celebrating with their families. This year, things were different. Because of the Tri-Wizard tournament, many foreign students were staying at the castle, along with local students who wanted to participate in the holiday events. First, there had been the Yule Ball on the 25th, and tonight, the professors had organized a New Year's Eve party. Although simpler and without ministry personnel, it was enough to keep nearly half the student body at Hogwarts for the entire break. The mood at breakfast was buzzing with excitement as students discussed their plans for the night. Can't they stop kissing at least until after breakfast? Seamus groaned, moving away from a couple before dropping down beside Harry. At least Ron isn't here to see this. The boy was grateful for that. He had not taken well to the news of the official new couple being formed and felt like he was being pushed away. Harry lifted his eyes from his plate and glanced to his left. His sister Lyra wasn't being particularly subtle in her public display of affection with her new boyfriend Neville, and they had gotten worse after Ginny left to spend the rest of the break with her family. They haven't stopped since the Yule Ball, Lavender observed with a smirk. They could at least go somewhere else. This isn't the place for that, Hermione added with a deep frown. I'm surprised Professor Umbridge hasn't said anything. Isn't this a blatant breach of her rules? Parvati noted. Professor Umbridge hasn't been the same since she came back from the hospital, Hermione remarked, and she knew that was an understatement. Umbridge's attitude had completely changed, and she always looked absent and quiet. Mate, how can you let your sister do that? Seamus nudged Harry. Harry sighed. What was he supposed to do? It's not like he enjoyed watching them, but Lyra was old enough to make her own choices, and telling her to stay away from the boy would only drive her further onto his side. Besides, Neville wasn't a bad influence. If anything, Lyra was a bad influence on him. That's enough, you two. Finally, Professor McGonagall approached the couple. I know you're all on break, but the Great Hall is hardly the place for that kind of behavior. Lyra and Neville quickly apologized and left the hall together. Surely to continue somewhere else. Ginny, Ron, and the twins were all absent, having returned home for the holidays. From what he'd heard, Ginny hadn't even attended the Yule Ball. Harry couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. His eyes drifted to the Slytherin table. Somehow, Daphne must have noticed his gaze as she glanced back with a slight smile. She had stayed at Hogwarts over the break to spend more time with him while her sister had returned home. Her friend Tracy was also still at the castle, but mostly because her new boyfriend was staying as well. "So, Harry, what about you?" He heard someone speaking to him and turned his head. Hermione, Lavender, and Parvati were all looking at him with interest. "Sorry, I wasn't following the conversation. What about me?" he asked. "We were talking about tonight's ball," Hermione explained. "Yes, and we were wondering if you had any plans," Lavender added, "since you missed the Yule ball." Parvati chimed in, "Don't think that we didn't notice." "Oh, that I haven't thought about it. You know, a lot of girls would have been happy to go with you. My sister Padma has had a crush on you since at least the second year," Parvati said. "We even heard a rumor that the French champion asked you to the ball. Was that true?" Lavender asked. "You shouldn't believe everything you hear," Harry decided to say. "There was no need to talk about that." "Well, I know that." Lavender was, after all, the source of most of those rumors. "I knew it wasn't true. That one sounded particularly crazy," Parvati chuckled. "She is easily the most popular girl this year." "So you're not going to attend?" Hermione asked. "No, I don't think so," Harry replied. "That's too bad. But if you change your mind and need a date, let me know. My sister would go with you," Parvati offered. "Isn't Padma already going with Michael Corner?" Lavender asked. Parvati dismissed the question with a wave. "She'd drop him in a second to go with Harry, I'm sure of it." Harry finished his meal and walked out of the great hall alone. He didn't plan on attending the ball, but he did have other plans. Another wooden target dummy exploded into pieces. Harry had lost count of how many he'd destroyed tonight, but he didn't feel tired at all. The room of requirement could easily regenerate them, so he continued. Least until he sensed someone standing outside. He made the door appear and soon it opened. Daphne entered, wearing her usual robes and looking at him with a serious expression. "I know you told me to come here in my normal robes, but please tell me that tonight's plan isn't just blowing up dummies." Harry looked back at her. "You could have a bit more confidence. Of course, I have prepared something." He used a cleaning spell on himself and made the target dummies go away. "Now let's see." While most of the castle inhabitants were having fun, the headmaster and Snape were having a serious conversation in his office. All of a sudden, Snape clutched his arm, looking as if he were in intense pain. "Severus, what is it?" Dumbledore asked. Snape gasped for breath. He had hoped to never feel this unpleasant sensation again. I've been called." The portkey they'd left with him could only be activated from the other side when his presence was explicitly required. Snape didn't even know where it pointed to. After reappearing, the professor regained his composure and looked around. It was the same cemetery where he'd been called last time. "It seems he doesn't trust me with a portkey that leads directly to the house," Snape thought. Voldemort had always been cautious, and it appeared that becoming even more monstrous had done nothing to change that. Hearing footsteps, he assumed it was another of the Dark Lord's minions sent to fetch him. "Well, who do we have here?" A middle-aged woman with a cruel smile appeared from behind a large tombstone and began to approach him. "Alecto," Snape muttered. This was one of the infamous Carrow twins and one of the few women who he feared. She has also been the talk of the public very recently, so it was easy to recognize her. This is the one who took over Dumbledore's position as Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. He hadn't seen her during his last visit. Then again, there had been so many people that it was easy to miss someone, and his attention had been somewhere else on that day. Two more figures stepped into the open area, becoming visible in the moonlight. Unsurprisingly, Amicus Carrow was also present. The twins were inseparable. "Severus, how have you been?" The lanky man with long black hair and an unkempt beard sneered. Amicus usually had a jovial attitude that was completely opposite to his sister's no-nonsense one. "I'm fine." Snape replied he never liked this man, always making light of every situation. Instead, he focused his eyes on the last person, who was no other than his godson, but Draco Malfoy barely acknowledged him, seeming preoccupied with something else. "Don't mind him," Amicus said with a smirk. "He's just nervous about tonight's hunt." Snape's eyes widened slightly. "Hunt? Hey, I'm not nervous," Draco retorted, feeling obviously offended by the comment. "You weren't even told the reason for this meeting? Seems like you've really fallen out of the Dark Lord's favor," Alecto said with a somber tone. Amicus was about to add something when the ground shook violently. Snape looked up as something massive blocked the faint light, casting a huge shadow. The giant, who must have been lying behind the graves, had somehow gone unnoticed until he stood up. He let out a loud grunt, sounding displeased. Even by giant standards, this one was particularly tall. "What's wrong, Grunt? Did we wake you from your nap?" Amicus chuckled. "Don't mind him, Severus, he's always a bit grumpy." Snape did his best to appear impassive. "Tell me about this hunt." "Oh, don't be in such a hurry. You'll find out soon enough. The rest should be arriving any moment, Amicus replied. As if on cue, they began hearing sounds of apparition and portkeys activating. Within moments, a large group of Death Eaters assembled in the old graveyard. But there was no sign of the Dark Lord. All right, seems like we're all here. Bellatrix took charge and nobody objected. Snape didn't know much about her relationship with her husband, but considering that he stood silently at her side, it was obvious who held the higher rank. The night is young, so let's not waste it. You know your targets and what you're to do, Bellatrix commanded. I expect each of you to report back to me before dawn. Give them the ultimatum, and if they refuse, show no mercy. Snape remained puzzled, having been given no explanation of the night's objective. Are we raiding Muggles, or is this something else? This seemed like an odd time for a Muggle raid. As far as he knew, there hadn't been a single attack on Muggle territory since the Dark Lord's return. Severus, come here. Bellatrix waved him over. While the others prepared to depart, she was left mostly alone, with only an older wizard, Corbin Yaxley, by her side. Pulled something small from her pocket and handed it to him. I assume you didn't bring a broom so you can use this one. Snape looked down and saw a tiny broom. We're flying? He asked. Yaxley had already removed the shrinking spell on his broom and Bellatrix was doing the same. Yes, and you're coming with me. Her yellow eyes gleamed under the moonlight. Listen, Severus, you're on thin ice right now, and I'm sure you're aware of that. Tonight I'll be watching your performance. So that's what this is. Snape realized this was likely a test of his loyalty. If he showed even a hint of hesitation, he'd likely be eliminated. That would explain why Bellatrix was with him. She seemed to be the Dark Lord's most trusted and perhaps his most powerful follower. Snape watched as the other groups mounted their brooms and took off toward, somewhere, the homes of some unfortunate people, no doubt. He glanced toward the Carrow twins, curious about the giant's mode of transport. To his surprise, the giant clasped his iron bracelets together, shrinking from a towering colossus to something resembling a very tall, very ugly human. He was still unable to fly on a broom, but at this size, he could ride as a passenger on Amicus's latest model comet broom. Let's go, Bellatrix said coldly. She was always like this when her beloved Dark Lord was absent. Snape mounted his broom and followed her without delay. His stomach churned, and he felt nauseated. Tonight, there was a very real chance he would have to kill someone. They flew for almost an hour, passing over several Muggle towns, but Bellatrix didn't so much as glance in their direction. Their objective was clearly someone specific. Eventually, Bellatrix stopped mid-air, and Snape halted beside her, hovering while looking down at the landscape below. A large grassy clearing stretched out beneath them, with a stone path leading to a single, expansive house. Even from this altitude and in the night's shadows, the house's size was obvious. Who lives in there? Snape asked. Our target, was all she said before beginning to descend. Yaxley found Snape's predicament amusing, chuckling loudly, but didn't give any explanation either. Snape could only hope the old man broke his hip during the landing. The wards shouldn't be too strong. This family has been in decline for several generations, Bellatrix noted. The last lord of the house dared to marry a half-blood with no standing, disgusting, and not much different from choosing a mudblood. What a way to spit on your ancestors, Yaxley sneered. Then it dawned on Snape. This was not a Muggle household. They had come to attack a wizarding family, one that the Dark Lord had some disagreement with, no doubt about that. Which family lives here? Do I not deserve to know at least that much? Snape dared to ask, needing the answer. Was it someone from the Order, or maybe a Wisengamot member who had displeased their lord? Blood traitors, Yaxley answered with a sneer. This family used to follow the old customs, Bellatrix added, but in the last generation they've begun to change their ways, and despite being a pure-blood family, they've chosen to remain neutral and ignore our Lord's invitation. Tonight, they'll have their last chance to correct things, or they will perish. Who? Snape insisted. Bellatrix glanced at Yaxley. Ava's family, Yaxley answered, certain Bellatrix had already forgotten their name. Davis, Snape echoed. Tracy Davis, one of his Slytherin students, a girl from 4th year. This is her family, he thought with dread. There was nothing he could do to save them from what was coming. Any rebellion tonight could result in his immediate death. Can you breach the wards? Bellatrix asked Yaxley. Sure, but it may take a bit of time. My skills aren't what they used to be, the old man said. Have time? Bellatrix spoke calmly as she looked toward the house, a glint of anticipation in her eyes. We have time, she repeated. Is everything okay? You've barely touched your dinner, Harry noted. Since they couldn't be seen together at the Yule Ball, he and Daphne had chosen to spend a relaxing evening in the Room of Requirement. I'm just not very hungry. Daphne poked at a chicken thigh with her fork. Darby will be disappointed. He put a lot of effort into this meal, Harry teased. Wait. She looked up at him with concern while almost dropping her fork. Darby made this, Harry chuckled. No, I was joking. Darby's enthusiastic about cooking, but his sense of taste when it comes to human food is questionable at best. Oh, thank Merlin. She shuddered, remembering the one time she had tried Darby's cooking. So what's wrong then? If you don't want to stay here all night, we can go out. There's still an hour left before midnight. We could get changed and... He trailed off, not particularly keen on going out but not wanting to ruin her night either. Daphne smiled, appreciating his thoughtfulness. Thanks, but it's not that, it's just, I don't know how to explain it. Try, Harry suggested. Daphne thought for a moment. It's like this feeling, a sense that something terrible is going to happen. Like a premonition. I didn't know you had a gift for divination, Harry said, smiling. I don't, and divination is no longer a thing, remember. They removed the classes from everywhere. They said that the entire branch of magic was dead. Yes, Professor Silverbell believes it might be due to the fractures in the walls between alternate realities, making it impossible to predict any future outcome. Harry didn't fully understand divination, other than it had nearly ruined his previous life. But the timing seemed too coincidental. Prophecies going dark, seers losing their sight, just right when the convergences began happening. Perhaps diviners hadn't been seeing the future at all, but glimpsing into alternate realities. Possible futures that might still come to pass, depending on certain choices, and now that the worlds were no longer connected, they had all gone blind. Well, I doubt it's that, I think it's... Wait, Daphne's face went pale and she nearly jumped from her chair. What's wrong? Harry's expression grew serious. Daphne wasn't one for overreactions, so whatever it was serious. I think someone's trying to break into my house, Daphne exclaimed. Are you connected to your wards? Harry asked, surprised. He thought only her father could monitor them. Daphne shook her head. I'm not, but at the end of the summer I set up a basic blood guard perimeter around my house. It doesn't offer real protection, but it does alert me if it's breached, and it just triggered. She looked at him, her expression deeply worried. Harry immediately stood up, walked to one side of the room and opened a black portal. He reached inside, and pieces of enchanted jewelry flew out, arranging themselves on his body. His goblin steel staff hovered by his side, and his black robes layered themselves under an even darker fabric. Harry, Storia's there too, Daphne said, her voice tinged with fear. Let's go take a look. If anyone's trying to harm your family, I'll deal with them, Harry replied. Daphne pulled out her wand, her eyes narrowing. We'll deal with them, she corrected. It is done. A cruel grin appeared on Yaxley's face as he said that. Bellatrix took a small metallic object shaped like a pyramid and placed it on the ground. What is that? Snape asked, trying to avoid thinking about what they were going to do next. This is something our Lord prepared for us. She pressed her index finger against the tip of the pyramid. It was sharp enough to pierce her skin, and a few drops of her blood fell onto its metallic surface. The runes carved into the artifact began to shine with an eerie red light. Moments later, a wave of magic emerged from the pyramid and washed over them. Snape felt an immediate change in his surroundings. There was an added pressure that hadn't been there before. He glanced back at the small object. Wasn't well versed in runes to immediately identify the effects of a complex artifact like that, but given the current situation, something came to mind. Is that an anti-apparition ward? He finally asked. It's a portable blood ward created by the Dark Lord, Yaxley explained. It blocks any teleportation inside and outside the area. Apparition portkeys, nothing works. Not even for us? Snape asked. It seemed like a flaw, but he didn't want to say it. Yaxley nodded. Small price to pay for something this potent, but it can quickly be deactivated by its user. It also works with blood, so even non-wizards can use it, as long as they have some magic in them. Bellatrix smiled. The Dark Lord made these especially for us vampires. He is so thoughtful. Snape wanted to vomit again, seeing Bellatrix acting all sweet while she talked about that monster. Thankfully, he was a master of mental arts and could keep his expression impassive. Now it's all ready. Let's go hunt. Bellatrix licked her lips with anticipation. Wait, aren't we supposed to offer them one last chance to join our side? If Snape understood the assignment correctly, that was the point of today's mission. There were still several pure-blood families who had chosen to remain neutral, not siding against the Dark Lord or with him. I mean, they may not even know the Dark Lord is back, Snape added. It wasn't common knowledge. Even in the Ministry, many still believed that Minister Parkinson remained in charge of the country. Only a few knew that the man was already dead, and what remained was nothing more than a literal puppet. Bellatrix's eyes sharpened as she turned to him. The blood traitors will have their chance to beg for mercy, but first, I'll have my fun. As she said this, she rushed toward the house, moving at an inhuman speed. Snape was taken off guard. They hadn't made any sort of plan. Leave it. Yaxley brushed it off. She always does these things herself. I was only brought along to help breach the wards. I'm too old for hunts anyway. While Snape was about to wonder about his role in all of this, they began to hear screams coming from inside the house. She works quickly, Yaxley chuckled. Isn't she going to kill them? Snape asked. Yaxley shook his head. She has a lot of control over her bloodlust, much more than any other vampire of her age. She's also much stronger than the others. You could say Bellatrix always had a gift for the dark arts. At that moment, they saw someone being thrown out of a window. We should get closer, though. Make sure they don't do anything stupid, Yaxley said. As they approached, they found that the person on the ground was an old man covered in blood. Ugh, the old man grunted and coughed a few times before he tried to stand. You may want to stay there for a bit, old-timer, Yaxley advised him. Who? The old man turned with difficulty to look at them. You. His eyes moved over Yaxley and then to Snape. You're the potions professor of Hogwarts, and you don't recognize me? I should feel offended, Yaxley said. I do recognize you too. You're one of the bastards who escaped from Azkaban. What are you doing in my house? I didn't escape, I was let go. And, Yaxley pointed behind the old man. The wall was hit with tremendous force and exploded into pieces. As the dust settled, they saw Bellatrix walking out, holding two people in her hands. It was a man and a woman, both around their late 30s, dressed in elegant clothes. Although now they were in rough shape, with torn clothes and injuries all over, she threw them next to the old man. Graham, what have they done to you? The old man exclaimed as he examined one of them. Father, the younger man managed to sit up. Margaret, he quickly went to check on his wife. She grunted in pain and opened her eyes. She was alive but badly injured. I'm assuming this is the current Lord of House Davis and his mudblood wife, yes? Yaxley asked. Don't call my wife that, Lord Davis exclaimed. Why are you attacking my family? We'll explain, but first, Bellatrix glanced at Snape. Severus, kill the old man. What? Snape was surprised by the sudden request. Wait, why? Lord Davis demanded. I know who you are, the old man looked at Bellatrix. And I know who you serve, that pretender who called himself Dark Lord and was defeated by a baby. Bella frowned. What did you say about my lord? Father, shut up, please, Lord Davis begged, but it was too late. The old man was truly enraged. Is that why you came here? You want my family to join that loser? The Davises have always remained neutral. We will never serve that piece of S. Snap. Bellatrix moved like lightning. In an instant, she was behind the old man, picked him up with one hand, and snapped his neck with ease. No one talks about my lord like that, Bellatrix said coldly. Father, Lord Davis screamed. Tusk, Bella became annoyed. She'd been told to have Snape kill at least one of them as a show of loyalty to their side, but she had gone and done it herself. Severus. She glanced at the woman who was still lying on the ground, barely moving. You're going to kill the mudblood. Where is my house? Daphne looked around furiously. Tusk, something's wrong, Harry said just a second after they appeared. He had aimed his apparition much closer to the house than this, but they were in the middle of a field instead. Wait, this is the stone road that leads home. Daphne followed it with her eyes, but it disappeared after a short distance. Someone must have put a ward around the place, and it's blocking our view. Harry noticed that the image was distorted when looking ahead. It was clear that this was an improvised distraction. Stand back, I'm going to take this down. Harry aimed his staff upward, but in the direction he remembered the house being. Do you know how to remove wards? Daphne asked. I know at least one way. The green stones embedded in his staff began to shine as he channeled his magic through it. Confringo, a loud, fiery explosion blasted against the surface of the wards, momentarily revealing them. Daphne gasped. There really is a foreign protection around my house. This confirmed her fear that someone was attacking her family. I see you now. Harry poured much more power into the next spell, aiming to pierce the protection in one go. Fulguras, lightning emerged from the tip of his staff, forming a concentrated beam of light that shot forward. As the beam collided with the protections, it pierced through, opening a path. Greengrass Manor came into view shortly after. Oh no. Daphne could see fire burning in her house already, and part of it had been destroyed. The entire west wing appeared to be missing. A giant. Harry quickly spotted the culprit, as it was hard to miss. This was the largest giant he had seen in a while, and it appeared to be very busy destroying as much of the house as possible. Wait. Harry had to physically stop Daphne from running toward the house. Let me go, Harry. I have to find my family, Daphne snapped at him. There are 3 people standing by the front gate, and they've already noticed us. If you go there without caution, you may get killed, Harry warned her. His entrance wasn't exactly subtle, so of course they had noticed their arrival. Stay by my side, Harry said as he began to approach. Daphne knew he was right. Rushing into the house carelessly would only cause more problems. Her manor had many more defenses inside, and her father was no pushover. She was sure they were still fine since the attackers hadn't even gotten past the entrance. At the gate of the manor, the Caro twins and Draco, who had been about to walk through the broken entrance, paused when they saw the blood wards being pierced. Are our wards down? Amicus asked. No, that spell only made a hole in the outer layer. It's already regenerating, his sister, Alecto, replied, being a bit more versed in this type of magic. So those 2 intruders are trapped then, Draco said, narrowing his eyes and trying to figure out who the 2 might be. Who goes there? This is a private party, Amicus shouted. Wait, that's Daphne. Why isn't she inside the house? Draco had expected to find her in the manor, not coming from outside. Maybe she left to do something, then felt someone breaking into her family home and came to check, Alecto said. It's not important right now, she's one of the targets. But who is that with her? Harry Potter, what is he doing here? And what's he doing with Daphne? Draco clenched his teeth, anger beginning to boil inside him. That's Draco Malfoy. Daphne finally recognized him as they got closer. His magic fields off. Harry tried to scan the area, searching for any hidden threats. He found none, but he did detect something else. Daphne, I found your family. Where are they? Are they okay? She asked nervously. I can sense their magic inside the house. I have no way to know their condition, only that they're alive, but we have no reason to believe they've been harmed yet. Those 3 were about to enter when we arrived, and the giant is only destroying the house. Daphne felt a massive weight lift from her shoulders, but with some of her worries gone, they were quickly replaced by anger. How dare they? She glared at the 3 individuals by the front gate. How dare they come here to harm my family? Harry continued forward, recognizing the 2 others beside Draco as the Caro twins. 2 adult wizards, a giant, and Draco, this is going to be quick. Grom, get over here, we have guests. Amicus shouted at the giant, who was still holding a piece of the roof and hadn't even noticed Harry and Daphne's arrival, too busy enjoying the destruction. Huh? Grom walked back slowly, glancing at Harry and Daphne. Guests? Daphne? Draco called with a wide grin. Did you miss me? I came all the way here for you. In reality, she was only half the reason he had requested to join this raid. He also had a bone to pick with Lord Greengrass, who had rejected his family's offers of alliance so many times. Draco glanced Daphne up and down. It had been a while since he last saw her, and she had grown even more beautiful. At first, he had been interested only in her family's assets and connections, but seeing her like this now, there was something else he wanted. Malfoy. How dare you attack my family? Daphne spat. Draco laughed. Tonight I'm planning to do more than just get back at your traitorous family. I'm going to make you mine. Did he seriously say that? Daphne asked. Yes, I think he did. How do you want to handle this? Harry replied. I want to do it myself, Daphne said, looking determined. I'll leave Malfoy to you then. I'll manage the others. Be careful if you see a dagger, Harry warned her. He had had a chance to examine the curse on the one he recovered, along with Dumbledore. The curse was as bad as he thought. It had roots in necromancy, attacking the soul directly. While powerful protections could minimize the effects, without proper preparation, it would be a death sentence. The curse was designed to kill by removing the soul almost instantly and leaving the body as an empty shell, something akin to a meat puppet. I know, I'll be careful, Daphne reassured him. While Harry and Daphne were having their private conversation, the others were also deciding their next steps. What about the boy? Alecto Caro asked. They hadn't yet been told exactly what to do with the Potter family, though she was sure they'd all have to die sooner or later. The Potters had openly opposed the Dark Lord after all. Kill him, capture him, I don't care, but Daphne is mine, Draco insisted. Oh ho, good luck with that one. She looks fierce, Amicus taunted. You think I can't handle that witch? Draco huffed. Grom, the giant grumbled. Right, I called you over, Amicus said. Well, since you're already here, why don't you grab that boy? You can play with him or crush him immediately, it's fine in any case. Go have fun. My sister and I should go find the rest of the family. Yes, I'm a bit concerned about what other defenses Lord Greengrass might have hidden. This is a very old family, so don't lower your guard. Alecto added. Amicus shrugged. We've got time, and if things get too difficult, he glanced at Daphne, we'll use the girl for leverage. That'll draw Daddy and Mommy out. Not until I'm done with her, Draco said, impatient. His eyes were fixed on the beautiful blonde girl in front of him. Draco walked forward with determination until he was less than 10 feet away. He could clearly smell her perfume from here. "Daphne," he growled. All he received from her was contempt. Daphne held her wand in her right hand. "There's one thing I want to know from you." Draco raised an eyebrow, not expecting her to make any requests. "Are you ready to give up? Because that would be very disappointing." "The night Pansy and her family died," Daphne glared directly into Draco's eyes. "Did you have anything to do with that?" She knew how much he had hated Pansy and her father for breaking their engagement. "That's what you wanted to ask?" Draco chuckled, a wide grin spreading across his face. "Yes, I'm the one who killed that bloody traitor, and you have no idea how good it felt." Harry had moved a short distance away to give Daphne some space. He didn't want to get in the way of what was coming next. He then noticed that the giant was eyeing him. "I see." Daphne's face remained impassive, though her anger had never burned hotter. "I should have guessed." She let the tip of her wand morph into a sharp edge and used it to cut open the index finger of her left hand. Draco's pupils dilated. He hadn't had a single drop of blood in a week, and he was thirsty. "Daphne," he licked his lips, stepping closer. Daphne let her blood drip, but it never reached the ground. Instead, each drop floated in the air. "You want blood, you can have it," she said. Blood continued to drip from her finger, each drop hovering in place. Draco began rushing for the blood. "Draco, stop. Don't touch it, that's blood magic." Luckily, the Caro twins were paying attention and shouted a warning just in time. Draco was about to swallow one of the blood drops when he sensed something was wrong and backed away. As he did, the smooth crimson drop transformed into a sharp needle. Had it not been for his inhuman reflexes, he could have been seriously hurt. A vampire wouldn't die from having their brain pierced, but it would have left him defenseless long enough for her to finish him off. "You, witch, you tried to kill me," he shouted, enraged. "Well, let's see. You killed a friend of mine, attacked my family home, and tried to force yourself on me." Daphne had to restrain herself from rolling her eyes. "So yes, Malfoy, I'm going to kill you for that." Draco scowled. "I'm going to enjoy putting you in your place." He moved away so fast it almost looked as if he disappeared. Daphne knew she couldn't match a vampire's speed, so she didn't even try. She was done with her preparations. Draco appeared behind her, his hand moving at an impossible speed to grab her neck. But before he could reach her, some of the floating blood drops blocked his path. Reacting on their own, without Daphne's command, the blood needles attacked him. Draco twisted his body to dodge the needles. As he did, Daphne spun and slashed at him with a swift motion. Draco caught a quick glimpse of something shiny in her hand. Instead of her wand, she now held a thin silver blade. "Tusk." Draco was growing frustrated. This was supposed to be an easy fight. Why was he having so much trouble with a mere human? He was stronger, faster, better. The silver blade swiped by as he moved his head to avoid it. "I'll show you," he thought, clenching his fist. A good punch to her chest would remind her who was superior, but Draco was so focused on hurting her that he missed a single blood drop that moved toward his left eye. By the time he saw it, it was too late to avoid it completely. He twisted just enough to prevent the needle from piercing his eye, but it hit his cheek instead. Draco grunted in pain as the needle disappeared, absorbed into his flesh, and as this happened, a small, satisfied smile appeared on Daphne's face. "Ah!" Draco began to scream as the pain from before grew more severe. "What's happening to him?" Amicus glanced at Draco in concern. "That witch is using blood magic. We have to help him before it's too late," Alecto said, pointing her wand at Daphne. Avada Kedavra, ah! She felt a sharp pain shoot through her hand, forcing her to drop her wand, and she then saw the blood dripping from her palm. "Don't interfere. Those two have something to settle," Harry said, having cast a piercing charm on Alecto's hand. "Grom, kill that boy." Amicus gave the order to the giant immediately. Neither he nor his sister recognized Harry, assuming he was just another Hogwarts student not worth their attention. But now it was clear that had been a mistake. That boy. Alecto clutched her wounded hand, staring at Harry. She hadn't even seen him move or speak to cast a spell. It was as if the magic had come from nowhere. Meanwhile, as Daphne continued her fight, the giant Grom obeyed Amicus's command. The creature leaned forward and lifted his massive foot into the air, aiming to crush Harry with all his might. The foot, larger than the average car, descended upon Harry. Remaining calm, Harry raised his left hand, drawing a circular motion in the air. A black circle appeared above him, directly in the path of the giant's foot. It was difficult to see clearly in the darkness of night, but all of them noticed something strange had appeared. The giant sensed that the small wizard beneath him had done something, but he had no time to wonder what it was before his entire foot, and part of his leg, disappeared into the black hole. From the Caro twins' perspective, it was truly bizarre. It looked like the giant's leg had simply vanished into thin air. Before they could guess what was happening, the foot reappeared, except now it was above the giant's own head, carrying all the force of his intended attack. "Careful," was all Amicus managed to yell before Grom's own foot collided with his head. The impact was tremendously loud, a testament to the giant's strength, which was now directed at himself. The giant groaned in pain, but was not deterred. He prepared for a straight punch this time. The Caro twins yelled at him to stop. There was clearly something wrong here, but the giant was too angry to listen. "Ugh!" Grom yelled as he brought down his fist upon Harry with all his might. He wanted to completely crush this human into a meat paste. Harry made another motion, and just like before, a large black hole appeared in front of him, intercepting the attack from the giant. The fist went through the hole and reappeared at the back of the giant's head. The impact was even louder than before, creating a shockwave that they could all feel from where they were standing. "Ugh!" Grom groaned as his eyes rolled back and his enormous body began to collapse. Harry quickly sidestepped to avoid being crushed. The giant let out another grunt upon hitting the ground. He was still conscious, but dazed. With Grom now vulnerable, Harry positioned himself beside the giant's head, aiming the tip of his staff at the creature's temple. Terebra. The curse version of the piercing charm could be empowered beyond normal limits, and with the amount of magic Harry poured into it, even a dragon's scales would be punctured. Giants had a natural resistance to magic, but this curse pierced through with ease. "New," Amicus cried. It had all happened so quickly, and they hadn't expected this. For a moment, he was certain that the boy would be crushed without a chance to fight back. Now, barely a minute later, he watched the giant being put down like a rabid beast. "Who is he?" Alecto muttered in shock. It was obvious now that this wasn't some ordinary Hogwarts student. Even a trained aura wouldn't have brought down a giant so effortlessly. And Grom was far from an average giant. He was the eldest son of the Giant King, one of the largest and strongest giants alive. "What do we do?" Amicus was now seriously considering retreating. But to escape, they'd need to deactivate the anti-apparition wards they'd put in place. These blood magic variants were incredibly potent, though they also prevented their escape. They'd never had a reason to consider fleeing until now. Both Caros had the same thought and glanced at the metallic pyramid they'd set a few feet away. "I'll create a dista." Amicus's next words were drowned out by Draco Malfoy's blood-curdling screams. "Arg, what did you do?" Draco yelled at Daphne. "Painful, isn't it?" she said, holding her wand in front of her. "Argentum Gladio." The wand transformed into a silver blade. "Stop! Get it out of me!" he screamed. Daphne made a sweeping gesture with the sword, sending more drops of her blood toward him. In his panicked state, he couldn't dodge a single one, and each drop pierced his body. Draco's screams grew louder as he collapsed, unable to control his spasms. Daphne stepped closer to him. "My blood is tearing you apart from the inside. Ironic, isn't it? Doing this to a vampire." A regular human would already be dead, but Daphne knew a vampire wouldn't die from this. She just wanted him to suffer. Stop, please," Draco managed to stammer as red tears streamed from his eyes. Daphne raised her blade above his chest. Draco was now defenseless. "Pansy had her flaws as a person, but she was my friend, and she didn't deserve to be murdered by an egotistical monster like you." She took a breath, her expression unreadable. "I hope she can see this somehow." Without hesitation, she brought the blade down. "Draco," Alecto screamed. She wanted to do something, but it was too late to save him. "Sis, come on," Amicus shouted with urgency in his tone while he pointed at the warding device that was on the ground just a few feet away from their position. Alecto understood her brother immediately. They had to escape, and for that she needed to grab the device and turn it off. "Bombarda," Amicus aimed his wand at the ground, casting the blasting charm. It struck the stone path leading to the house, causing an explosion that sent debris and dust everywhere. Amid the chaos, Alecto rushed to grab the small device, which was only a few feet away. "Do you have it?" Amicus asked with panic. They could not waste a single second, but his sister was not responding. On top of that, while the dust was still settling, the visibility was very low so he could no longer see her. "Wait," Alecto said after a few more seconds passed. Alecto, bloody hell. Amicus already had his portkey in hand, but it was useless until she disabled the wards they'd set up. "I can't find it," Alecto finally said. She was on her knees, feeling the ground with her left hand, squinting against the dust but unable to see much. She was certain the device had been right there a moment ago, before her brother used the spell. Did the Bombarda blast push it away? She wondered. but it shouldn't have. The explosion was too distant to affect it. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind hit them. "Let me save you the trouble," said Harry. As the dust cleared, Alecto realized that the device was gone. "Where is it?" she exclaimed. "Alecto," Amicus shouted, and she saw he was pointing at Harry. "You were looking for this." Harry held the device in his palm. "It looked like you wanted it back, so I assumed it was important." "Give that back," Alecto demanded. "Maybe, if you answer something first," Harry said. "Who else is being attacked tonight?" Amicus and his sister exchanged a look. "Amicus," she nodded. They seemed to reach a decision. Amicus pointed his wand at Harry. Avada Kedavra, a green bolt of magic shot out of his wand, aimed directly at Harry. If there was one spell Harry had learned to defend against, it was this one. He'd lost count of how many times Death Eaters had tried to use it against him. He conjured a large rock in front of him, letting the spell collide with it. Chunks of the rock shattered, but a significant portion remained floating in the air, shielding Harry. With a light tap of his staff, he sent the rock hurtling toward Amicus like a cannonball. The rock struck him squarely in the chest, sending him flying back until he crashed against the manor's entrance wall. He was still alive, but just barely. Blood dribbled from his mouth, and his internal injuries were severe. "Brother," Alecto stood up and rushed to his side. "Save yourself the trouble and don't do anything stupid," Harry said coldly. "You can't win and you can't escape. Just answer my question. I won't ask a third time. Who else are you targeting tonight?" "Alecto, we have to." Amicus managed to lift his head to look at her. "I know." Alecto took his left hand, placing it atop his right arm, then did the same with her own. Harry watched closely, wary of any tricks. The spot where they placed their hands was the soul brand. He briefly wondered if they were trying to call for reinforcements. It quickly became clear that wasn't the case. Daphne, watching from a short distance away, called out, "Harry, what are they?" Suddenly, the Caro twins began making painful choking sounds. "What's happening to them?" Daphne asked. "This isn't of my doing," Harry replied, narrowing his eyes as black lines appeared beneath their robes, spreading across their necks and faces. Sounds continued for a few more seconds, then abruptly stopped as the twins fell silent and motionless. "Are they dead?" Daphne asked in shock. Harry approached cautiously. The duo was clearly dead. He had no doubt about that. Using the lower part of his staff, he lifted Alecto's sleeve to reveal her right arm, so it can be used like this too. There were black, vein-like lines spreading from the dark brand, extending over her body like poison. They hadn't been calling for reinforcements after all. The Caro twins had decided to end their lives once they realized they couldn't win or escape. Their fear of what their lord would do to them for failing the mission was higher than anything else. A quick death was preferable. "Daphne," they both turned toward the sound. Someone was peeking out from one of the windows. "Mother," Daphne called immediately. "By Merlin, are you okay?" Lord Greengrass's head appeared beside his wife's. "Daphne," Astoria's head popped up below them. "We're fine." "You can come out, it's safe now," Daphne said with a beaming smile. "They're safe." A huge weight seemed to lift off her shoulders as she spoke. She then turned to Harry, running over and throwing her arms around him. "Thank you," she said. "None of this would have been possible without him." "No problem," Harry replied. "And thank you for letting me deal with Draco myself. I needed that." Harry tapped her back. "I knew you could handle it." She leaned closer, whispering in his ear, "And you can remove the protective charm you placed on me now." Harry flinched. "You noticed that? I was just worried he'd use that cursed dagger. It's not that I don't trust your abilities," Harry assured her. Daphne caressed his cheek. "I know, I'm not angry. It makes me happy to know you were worried about me." She turned to look at the bodies of the Death Eaters. "Do you think they're attacking other families tonight?" "It seems likely. It wouldn't make sense to just attack your family, and if they had, they'd have sent more than just these 4. But they're all dead now. You told me before that you could speak with spirits." Daphne trailed off. "Yes, I'll call them." Harry was about to move closer to the Caro twins when her family came rushing out of the manor. Daphne, her mother Selene, was the first to reach her. She almost tripped over the 2 bodies. "It's the Caro twins, those ungrateful bastards." Sebastian Greengrass gritted his teeth. "We helped them out after their Dark Lord disappeared, and this is how they repay us." "Astoria, close your eyes. You shouldn't be seeing this," Selene said to her younger daughter. Astoria didn't seem that bothered. "It's fine. I've seen dead people before." "Wait, what?" Selene exclaimed. "Are any of you hurt?" Daphne asked with concern. "When I saw that the giant had destroyed the West Wing." "He did what?" Selene hadn't noticed that yet. She now saw it. "My manor," Sebastian glared at Grom. "That's an unusually big giant. No wonder the house shook like that." "You didn't see them?" Daphne asked. Her father negated with his head. The moment I felt the wards break, I took your mother and sister to the safe room. We tried to use the emergency portkeys, but they wouldn't work, Selene added. Right about that. Harry held up a small metallic object. This is likely the culprit. Selene moved closer to examine the object. A portable ward, may I? Go ahead, see if you can disable it. You won't be able to leave until it's off, Harry replied. Oh my, there's blood magic in this. Some powerful magic too, Selene gasped. Let me see. Daphne leaned in to take a closer look. Lord Gringra suddenly seemed to realize something. Hold on, if this thing was active, how did the two of you get inside? Harry made a hole in the blood wards with some kind of… What was that? Daphne asked. He did. What? Sebastian exclaimed. It was a variant of my lightning sorcery. It creates a more focused beam of energy, Harry explained. Whoa, someone got stabbed with a sword, Astoria said nonchalantly while pointing at the body on the ground. Don't play with weight, is that Draco Malfoy? Selene was about to scold her when she recognized the boy on the ground with a silver sword embedded in his chest. Malfoy? Sebastian checked the body, his usual stoic face contorting with anger. Malfoys were involved in this affront too? Why am I not surprised? Father, he was just a pawn. They were all sent here by the Dark Lord, Daphne explained as she approached Draco's body. The Dark Lord sent them? Sebastian felt goosebumps. To her family's shock, Daphne pulled the silver sword from Draco's chest, transforming it back into her wand before storing it, and just as she did this, the body of the vampire turned into dust. Daphne, did you kill him? Selene asked in disbelief. Well, Daphne wasn't sure how to respond. Daphne, her father stood before her with a stern expression. Yes, she wasn't sure if her father was angry or disappointed. He put a hand on her shoulder. You killed a Malfoy? Yes, father. I am so proud of you. Lord Greengrass's rare smile made it clear he meant it. Wait, you're proud? Daphne tilted her head in surprise. Sebastian, that's a terrible thing to say to your daughter. We should set a good example, Selene frowned. But it's a Malfoy. If I knew who killed the father, I'd send them a bottle of my finest fire whiskey, Sebastian replied. Daphne gave Harry a sidelong glance. I've got it, Selene said excitedly. She had been tampering with the device the whole time, and she finally managed to shut it down. With the magic gone, everyone could feel the difference. The air seemed cleaner. You shouldn't stay here much longer, Harry advised, gesturing at the bodies. When these guys fail to report back, the Death Eaters will likely send reinforcements. Oh no, Selene murmured. Sebastian looked pensive. He's right. If the Dark Lord sent them, they won't give up easily. Where can we go then? The cabin in France, perhaps, Selene suggested. We could go to Harry's house, Astoria proposed. Torre, we can't just impose on someone else, Selene said. No, she's right. You may not be safe in your other properties either. It is likely that the Death Eaters already have all of your addresses. Potter Manor would be secure, Harry replied, and the other houses barely have any defenses. They are just meant for short vacations. Daphne pointed out, let's go to the Potters. Selene raised an eyebrow, glancing at her daughter. I think I know why you want to go there. Lord Greengrass looked at Harry. No offense, Harry, but how can we be sure they won't attack your manor next? If they can find it, they'll try, Harry replied. Then how can you assure me my family will be safe there? Sebastian pressed. Harry met his gaze. Because it's under my protection. Sebastian saw no hesitation in Harry's eyes. That's what I wanted to hear. So, it seems we'll be intruding on your family for a while. I hope James and Lily won't mind, Selene said. Please, that manor is big enough to host 5 families. Go pack your things and come back here. I'll have my house elf take you there, Harry told them. But don't take too long, he added. While the Greengrass family went inside to gather their belongings, Harry called Dobby and explained his next task. Then, it was time to turn his attention elsewhere. Harry's eyes scanned the corpses. There was no point in calling Draco. He'd already tested calling on Rabastan Lestrange, and his ability didn't seem to work on vampires. Perhaps the theories about vampires losing their souls were true. Let's see. Speak to me, Amicus Caro. The green mist began to form before him. Are you calling upon the spirits of the dead? Daphne had only seen this once and didn't fully understand how it worked. Harry nodded. The Stone of Resurrection gives one the ability to speak with the dead. I just call their name, and their soul will appear before me. That's incredible. Daphne watched as the green mist took the shape of Amicus Caro in front of her. The best part is that they lose the ability to lie. A spirit summoned by this power will always tell the truth, Harry explained. All of a sudden, as the form neared completion, the spirit of Amicus let out a painful cry and began to vanish again. What? Harry frowned deeply. He'd seen this happen before. What's happening to him? Why is he disappearing so soon? Daphne asked. His soul is damaged. I can't call damaged or broken souls, Harry said, clenching his fists. They couldn't have known he had this ability when they chose to end their lives in this way. His soul is damaged, you mean? Daphne glanced for a moment at the two corpses. Their skin was still covered in the black lines created by the cursed mark. Is it because of the mark, like a side effect? They used the soul brand to end their lives. The brand? Shit, Harry cursed. There was no way they could have known this would damage their souls, or they might have chosen a different method. No one in their right mind would do such a thing if they were aware of the consequences. Harry, Daphne looked at him with concern. It's useless. I won't be able to get anything from them, Harry finally said. What about Draco? He died by my sword, Daphne suggested. Harry shook his head. Draco had become a vampire. It wouldn't work on him. When someone becomes one of them, their soul is destroyed in the process. They have eternal life here, but there is no afterlife for them. What now then? She couldn't think of anything else at the moment. Do you really think they are attacking other families? I have no doubt. But there are many possible choices. The only one he was sure of was his own. If anyone had tried to approach the Potter Manor, he would have known immediately. Traitors, Daphne muttered. Harry looked at her. That's what Draco called us. He said we were blood traitors. According to my father, that's what the followers of the Dark Lord like to call pure blood families who didn't agree with their ideals, Daphne said. The moment she mentioned the words blood traitor, one family specifically came to his mind. One that Draco used to love calling that. The Weasleys, Harry muttered. What? Daphne couldn't quite hear what he said. Harry snapped back into action. Daphne, as soon as your family returns, have Dobby take you to my manor. Don't waste time and stay there until I return. Harry, what are you G? Before she could finish her sentence, he was gone. Ha ha ha, look at them go, Rodolphus chuckled as he watched the Inferi cause chaos inside the old family home. They could all hear the screams of horror very clearly. Master, shouldn't we go too? A gorgeous blonde woman stood at his side and asked. I don't know if a dozen Inferi are going to be enough to do the job. An equally beautiful brunette was on his other side. Rodolphus glared at his two vampire brides and smiled. He had created them from muggles just 1 year after his transformation, and they had rarely left his side since. Since his wife Bellatrix barely paid him any attention, he had no choice but to resort to this. But he had no complaints with these two. He moved his hand and grabbed onto the ample chest of the brunette, who moaned loudly in response to the sudden touch. You think I don't know what you really want? You just want to go in there to suck them dry, you greedy bitches, the blonde chuckled. You know us too well, master. Please, master. We haven't had a drop of blood in 2 days already, the brunette pouted. Rodolphus groaned. An average vampire would only need blood once a week if they fed properly, but these two would always complain if they didn't feed every other day. Calling them greedy was an understatement, to say the least. A stern expression appeared on Rodolphus' face. Do not forget, we didn't come here for fun. We are here to make an example of these blood traitors. We need to make them suffer. Do I make myself clear? The two vampire brides composed themselves and answered quickly and in unison. Yes, master. Rodolphus's expression softened a bit when he saw them obey. After we're done here, we can visit some muggle house and have our fill. The two women smiled brightly. Thank you. Master is the best. The heartwarming scene between the three vampires stood in stark contrast to the screams of horror coming from the Weasley house. Soon enough, one of the Inferi went flying out of a window and landed close to Rodolphus. Very well. We'll go assist these poor creatures. Our lord will be disappointed if we allow those traitors to destroy his creations. The two brides were very excited at the prospect. They rarely got to hunt wizards and witches. He walked over to the undead creature. It was missing an arm but was still moving. The Inferi stood back up and ran once more inside the house. Rodolphus let out a chuckle. That's the spirit, let's go hunt, he shouted with excitement. Once the three vampires joined the fray, things went badly for the Weasleys very quickly. Arthur was currently working in France, as well as the three eldest ones. The only ones present were Molly, George, Fred, Ron, and Ginny. They put up as much of a fight as they could, but it ended badly. One of the boys was punched so hard he was sent through the house wall and outside. George, Molly screamed before running to him. Ron hadn't even practiced a single offensive spell other than the disarming charm, so there was little he could do other than try to punch one of the vampire brides, who promptly grabbed him. Ginny did manage to injure the other bride with a well-aimed shoulder. Reductor that hit her. Ah, it hurts, you bitch. The blonde bride screamed before launching herself at Ginny and slashing her chest with sharp nails, leaving deep cuts that bled profusely. You are dead. Ginny, no. Fred attempted to help his sister, only to be stopped by Rodolphus, who grabbed him by the neck and disarmed him. Let's go outside, shall we? He commanded the inferi to surround them, ensuring no one would escape. While Rodolphus dragged Fred, his brides did the same with Ron and Ginny. "Let me go," Ron yelled. "Let me g-uk." The brunette bride clenched her hand around his neck and applied pressure. "Silence, proper food doesn't speak," she snapped. As they left the house, they found Molly a short distance away from the house, kneeling next to her son and crying. "No, George," Rodolphus groaned. "Is he dead already? Humans are so fragile. He was supposed to make them suffer, but now he had lost one. And where are the rest? There were supposed to be 3 or 4 more, right?" he added. "George," Fred struggled to free himself from Rodolphus's grip. "George, oh well." Rodolphus threw Fred close to where his mother was, making him fall face first. "Let's deal with these ones, and we'll find the others later. I'm sure the Dark Lord will understand that this is not my fault," Rodolphus said. After all, he could not have expected the entire family to be at home during the attack. It is not like they had planned this for weeks. Their lord had decided to do this out of nowhere, although Rodolphus had an idea as to why that was. "Master, I want to eat this one, please." The blonde bride lifted Ginny slightly, making the redhead girl groan in pain. Rodolphus raised an eyebrow. "What did I say before? But she hurt me. Look," she gestured to her shoulder. The damage from Ginny's spell had taken out almost half her shoulder, though it was already regenerating due to her vampire healing. "You'll be fine," Rodolphus told his bride. "Stop complaining. She also damaged my favorite dress." "Enough," Rodolphus shouted. His patience had reached its limit. "They will die when I say so. You killed my son." Molly turned to face Rodolphus, wand in hand. Rodolphus didn't feel threatened and just grinned at her. "I'd drop the wand if I were you." His left hand landed on Ginny's head, held fast by his bride. Molly's eyes widened when she saw her daughter's condition. Ginny, her daughter, was in bad shape. The wound inflicted by the vampire had caused some massive bleeding, and she looked to be barely conscious. "Going to lose more than one child if you don't behave." Rodolphus increased his grip on Ginny's head, making her scream. "Stop, please." Molly hurriedly dropped her wand. "Let her go, please. Just tell me what you want." "That's more like it." Rodolphus nodded and released the girl. "Blood traitors like you belong on the ground, begging." "Master?" asked the bride, holding Ron. Their master hadn't shared his exact plans for the family, so she was unsure what to do now that they were at his mercy. Rodolphus appeared to be thinking for a moment. He'd already decided to kill them all, regardless of what they did or said. The only thing he was considering now was how to do it. Perhaps impaling them would be appropriate. That would certainly send a message, don't you think? He asked. The brunette bride chuckled. "I would love to see that." She dug her nails into Ron's face, making him groan. "Master, this one won't last long." The blonde bride watched in dismay as Ginny continued to bleed out. What a waste. She licked her lips. If only her master allowed her to feed. Right. Rodolphus decided he would start with Ginny before it was too late. "What kind of monsters are you? What has my family done to you?" Fred shouted in rage. Molly continued to beg, but it fell on deaf ears, as Rodolphus had no plans to show them any mercy. "Monster, huh? I've been called that many times before, even when I was still human. I'll take it as a compliment," Rodolphus said with a wide grin. He wanted to enjoy this longer, but unfortunately he didn't have all night. Just as he was about to turn towards Ginny, he felt something strange. It was quickly followed by something more intense. Ugh, Rodolphus nearly fell to his knees. It was as if someone had punched him incredibly hard in the chest. Master, what's wrong?" The two vampire brides became immediately concerned. "I just felt like..." Wait a moment. He suddenly realized what it was. He looked toward the spot where he'd left a small device. Since he was the one who activated the blood anti-apparition wards, he was connected to it. So the feeling could only mean one thing. Someone is trying to break eye. At that moment, the device shattered into pieces, and Rodolphus felt as though he'd been kicked by a giant. A new figure appeared before them. "Finally," Harry said before he began to assess the situation. "1 second. Am I too late?" The first thing Harry noticed was the intense smell of blood. His sharp green eyes scanned the surroundings, trying to make sense of the situation in the shortest time possible. 2 seconds. 3 vampires were looking at him, but he did not recognize them. 2 young-looking women and 1 elegantly dressed man with dark hair. His eyes were drawn for a moment to the figure on the ground. "Fred." He saw Molly kneeling beside one of the twins while the other lay motionless. 3 seconds. He couldn't detect any magic from the one lying down, which meant he was already dead. Where are the rest? His mind was racing. 4 seconds. His eyes snapped back to the vampires and noticed that the 2 female ones were holding something. Ron, he was hurt but still alive, his neck gripped tightly by the brunette vampire. 5 seconds. Harry's eyes widened. Ginny, the brunette vampire, was grasping the familiar girl by the neck. She was bleeding. Her magic felt weak, almost completely faded. That was why he hadn't noticed her at first, and she appeared to be only half conscious. Ginny, Harry muttered. 6 seconds. This scenario was so familiar to him that memories of the past began to rush to the front of his mind. That day, he had found his wife lying in a pool of blood when he returned home from working at the ministry. She was barely alive, left with just a whisper of life in her. Voldemort had wanted Harry to find her like that, to watch her die in front of him, just as this Ginny was dying now. "Who is this?" Rodolphus asked, his yellow eyes scanning Harry's still figure. 7 seconds. No, not again. Something inside him snapped. The idea of failing once more was the one thing he feared most. Ginny and all his friends dying in front of him, the world being destroyed. "Is your fault?" The inner voice that he had heard for countless years came back to him. Inside Harry's body, a tremendous amount of magic raged, ready to be unleashed at any moment. He always kept it controlled to avoid harming others. The 9 Arkstones embedded in 9 pieces of magicite jewelry began to glow with an eerie blue light, releasing their magic without Harry's command. His subconscious had activated them, along with everything else within him. Every offensive tool he had prepared was now ready to obliterate his enemies. 8 seconds. In a flash of rage, all the restraints he'd placed on himself were gone. "Master, what a—" The blonde vampire bride holding Ginny was interrupted by an explosion. A surge of magic from the activation of the 9 Arkstones array erupted in front of them. Magic was present in such concentration that it was completely visible by the naked eye. It was moving so violently that it almost felt as if a tornado had suddenly come to life right in front of them. As the last deadly hallow activated, Harry's body was entirely enveloped in thick darkness, leaving only his bright green eyes, which quickly shifted to the same shade of blue as the magic surrounding him. 9 seconds. Rodolphus was still trying to make sense of the situation amid the pain he was feeling. He had no idea who this wizard was, but the fact that he just shattered a blood ward crafted by his lord, and that he could see the wizard's magic swirling visibly, did nothing but signal danger to him. His instincts screamed at him to get away. Fortunately, the destruction of the blood wards meant he could escape. Like his brother, Rodolphus had access to 2 emergency portkeys, one around his neck and another in his right pocket. This meant abandoning his 2 brides, but the decision was made instantly. 10 seconds. Rodolphus reached for the pocket of his trousers. The vampire brides felt a tremendous pressure bearing down on them as Harry unleashed his magic. They saw only a pair of blue eyes in front of them, but fear had already begun to creep in. "Master, master," they both called with desperation, not realizing their master had already decided to leave them behind. 11 seconds. The pressure the 3 vampires felt only grew stronger, like a massive stone pressing down on them. None of them realized this was caused not only by the magic in the air, but by what Harry was doing with it. Rodolphus's fingertips reached the round stone that was the portkey. All he needed now was to speak the activation word, and he'd vanish for good. His lips parted, and he began to speak. 12 seconds. Despite his temporary loss of control and the sudden release of magic, Harry's mind stayed sharp enough to know exactly what to do. His magic washed over the area, touching every individual present, including the dozen inferi surrounding the Weasleys. After taking a short moment to connect with his targets, Harry let his power do the rest. Like a faucet turned fully open, all that energy surged into their bodies. All of his magic and rage went into them. Even for magical beings like vampires, there was a limit to how much they could contain before it became deadly. 13 seconds. By the time they realized what was happening, it was too late. The inferi collapsed like stringless puppets, only for their corpses to explode into hundreds of pieces moments later. But it was the vampires who bore the brunt of the attack. Harry poured every last drop of magic from the 9 Arkstones array into them. They didn't have time to feel pain before they were reduced to dust. The world appeared to be moving in slow motion. As the dust from the vampires lingered in the air, Harry saw Ginny's body falling. Without a second thought, he moved forward and caught her. Her face was as pale as ivory, and she didn't appear to be breathing. He knew she was only moments away from being completely gone. "Ginny!" Molly's stupor broke as she saw a shadowy figure holding her daughter. Harry was still completely cloaked in his death-visaged night itself, giving him a terrifying appearance. His robes were darker than "Let my daughter go, you fiend." Molly cried, She had no idea why this creature had killed the vampires and then grabbed Ginny, but without a wand, her fear was still no match for her determination. Harry glanced down at himself. When did I? He didn't remember summoning the death robes, but that didn't matter right now. He willed the robes away and the Weasleys quickly recognized him. Harry, Molly said, her face a mask of pure shock. What is happening? Her eyes darted back to her daughter. She's still alive. But barely, Harry replied. A faint trace of magic lingered within her. However, he was a lot more prepared this time. I'm not letting you die on me again. Next to his right hand, a small black void appeared, and Harry pulled a vial from within. Molly stared at the small crystal vial, wondering where it came from and what was inside. Before she could even ask, Harry opened it and poured the contents down Ginny's throat. The effects were immediate for all to see. She's healing. Fred exclaimed, coming to his mother's side to see. They witnessed as the deep gash across Ginny's chest and belly was closing quickly, not even leaving a faint scar. Harry, what potion was that? What did you give Ginny? Molly moved closer but didn't try to take Ginny from his arms. Phoenix tears, 3 of them, Harry said as he continued to move and summoned 2 more vials. These were different from the first one. Their contents were completely red. Ginny began to make faint sounds, her eyes moving slightly. Molly gasped. Ginny, her wounds are healed, Harry noted, but she's lost too much blood. He opened one of the red potions and carefully gave it to her. That's blood replenishing potion, Fred noted. I had to drink a few of those after my Quidditch accident in my 2nd year. As Harry gave her the second potion, color began to return to Ginny's face. Here. Harry handed Ginny to her mother, who was relieved to take her daughter into her arms. She'll be fine now. Harry, Molly looked at him with a soft expression. I have so many questions, but for now let me just say, thank you, you saved my family. Not all of you. Harry's gaze fell on George's body. George, Fred murmured, his eyes welling with tears. Wait, are you Fred? Harry asked, realizing his mistake. For some reason, he had immediately assumed that the same twin had died again. But apparently, fate had different plans this time. Fred nodded. Yeah, I am. I'm fine too, by the way. Ron managed to pull himself up despite a bleeding lip and bruised ribs. Ron, come here. Molly pulled him into a hug, still holding Ginny close. Why did they attack us? I don't understand, Ron said. Were those really vampires? Fred asked. They were followers of the Dark Lord, Harry replied. What, but wasn't he gone? Ron exclaimed. Didn't Neville defeat him? He's back. Fred looked at his mother, noticing her lack of surprise. You and Dad knew about this, didn't you? He and George had overheard talk of the Order, but never knew the exact purpose. Molly nodded. He returned recently but has stayed hidden, so far. She turned to Harry. Is that why they attacked us tonight? Is this our fault? Harry shook his head. I doubt it. They're probably targeting every wizard family they consider blood traitors. Basically, anyone who didn't join the Dark Lord is now in danger of becoming a target for his anger. So we weren't the only ones they went after? Fred asked. No. Harry glanced at the house. It had taken some damage but was still standing. You can't stay here. Gather what you need. I'll take you to my family home. It's safe. Others will come to find their fallen comrades. We're going to stay in that giant place? Ron asked. What about George? Fred glanced at his brother. We'll bring him too. I can place him in a stasis charm and you can give him a proper funeral once the family's all together, Harry suggested. He had a lot of experience with these proceedings. But we need to hurry. This place isn't safe anymore. He's right, Molly agreed. She rose to her feet. Can you hold her a bit longer? She handed Ginny back to Harry, reluctant to lay her on the cold ground. Of course. Harry held her carefully. Come on, boys, let's grab our things. Molly was about to rush into the house when she seemed to remember something. Arthur, he's supposed to be back tomorrow morning. And what if my other sons come to visit? You can reach Arthur through the flue, but don't tell him where you're going. Some of Voldemort's followers may have compromised the network. Just warn him not to come here, and I'll pick him up tomorrow, Harry advised her. My house has an owlery. You can send messages to Percy, Charlie, and Bill. Molly nodded and gave Harry a long look. It is you, isn't it? She said softly. Dumbledore mentioned help would come from someone young but didn't reveal who. Harry nodded in acknowledgement. Since his house elf was likely still occupied helping the Greengrass family, Harry personally brought the Weasleys into his home. He took them 2 at a time, and as he reappeared with George's unconscious body, the front door of his manor opened. Oh dear, what do we have here? Molly, is that you? Lily Potter had come to investigate after Mipsy, the family house elf, had warned her about people at the door. Lily, hi, Molly said with a weary smile, holding her unconscious daughter Ginny in her arms. Sorry to bother you like this. Lily took in their appearances and could immediately tell they'd had a terrible night. Darby had arrived just minutes earlier, informing her about the attacks, so she wasn't entirely surprised, until she noticed George. Harry, were they also? Oh no. Lily gasped as she saw George. Is he? Harry nodded solemnly. Their house isn't safe anymore. Then come in, all of you, we have more than enough room. Lily opened the door wide, waving them inside without a second thought. Is anyone in need of medical attention? She asked, taking in their condition. Normally, I'd suggest rushing to St. Mungo's, but it may not be safe, I know. Molly agreed grimly. At this point, no one knew how far Voldemort's influence spread. The hospital could already have spies among the staff, ready to watch for them, especially after tonight. Mipsy, Lily called, and the elf appeared. Please prepare the east wing for the Weasleys, at least 3 rooms. While Mipsy went to work, Lily led them into a cozy, smaller dining hall. You can leave your things here for now, and let me take a look at any injuries. I'm no professional healer, but I've fixed my fair share of wounds. My husband James doesn't like hospitals, yet he was always coming home injured when he first became an Auror, so I've had plenty of practice, she assured them. Molly laid Ginny on one of the sofas, then turned to her other children. Fred, are you hurt? Fred shook his head. Nothing serious, not like. His gaze drifted to George, sorrow in his eyes. Harry stepped aside with Fred, drawing his wand. He conjured a beautifully decorated coffin, sturdy enough to last a month, and placed George carefully inside. This will hold for about a month. You'll need a permanent one before that, but thank you, Harry. Molly hugged him tightly. You've done so much for our family. Lily smiled as she watched. I'll fetch some potions and clean clothes in case anyone wants to change. I'll let you all rest, Harry said, glancing at his mother, and she nodded knowingly. The main hall, she told him. Harry. Daphne threw her arms around him the moment he opened the doors to the hall. You left so suddenly, I was worried. I'm fine, Daphne, just a few more vampires and inferi. Nothing too serious, he said, trying to reassure her. That sounds very serious, Lord Greengrass commented with a raised eyebrow. Where did you go? Daphne said that other families might have been attacked too, Lady Selene Greengrass asked. At the very least, the Weasleys were attacked, Harry replied. The Weasleys. Sebastian Greengrass repeated while trying to make sense of the situation. That's where you went. Are they okay? Daphne asked with concern. Most of them are, but George Weasley is dead. I was too late to. Harry's voice trailed off. Oh no. Selene covered her mouth, horrified. Poor boy. Daphne hugged him tightly. I'm so sorry. That damn Dark Lord, may Merlin curse him to death. Sebastian Greengrass spat angrily. Is Ginny okay? Astoria ventured to ask. She's just sleeping for now, Harry assured her. Did you bring them here as well? Selene asked. They're resting in the East Wing Hall for now, Harry nodded. Master Harry Potter. Darby appeared beside him, looking elated. Did Darby do well? Darby brought all the greens here. It's Greengrass. Sebastian didn't why he felt the need to correct the house elf. Harry grinned. Yes, Darby, you did great. You brought them here just as I asked. Darby beamed, but Harry continued. Could you do one more thing tonight? I need you to prepare a couple of rooms for them. Oh, there's no need for that, Selene interjected. We could sleep on the couches here. We have plenty of spare rooms for everyone, Harry assured her, and as long as this war continues, it isn't safe for any of you to leave this place. It's best you all get comfortable. Does that mean I can live here with Lyra? Astoria asked, brightening at the thought. What? No, we can't stay here forever. I have obligations to fulfill, and Sebastian began, his words quick and uncertain. Father, please, Daphne said softly, placing a calming hand on his arm. Sebastian, Selene reasoned gently, let's wait until things have settled a bit, then we can think more clearly about what to do. What harm is there in that? And it won't be forever, Harry added confidently. If things go according to plan, this will be over within a few months. A few months. Sebastian asked, clearly skeptical. How is that possible? The Dark Lord is still in hiding, sending his followers to pick off his enemies one by one. This could drag on for years. We don't even know how many followers he has amassed while out of the country. He could have an army for all we know. It won't drag for years, no matter what he had done or what preparations he has. Harry said firmly, because there's at least one enemy he'll want to kill in person, and that's where we will get him. The house feels busy today, Victoria observed as she entered the kitchen. Despite its massive size, the space was bustling with activity. Mipsy and Lily were hard at work preparing breakfast for everyone. You didn't hear anything last night? Harry asked her. With 2 families arriving late at night, there must have been a lot of noise, yet Victoria seemed completely oblivious. Victoria shrugged, disinterested, as she calmly ate her breakfast. Holly, on the other hand, was thrilled by the lively atmosphere in the house. The little girl, however, remained blissfully unaware of the heavy tension in the air. The previous night had been devastating for both families, but it was undeniably worse for the Weasleys. Harry even made another trip after talking with the Greengrass family. He went to check on Luna and her father. He already knew they were okay since he had stopped the attack on the Weasleys. There was no one left to go after the Lovegoods that night. Still, he wanted to offer them staying at the Potter Manor, but neither of them wanted to leave their home. At that moment, the door opened, and two men entered, James Potter and Arthur Weasley. "Arthur," Molly exclaimed, rushing to hug her husband. "I'm sorry, Molly, I should have been there," Arthur said, his voice heavy with guilt. "You would have been in even more danger," James interjected. "It was a terrible situation, but we should be grateful that most of you survived." Arthur nodded solemnly before scanning the room. His gaze settled on Harry. "I don't know how to repay you for this," Arthur began. "Come on, Arthur. You don't have to say anything else. Molly has already thanked my son enough," Lily interjected. She could tell Harry was growing uncomfortable with all the gratitude. "You should check on Ginny. She's still SL." The door swung open again, and Fred appeared, excitement on his face. "She's awake. Ginny is awake." The Weasleys immediately rushed out of the kitchen, leaving the others behind. "What's going on?" a confused Victoria asked. Daphne, sitting nearby, answered cautiously. "Our families were attacked last night. Ginny was badly hurt, and," she hesitated. "By who? Who attacked you?" Victoria asked, surprised. She still didn't know much about the magical world she now found herself in, as the Potters had kept conversations light around her. Daphne glanced at Harry, seeking his input. "Won't hurt for her to know," Harry said. He wasn't sure how far along the war had progressed in her world, but withholding information seemed pointless. Daphne nodded. "We believe it was the Dark Lord who sent them." Victoria's eyes widened in shock. "Even the Weasleys? But they're so close to the Dark Lord. Why would he attack them? Did they betray him?" "The Weasleys? Close to the Dark Lord?" James repeated, looking baffled. Harry quickly pieced together the misunderstanding. "Victoria. What Dark Lord are you talking about?" "Albus Dumbledore," she declared without hesitation, anger flashing in her eyes as she said his name. Harry sighed. "As I thought." "Wait, what?" Mostly everyone was confused by her comment. "Victoria," Lily began gently, "we've discussed this before. People here are different from the ones you knew. Albus Dumbledore is not an evil man, much less a Dark Lord." "Hold on, is that the only Dark Lord you know?" Daphne asked. "Of course not." Victoria huffed, clearly annoyed. "There's Lord Grindelwald. Everyone thought Dumbledore killed him, but it was all a ruse, and now, does the name Lord Voldemort mean anything to you?" Harry asked. Victoria thought for a moment. "I don't know any wizard by that name. I'd remember hearing something so strange, and it doesn't even sound like a proper wizarding family." Her answer left everyone stunned. "How is that possible?" James muttered. "Could her world be so different?" Lily wondered aloud. "Can someone please explain?" Victoria demanded, exasperated. "Fascinating," Selene Greengrass mused. She only knew bits about Victoria's origin but found it intriguing. "Mom, I want more," Holly interrupted, sliding her plate toward Lily. Realizing the topic wasn't suitable for the kitchen, Harry stood up. "Victoria, come with me," he said. "We should discuss this in private." Victoria narrowed her eyes suspiciously but followed. Whoever this Voldemort was, he clearly held great significance. Harry led her to the library and they sat down to talk. He gave her a detailed rundown of Voldemort, from his rise to power, his atrocities, and the war. "A completely different Dark Lord," Victoria murmured, trying to process the information. "It's hard to believe. How can there be so many differences? I thought parallel worlds only varied slightly." "Our worlds must have diverged significantly," Harry said. "I mean, just look at us, we're very different." "Are you pointing at my breasts?" Victoria raised an eyebrow. Harry flushed slightly but kept his composure. "I'm just stating the obvious. Different gender, different names. Our worlds likely had wildly different circumstances." "Different," Victoria corrected, her voice tinged with sorrow. Her world was nowhere more right. "But to be fair," Victoria hesitated, "our names aren't that different." "How so?" "Victoria seems very—" "Harriet," she interrupted, a sad smile forming on her lips. "Harriet Potter was my birth name." Harry blinked in surprise. "You got angry when I suggested that name when we first met," he recalled. "My adoptive mother gave me a new identity. When he couldn't take from me, I left my past behind," she explained. "I see, but if you want to see—" "No," Victoria exclaimed, her voice firm. "I won't change the name my mother gave me. I'll carry it with pride until the day I die." Harry waited patiently as she calmed herself. Clearly, her name was a sensitive topic. "Better?" he asked gently. "Sorry, I shouldn't have lost my composure. It's unbecoming, even if I'm no longer the Lady of the House of Black." "It's fine." Harry pulled a small box from his pocket dimension. Let's change the topic. I need your input on something. Victoria raised an eyebrow as she took the box and opened it. Jewels. They're designed to store magic in the Arkstones and release it in a single burst. Part of the runework amplifies the effect, Harry explained. Victoria's face paled. You're planning to warrant, this will kill you? Use these? You might as well sign your death. Harry chuckled softly. I already used them last night. The problem is they're not recharging. Victoria stared at him dumbfounded. After a long pause, she looked back at the jewels. This is insane. There are 9. The amplification could kill a dragon. Of them, if these work the way I think they do, that sounds about right. So, can you fix it? Harry asked, smirking. You're serious? Victoria asked, still in disbelief. Several days later, after things had calmed down a bit, the 3 families were gathered in the Potter Manor living room discussing what to do next. What do you mean by that? We can't go back to Hogwarts. Daphne looked very upset. I said you shouldn't go back. A lot of people will be looking for you and... Harry glanced at Ginny and her family members who were sitting nearby. I'm okay with not going back to school for a while, Ron said hurriedly. Of course you are. Fred rolled his eyes. Are we still in danger? Ginny asked. Molly hugged her daughter. You're safe here, my dear. I won't let anyone hurt you again. Daphne, Sebastian Greengrass called. Father, Daphne turned to look at him. Harry is correct. The Dark Lord does not take losses lightly. Now that the illusion of neutrality has been shattered, we have openly become his enemies. He will most definitely try again. I understand that, but, Arthur glanced at his family, the children will need to finish their education. Are you suggesting sending them to a different school, like Beauxbatons? Ginny asked. The one where Fleur de Lacroix goes? Ron asked with mild excitement. As much as he disliked school, he wasn't entirely opposed to the idea. We can't afford that school. You know that, Arthur, Molly said. I wasn't suggesting that one. That won't be necessary. As I told Lord Greengrass, this conflict won't last that long, Harry said. You seem very sure about that, Selene commented. But you haven't shared any details in that regard. Mother, you know he can't, Daphne told her. Why not, Harry? What's going on? Ginny became more curious. Harry had always been secretive, and she knew he was hiding something big, but even Lyra wouldn't talk about it. Ginny, that's enough, Molly said in a firm tone. Some things are too dangerous to know. I already said this before, Lily spoke, but you are all more than welcome to stay as long as necessary, and you don't have to worry about the kids' education. My wife is qualified to teach them for a while, James said. This manor is also well equipped with a library, a spellcasting area, and even a Quidditch field. We can play Quidditch here. Ron was getting excited. Harry looked at Daphne. He knew she was not happy with this arrangement at all. It won't be long, I promise, he said softly. Daphne frowned. That just means you're going to put yourself in more danger, isn't it? She whispered. Ginny's eyes moved to observe the two of them. She hadn't missed how close they seemed. Do we know if any other families were attacked that night? Selene asked. We do. James pulled out a letter. I received this from Dumbledore just yesterday. 2 other houses were targeted. Well. Sebastian urged him to continue. The Abbotts, James said. Ginny gasped. Hannah's family, what happened to them? She wasn't close to the Hufflepuff girl, but they at least knew each other. James shook his head. No survivors. Oh no, Ginny cried. And who else? Daphne asked, a terrible feeling creeping over her. The Davises. Daphne's face turned pale. Tracy's family. Lord Davis is still alive, but his father and Lady Davis were killed, James added. Harry remained quiet and just held Daphne's hand. He had learned about this last night but hadn't had the chance to tell her. He also knew that Snape had been the one who killed Tracy's mother, but he wasn't ready to share that. No, Tracy. Tears began to stream down Daphne's face. Harry pulled her closer and hugged her tightly as she cried. The room remained silent for a while. When Daphne calmed down a bit, she spoke again. Wait, but Tracy is at Hogwarts. Does she know? She does, James nodded. Headmaster informed her. I assume she's with her father at the moment. I need to send her a letter at least. I need to know how she is, Daphne said. I don't think it's a good idea to contact her right now, Harry said. What are you saying? She just lost her mother. I just want her to know that. I know, but think about it, Harry interrupted. Daphne, dear, Selene called softly. Why do you think her father is still alive? Sebastian asked. Ah, Daphne's eyes widened in realization. To survive, Lord Davis must have sworn loyalty to the Dark Lord. If she receives a letter from our family right now, Selene began. I'll get her in trouble, Daphne finished. She understood now. Voldemort would want to know their location. If he thought he could use Tracy to get that information, she would be in grave danger. Daphne stood up. I won't send a letter, but I need to be alone for a bit, she said before leaving the dining hall. Harry stood up a few minutes later. If anyone needs me, I'll be in the basement. He needed to blow off some steam. Ginny saw him leaving the room and stood up. "Excuse me for a moment," she said, hurrying to catch up with him. She left the hall and saw Harry turning a corner. Ginny wanted to ask him something important, or at least it felt important to her. She moved faster until she saw his figure again. Ginny raised her hand and was about to call for him, but something stopped her. She couldn't bring herself to call out. "Do I even want to know?" she wondered. After what she had seen in the hall, she was almost certain there was something between him and Daphne. All she had to do was ask, and Harry would tell her the truth. But she hesitated. When she looked up again, Harry was nowhere to be seen. "Are you lost, redhead?" Ginny turned to the voice and found herself staring into familiar, piercing green eyes, but they didn't belong to Harry. Instead, she was looking at a beautiful girl with long black hair and elegant robes. Ginny was sure she had seen her before. On January 7, Harry returned to the castle by himself. His house had gotten a bit too lively for his taste, so he welcomed the change. He was one of the first students to return, and as such, he found the Gryffindor common room completely empty for a change. Deciding to take advantage of the quiet, he lay down on one of the sofas and closed his eyes for a bit. Before he realized it, he had fallen asleep. Harry. He opened his eyes when he felt someone calling his name and touching his shoulder. "Hermione?" Harry discovered the bushy-haired girl staring at him. "Sorry, I didn't want to bother you. You looked so peaceful while sleeping." Hermione looked apologetic. Harry peeked around. He must have slept for a while because the common room had become much busier, with students going here and there, talking to their friends with excitement on their faces. Everyone seemed ready to start the new term, having no idea of the storm that was approaching. "It's just that dinner is going to start in 15 minutes. I thought you wouldn't want to miss it," Hermione added. "Right, thanks," Harry responded. Her two close friends approached and promptly led her away after greeting him. "Harry, oh, there you are." Lyra sat down beside him. "Where have you been? You disappeared after New Year's." Harry glanced at his sister. Much like the other students, she was completely unaware of what had happened. "I had some stuff to do outside the school. Did anyone ask for me?" Lyra shook her head. "Good. That meant not many eyes had been on him or his family." "That's not good," Lyra exclaimed. "You should worry more about your popularity." Harry wanted to roll his eyes. "I have other concerns at the moment, and I thought you were avoiding me." "Ah," Lyra looked down, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I wasn't trying to. I was just trying to be considerate with my best friend." Well, I spoke with her recently," Harry said. "You did?" Lyra perked up. "But when? She's at home. I actually wanted to ask you if you saw her today. She should be back at school by now, but I can't find her." About that, he was going to have to tell her after all. "And Neville says he can't find Ron either. Have you seen any of the Weasleys?" Lyra asked. Harry stood up from the couch. "Come with me. Let's speak in private." He didn't want anyone overhearing the conversation. Lyra looked somewhat confused by the secrecy. This didn't seem like such an important matter after all. Still, she followed her brother outside the common room. She knew he wasn't the type to exaggerate, so it must be important. "Harry, did something happen?" She was getting worried now, and the more she thought about it, the worse it seemed. "Here." After making sure no one was around, he pulled her into an unused classroom. Once inside, he secured the door. "Harry, on the night of New Year's Eve, 4 families were attacked by Voldemort's followers." "What? Wait, you don't mean?" Lyra's face went pale. "Yes, the Weasleys were one of them, but Ginny is fine." "She is? Oh, thank Merlin," Lyra sighed. "She is, but her brother George was killed." "Oh no." Lyra had always been fond of the Weasley twins. Many people disliked them for their pranks, but the two had always been nice to her. "Poor George, but where are they?" "Our father placed them in a secure location. For now, it's not safe for them to return to Hogwarts. Our enemies have eyes and ears everywhere." Harry considered telling her where Ginny was and even offering to take her home for a few hours, but he decided it was better to keep quiet. The less Lyra knew, the safer she would be. "You said 4 families. Who else was attacked?" Lyra asked. Harry told her about the others, only skipping unnecessary details, like the fact that he and Daphne had gone to save her family. Lyra was too shocked to ask many questions anyway. "So, I won't be seeing Astoria or Ginny, at least for this term, no." Harry hoped everything would be over before the end of the year. That would give them the best chance of survival. If possible, he wanted to bait Voldemort into launching a full-on assault on the school during the second task. He had concluded that the more significant an event, the more powerful the convergence would be. Voldemort's resurrection at the end of the third task was undoubtedly one of the most critical events of this era. The resulting convergence of such an event could end everything. He wanted to avoid that risk at all costs. "Harry," he realized his sister was still looking at him. "It's best if you don't speak of this with anyone for now." Eventually, this will become public news, but until then. Not even Neville, he's going to keep asking for Ron. Not even him, can you do that? Harry wasn't sure, so he had to ask. Lyra huffed. Of course, who do you take me for? I'm not the same clumsy girl from the past who couldn't keep a single secret. Is that so? Harry didn't look convinced. I just don't like keeping things from my boyfriend. Lyra then seemed to realize something. You still haven't said anything about that. About what? You know, me and Neville dating. Are you okay with that? She asked. Well, I don't love the idea of my little sister dating anyone, but I suppose you could do much worse than Neville Longbottom. Harry shrugged. Come on, Neville is a great guy. Lyra perked up. He's okay, Harry answered, and he's a fantastic kisser. Hey, Harry stopped her. I don't need too many details. He unlocked the door. Now run along, you'd better hurry to the Great Hall. Lyra glanced at him. You're not coming to dinner. I'll eat something later. There's someone I need to speak with first, Harry told her before walking away in the direction of the stairs. Come in. Harry stepped through the office door after hearing Dumbledore's familiar invitation. The headmaster sat behind his desk, as he often did, looking weary and burdened. Not going to enjoy the feast? Dumbledore asked, a faint trace of a smile on his face. I'm not hungry, and we need to talk, Harry replied. Dumbledore nodded. How are the families holding up? Harry shrugged. They're being patient, given the situation. Have the teachers started asking questions yet? Only Minerva for now, but having an entire family of redheads vanish is bound to attract attention sooner rather than later, Dumbledore admitted. You can always claim ignorance. Let the Ministry of Magic fabricate an explanation. It won't matter anyway, Harry said calmly. Dumbledore frowned. She is my friend, Harry, and a member of the Order. I hate having to keep things from her. You can tell her everything once it's done. For now, I know, the fewer people involved, the better, Dumbledore sighed, his exhaustion clear. This will already be a delicate plan to pull off. Did you find the man we need? Harry asked as he took a seat, glancing at the perch where Fawkes rested. The phoenix let out a soft, melodic cry. Hello to you too, Fawkes, Harry greeted before turning back to Dumbledore. I have, Dumbledore replied. He doesn't have much time left and is asking for compensation for his family. A poor old man. His family will be £10 million richer, and he's going to save countless lives. I don't pity him that much, Harry said coldly. Sacrifices were inevitable. He had learned that lesson long ago. Dumbledore looked deeply troubled. I still have doubts about this plan. Which part? You won't be at risk, so is that what worries you? Harry asked, his tone slightly sharper. Then don't patronize me, Harry, Dumbledore snapped, his blue eyes flashing. It's not my safety that concerns me. I would die 1,000 times to protect the children in this school. It's I worry about. They won't be at risk, Harry assured him firmly. Dumbledore slammed his fists onto the desk. You want to lure in castle walls. Army inside the Harry remained unfazed. An army that will swiftly die by my hand before they have the chance to harm a single innocent student. I can guarantee Voldemort's defeat if he comes here, but I can't make the same promise if it happens anywhere else. Can you really guarantee it? Dumbledore pressed. After hearing Severus's report, Voldemort is not even human anymore. We don't know the extent of his protections. The only certainty we have is that he's no longer using Horcruxes. He must have found something far more secure. That's why I need him here. I know I can defeat him in this castle. Nowhere else, Harry said with unwavering confidence. You always seem to have something hidden up your sleeve, Dumbledore murmured, studying Harry intently. Harry met his gaze without flinching. Of course I do. Will you trust me with this? After a long moment, Dumbledore's expression softened. I will trust you, Harry. I will trust you with everyone's fate, and I can only hope that I won't regret it. Good, Harry stood. Finish the preparations on your side, and I'll do the same on mine. We shouldn't meet again unless absolutely necessary. I don't want to take any unwarranted risks this close to the goal. Dumbledore nodded. That's probably for the best. How is Professor Snape holding up? Harry asked, changing the subject. Not well, not after being forced to commit such atrocities. But I know him. Severus will not fail. He will do his duty until the end, as he wants this to be over as much as we do, Dumbledore said quietly. Let's hope so, Harry replied, though there was little sympathy in his tone. Dumbledore hesitated before adding, he's made a curious request. He wants asylum for Narcissa Malfoy. Draco's mother? Harry raised an eyebrow. From what I understand, she only joined Voldemort to protect her son. Severus says she's looking for a way out. Harry shrugged indifferently. As long as she's not too involved with the Death Eaters, I won't pursue her. Just tell Snape to ensure she doesn't participate in the battle. I'll pass along the message, Dumbledore agreed. If there's nothing else to discuss, I'll take my leave, Harry said, heading for the door. Aren't you going to eat anything? Dumbledore asked. I'll visit the kitchens later, Harry replied. For now, I think I'll spend some time in the room of requirement and break a few dummies. After Harry left, Dumbledore turned to Fawkes. It's going to work, right, Fawkes? The Phoenix let out a loud, echoing cry. Meanwhile, at a distant, gloomy manor, he's waiting for you and he's not happy, Bellatrix said with a wicked grin. I hope you brought him good news or you may not survive the night. Snape nodded. Open the door. Of course, Voldemort would be in a foul mood. He had been that way since the night of the attacks when he lost many of his most loyal followers. The worst blow, however, was that he still hadn't uncovered the culprits. Severus. Voldemort's chilling voice greeted him. The Dark Lord was seated on his throne, his skeletal face illuminated in the dim light. Red eyes, glowing with a terrifying light, fixed on Snape. What do you have for me? Speak. Snape knelt before him, lowering his head. I have succeeded in my task, my lord. You mean? Voldemort's voice quivered with anticipation. The liquid curse we prepared for Dumbledore, I've successfully made him drink it. In less than 6 weeks, the old wizard will completely lose his magic. Voldemort's lips curled into a ghastly smile, his red eyes blazing with triumph. Albus Dumbledore, you are mine now. 10 days before the second task, Potter Manor, Lyra, Ginny and Astoria rushed forward to greet their friend. It had been almost 2 months since they last saw each other. I missed you so much, Lyra exclaimed, pulling them both into a hug. While his sister was having her moment with her friends, Harry looked across the hall, where Daphne sat reading. As he approached, he noticed she was engrossed in one of the books they had retrieved from the family vault at Gringotts. Found something interesting? Harry asked, sitting beside her. Daphne glanced at him, her lips curving into a smile. Your mother knows you've been sneaking into the house every week to see me. And, what did she say to you? Daphne scoffed. She told me she expects us to be careful. Can you believe that? From her? Yes, Harry said with a smirk. Lily Potter had never been the strictest of parents. Daphne chuckled, leaning back in her chair. Year, I wonder, careful. What was she doing in her 4th? I don't think I want the answer to that question, Harry replied with a serious expression. Daphne glanced toward the trio of girls laughing and chatting nearby. It was kind of you to bring Lyra. Astoria's been impatient to see her again. I'm sure Ginny felt the same. Lyra was starting to drive Neville mad with all the attention she was giving him. Daphne smirked. I don't know about that. Ginny's been getting along with Victoria surprisingly well. They seem to have become fast friends. Really? Those two are so different, Harry said, surprised. Ginny embodying the boldness of a Gryffindor, and Victoria, the epitome of a Slytherin princess. It was an odd pairing. Well, you know what they say about opposites attracting, Daphne mumbled. Harry didn't quite catch that. Never mind, did you miss me? Daphne asked, her tone playful as she struck a coquettish pose. I saw you 2 days ago, Daphne frowned. That's not what Harry. Both of them turned to see Lily Potter approaching, her expression alight with mischief. She leaned in close to Harry's ear, whispering, I thought your next visit was on Friday. This isn't a private visit, Harry replied evenly. Lyra was desperate to see her friends. At Hogwarts, she only has Luna, and while I adore Luna, talking to her too much can be a bit much. You're no fun, Lily pouted, and you're supposed to be the responsible adult, Harry shot back. Oh, before I forget, Victoria's been asking for you, Lily said. She must have finished fixing the artifacts I left with her, Harry noted, standing. Where is she? She's in her room. Don't worry, I'll keep Daphne company, Lily said with a chuckle. As Harry made his way out of the hall, someone else called his name. Harry, wait. Turning, he was surprised to see Ginny approaching him. They hadn't spoken much over the past few months. She hesitated, clearly trying to gather her thoughts. I'm an idiot. I should have said this sooner, but I was too embarrassed to talk to you properly. You can tell me anything, Ginny. There's no need to be embarrassed, Harry said gently. I wanted to thank you. You saved my life, and my family's too. If it weren't for you, Ginny trailed off. Your mother thanked me enough. As for George, Ginny interrupted, shaking her head. Harry, you can't save everyone. You've done more than enough already. Do your other brothers know what happened? They're welcome here too, you know. Bill doesn't know yet, Ginny admitted. He's still researching some ancient tomb in the Middle East. We'll tell him as soon as he returns. They spoke for a few more minutes before parting ways. As Harry turned to leave, Ginny called out again. Oh, and Harry, you and Daphne don't have to hide it. Not for my sake at least anyway, I know, and I'm fine with it now. Harry nodded. I'll let Daphne know. That wasn't the main reason they'd kept their relationship a secret, but Ginny didn't need to know that. After a short walk, Harry arrived at Victoria's room and knocked. Come in, came her voice. Inside, he found Victoria playing Exploding Snap with Holly. Harry. Holly leaped from the bed, wrapping her arms around him in a warm hug. You know, Lyra's down in the main hall, Harry said. Why don't you go greet her? She'd love to see you." But Holly glanced back at her game, reluctant to leave. "You can finish it later. It's not going anywhere, and it's polite to say hello to your family when they visit," Harry said. Holly still seemed unconvinced. "Besides," Victoria added, "I need to talk to your brother about something." "But Harry's your brother too, isn't he?" Holly asked, looking between them. Victoria glanced at Harry with a raised eyebrow. "I suppose, genetically speaking at least." "Genitally?" Holly frowned, unfamiliar with the term. "Never mind that. Go on now," Victoria said, ushering her out. Once Holly left, Victoria retrieved a small box from her desk drawer. "Were you able to fix it?" Harry asked. She handed him the box. "I fixed it and improved upon it. Though I still think it'll kill you if you use it." "Already did that once," Harry said dryly, examining the artifacts. The Arkenstone jewelry was fully charged, but something caught his attention. "What are these symbols?" Victoria raised an eyebrow. "Runes, of course. You really are bad at this, aren't you?" Harry frowned. The runes didn't resemble anything he'd studied, but they look familiar. Where have I seen these before? 5 days before the second task, Hogwarts Castle, despite the grim news that students had been receiving over the past 2 months, the mood at the school was overall a cheerful one. The missing students were hardly noticed amidst the influx of others from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. And with only a few days left until the next task, the Triwizard Tournament was all anyone could talk about. Harry had become more reclusive recently, only venturing out to attend classes when absolutely necessary, and even then, just to maintain appearances. His focus was on ensuring everything was ready for the upcoming battle. After completing his training routine in the Room of Requirement, Harry was strolling leisurely through the 7th floor corridor. There were only a few minutes left until curfew, but if needed, he could always apparate to safety. As expected, the halls were completely silent at this time. He savored these small moments of peace and quiet, so he wasn't in any rush to return to his dormitory. Passing one of the many open windows, he glanced outside. Even from this height, much of the dark forest was visible under tonight's moonlight, giving it an eerie aura. "Wait, what was that?" He stopped abruptly, feeling something bizarre emanating from the distant forest. There were no visible clues at first sight, but he sensed a peculiar magical signature deep within the woods. However, it was fleeting, vanishing almost as quickly as it appeared. Did I imagine it? It wouldn't be out of the question. He had just finished an exhausting session in the Room of Requirement. Though he could have kept going for a few more hours, perhaps his perception had been dulled. "No, this isn't the time to be careless. I need to check it out at least." This close to the second task, it wouldn't be surprising to find Voldemort's followers snooping around, trying to set something up around the castle boundaries. That was not a risk he was willing to take. While he'd assumed precautions with Hogsmeade, he hadn't considered the dark forest as a potential weak point. It would be an odd choice for a point of invasion, given the forest's many dangerous creatures and the open space between its edge and the castle. Anyone attempting such a thing would be completely exposed. "Let's go see what it is." Without further hesitation, Harry pulled his broom from his pocket dimension and jumped out of the window. He soared toward the area where he had felt the strange magical signature and descended slowly. Wand in hand, he advanced cautiously. "Wait, this place is..." He recognized the shapes of the trees and caught a glimpse of the clearing ahead. It was the same pond where he had encountered Rabastan and the vampires accompanying him. This was no coincidence. Whoever had been here was almost certainly connected to Voldemort. Activating his concealment ability, Harry vanished from sight. In this state, detecting him was nearly impossible. For good measure, he cast a silencing charm on his feet. As he approached the clearing, the scene became more evident. The light of the full moon reflected off the pond, illuminating the area. A young-looking girl with long black hair stood by the pond, appearing deep in thought. She wore an elegant, old-fashioned black dress with a wide dome-like skirt reminiscent of the Victorian era. Although some pureblood families still favored such attire, it was a rarity to see nowadays. But what caught Harry's attention the most was her umbrella. Despite the absence of rain and the lateness of the hour, she held it open above her head. "Are you the one who killed my brethren?" the girl asked somberly, turning her gaze directly toward Harry. She was stunningly beautiful, enough to momentarily distract even Harry. Her features were doll-like, porcelain skin, amber eyes, and an innocent face that could make anyone lower their guard. "You cannot hide your presence from me, young lord. These old eyes have seen too much for that." Her voice was both sweet and menacing. Harry dropped his concealment, revealing himself. "Oh, there you are. You look a bit younger than I imagined by the feel of your magic." She scrutinized him with her piercing gaze, as though measuring his worth. "You couldn't see me, yet you knew I was here," Harry observed, realizing her sensitivity to magic was far more refined than his own. He didn't need to ask what she was. Her appearance and her mention of brethren confirmed it. This was a vampire, likely related to the ones he had killed before. But this vampire was much different from the other ones he encountered previously in this same place. Her aura exuded a danger he had never felt before, far greater than the colossal basilisk he had once fought in his second year. "What is an ancient vampire lord doing in a place like this?" Harry asked calmly, and fairly confident in his guess about her status. Unfazed by his accurate deduction, the girl smiled sweetly. "I came to investigate the place where some of my brothers and sisters fell. I wasn't entirely convinced by the story I was told, and now I find a young lord here. So I will ask once more." Her amber eyes flickered red. "Are you the one who killed my brethren?" Harry gripped his staff in his left hand, his wand in his right. This was not an opponent he could take lightly, and in fact, it may be the most dangerous individual he has faced in his lifetime. "What if I said that I was?" he asked, noticing how her eyes shifted to an orange hue. The dark energy emanating from her body grew stronger. She was preparing to attack. Harry had a fair amount of experience fighting vampires, but this was only the second time he had faced one this ancient. Vampires, being immortal, grew more powerful with age, and this one was extremely ancient. With a tap of his staff, the ground beneath him began to stir. The girl glanced downward. "Tusk, how annoying." Rock spikes erupted from the floor. She leaped away just as jagged while airborne. She appeared to step on thin air before vanishing, only to reappear beside Harry. Her umbrella was now closed, wielded like a spear. Its metallic tip glinted in the moonlight. Harry flicked his wand, conjuring dozens of silver blades around him. The vampire darted backward, maintaining distance. "Oh, Silver, how scary. You're quick for a wizard too," the girl remarked. "And so much magic." She lifted the hem of her skirt, releasing a swarm of bats that poured out like a dark cloud. "What a peculiar trick," Harry muttered with a raised eyebrow. Bats swirled around him, then launched at him in a suicidal frenzy. He had to abandon the blades and apparated a short distance away, leaving behind a ball of fire that detonated a moment later. The bats disintegrated into dust, which coalesced into a black mist and returned to the girl. She moved again and appeared next to him. She made a swing aimed at his face with her open hand. Her nails had grown long and sharp as blades, but Harry had been ready to conjure his strongest defense. Magna Custodia, a translucent wall appeared in between them, but confident in her abilities, the vampire did not stop her motion. "Arg!" she yelped in pain as her nails and fingers collided against the barrier and shattered by the sheer force of the impact. Although Harry was more surprised by the fact that she still managed to crack his defensive charm. This barrier was capable of stopping pretty much everything. 3 layers were enough to contain the equivalent of a miniature sun, but she cracked it. The vampire took a step back and glanced at her hand. That hurt. As she said this, her hand was quickly regenerating, and the bones on her fingers were making unnatural noises as they went back into their proper places. "Shall we stop playing games, young lord?" she asked, her voice ominous. As she spoke, her eyes turned a deep blood red, and her black hair began to whiten like ash. "It's been centuries since I had to do this." The intensity of her aura grew suffocating. Harry realized his current strength wouldn't suffice. Let's hope Victoria fixed them properly. Libero. The 9 Arkstone crystals embedded in his body activated simultaneously, flooding him with a surge of magical energy. A luminous blue mist surrounded him. Robes of death-black fog seeped from his body, intertwining with the blue light. The manifested around him, shielding him from harm. The suffocating pressure from the vampire vanished entirely. Harry's eyes glowed with a piercing blue light that drove away all darkness, while black holes materialized in the air around him. The ancient vampire, poised to lunge at him, froze in her tracks. Her red eyes widened in astonishment. "This magic, that can't be." "Death," muttered under her breath. Harry pointed his staff at one of the black holes. "Let's see what you can do with this." Pure white light began radiating from the 3 stones at the top of the staff. "Lumen, wait, my lord, mercy." The vampire threw herself to the ground, slamming her forehead against it. Her umbrella clattered to the floor as she reverted to her human form, her transformation undone in an instant. "Mercy, O great lord of death." Harry blinked, bewildered by her sudden change in demeanor. "What are you doing?" he asked, baffled. Moments ago, she had been defiant, ready to attack and go for the kill. Now she was groveling on the ground and begging for mercy. What is the meaning of this? Do you wish to surrender without a fight? He continued. You were so eager to face me just a moment ago. I mistook you for a young sorcerer lord and wanted to measure myself against you, she admitted, her voice trembling. But the magic you just displayed, I realize now how wrong I was. Harry noticed that while speaking, she wasn't looking at him, but at the area around and above him. You can see all forms of magic with those eyes, he deduced. Her fear made sense now. She must have perceived the full magnitude of his unleashed magic, including the latent power of the 9 Arkstones and the Death Visage. I can see it all, my lord, she confirmed. It's a gift I awakened in my youth several millennia ago. Several millennia. This vampire is far older and far more powerful than I initially thought. But her sudden submission left him in a tricky situation. He needed to tread carefully. Are you a follower of Voldemort? He asked. The vampire's face twisted in disgust. Of course not. Why would I follow that child? I merely proposed an alliance. I offered him the assistance of myself and my brethren, and she pointed in the direction of exchange for that castle and its surrounding lands, Hogwarts. That fool assured me that no lord owned these lands. The only one he mentioned was a female in London, but he claimed she is bound to her territory and unable to leave. Morgana Le Fay, he knows about her, Harry thought, surprised. She was hardly the type to advertise her existence. Had I known this was your domain, I would never have made such an offer. I swear to you, she pleaded earnestly. Harry didn't care whether she was lying or telling the truth. His hesitation to kill her stemmed from other concerns. The immense magical power from the Arkstone array could only be maintained for a few minutes before dissipating. He had to decide quickly. If the vampire realized he wasn't as powerful as she believed, the situation could change drastically. Lords, in certain old circles of the magical world, that title denotes more than nobility. For magical beings, there are countless ways to extend one's life. There are soul containers, curses, vampirism, necromancy, blood magic, alchemy, and the list will continue to extend as more discoveries are made. Young lords, those who succeed in extending their lifespan for 5 centuries, are given the title of those who can manage to do so for over 1,000 years will earn the title of Old Lord. Ancient lords, and finally, those who can survive in this world for over 2,000 years, are known as the last distinction is most often reserved for vampires, as they are among the few creatures capable of such longevity. Wizards and witches rarely pass the 1,000-year mark, no matter what methods they employ, but those who can even go past the millennial mark are both feared and revered. An old wizard lord is considered many times more dangerous than even an ancient vampire lord. The sheer magic and knowledge that a wizard could amass in such a span defies calculation. No one in their right mind would willingly antagonize such a being. Harry Potter wasn't even close to being a young lord, but the sheer power of his magic often led others to misjudge. The 2 Spanish craftsmen had already confused him with a young lord during his visit, and Morgana Le Fay had done the same. He never tried to correct their mistake, as the real explanation for his bizarre magical signature was going to be much harder to believe. The vampire standing before him was also one such individual. Gifted with the rare ability of mage sight, she could perceive the intricate flow and potency of magic with extraordinary clarity. This ability had led her to a terrifying conclusion that Harry was an old wizard lord, one who had hidden away for many centuries, or perhaps something far worse. It can't be. The vampire took a cautious step back. For a being who had existed for several thousands of years, long-forgotten memories now clawed their way to the surface. A very long time ago, before Hogwarts had even been conceived, the lands Harry now stood on had been home to the only ancient wizard lord in all recorded history, at least as far as she knew. She was young and naive then, full of ambition and curiosity. The British Isles were scarcely inhabited by humans at the time, save for scattered barbarian tribes. Seeking refuge from the crowded Sumerian Empire, she and her vampire kin had crossed great distances to settle here. They hoped for an easier life, far from the watchful eyes of mortal empires. But another race had already claimed this island as their domain, the elves, not the diminutive creatures humans now called house elves, but tall, elegant beings of unparalleled beauty and strength, their magic flowing as naturally as the wind or sea. They ruled the British Isles with mastery over the elements and an unyielding pride. The vampires quickly learned to conceal themselves, utterly terrified of the elves' overwhelming power. For centuries, they lived in the shadows, contemplating leaving the dangerous land altogether. But then, one day, the elves vanished without a warning. Years passed before the vampire pieced together fragments of the truth from human stories in what is now Scotland. There had been a sorcerer, a solitary man, who lived near a small forest. The elves, enamored by the land's beauty and its power hidden underneath, had tried to claim it for themselves. No one knew exactly what happened next, but when the dust settled, the elves were gone. At first, they thought the elves had been annihilated entirely, but soon after, strange, diminutive creatures began to appear, beings with pointy ears and a faint resemblance to the proud elves of old. These small, servile creatures were nothing like their predecessors. Ugly and pitiable, they were doomed to spend eternity in servitude to wizards. Many believed the elves had incurred the wrath of an immensely powerful ancient lord, who not only destroyed their civilization, but cursed the survivors, stripping them of their pride and beauty for all eternity. They were now known only as house elves, the servants of the wizard kind, and only a few still remembered the once mighty race they had been, and all because they had dared to challenge him. However, this event had been a blessing for them. The vampires thrived after the elves' disappearance, turning the British Isles into a veritable paradise for their kind, but none dared approach the forest where the elves had ultimately fallen. Centuries passed. The humans multiplied and spread across the land, despite the occasional hunt from the vampires. Occasionally, a human with magical ability would appear, but none posed a threat to the vampire clans. Arrogance grew among the vampire lords, and whispers of expanding into the forbidden lands near the forest began to circulate. Some believed the ancient wizard lord must be long dead. Others were confident in their superiority, even if he wasn't. Her clan alone abstained from the expedition. Despite the protests of her children and servants, who called her decision cowardly, she held firm in her decision to stay away from there. And in the end, she was proven to be correct. When news of the expedition's fate reached her, she fled the Isles with her clan, commandeering human ships to escape. All she knew was that other than her clan, there were no survivors. She never learned the full details of what happened, but one fact was clear: no vampire clan would ever return to Britain. Among her kind, the island became known as the Cursed Land, and the ancient wizard lord, who nearly exterminated 2 entire magical races. He was given a dreadful title. For the vampire standing before Harry, it was impossible to ignore the parallels. His magic radiated with the intensity of the being who had once cursed an entire race, and mixed with his magic was something else, something much darker. Ankara could feel the power of the end emerging out of his body. "You," she whispered, trembling. Could it really be? Already been made him? But her mind had the ancient wizard lord that had once filled her with dread, the one her kind had named. Lord Death. Harry studied the terrified expression of the vampire lord before him. For a fleeting moment, he considered ending her life, but was ultimately hesitant to do so. Something held him back. This moment was pivotal for his plans, and killing the vampire could ruin everything. Voldemort likely had a clear understanding of this ancient vampire lord's power. If she were to die so close to Hogwarts, Voldemort would inevitably grow suspicious. The Dark Lord might alter his carefully laid plans, delaying the very outcome Harry needed to control. But he couldn't let her leave either. Once she reported what she had seen, it would create an entirely different set of complications. There's only one way to resolve this, and I must act quickly. Harry had finally decided on the best path to follow. He raised his staff, its tip glowing with power. The vampire lord recoiled, her fear intensifying. "Please, O great lord," she begged, her voice trembling. "I did not mean to offend by trespassing into your lands." Despite her millennia of existence, the instinct to survive was overwhelming, so she did not hesitate to surrender while in front of an impossible obstacle. She was now completely convinced that this was him. This had to be the ancient wizard lord from back then. The coincidence was too great for it to be anyone else. Could there really be another wizard appearing in the same spot and wielding such magic? "What is your name?" Harry asked, his voice calm yet commanding. The vampire hesitated before answering. "It is Ankara, my lord." A Sumerian name, Harry thought, carefully hiding his surprise. This might be the oldest vampire I've ever encountered. He maintained his composure, keeping his tone cold and authoritative. "Ankara, you have allied with an enemy of mine and dared to trespass into my domain. I cannot allow such insolence to go unpunished." Ankara's eyes widened slightly, hope flickering in her gaze. Punishment meant she might survive, at least for now. "Of course, my lord, this one understands." She bowed her head submissively before adding, "If that young lick is your enemy, I could kill him for you. I could bring you his head and the heads of his followers." Harry shook his head. "No, that task is mine alone." He couldn't entrust Voldemort's destruction to anyone else. The Dark Lord's mastery of magic and his precautions against death required Harry's direct intervention. He could never rest at ease unless he saw his demise in person. "I have a different task for you," he continued. "Once it is complete, you and your entire clan will leave the British Isles and never return." Ankara's eyes widened further, this time in genuine surprise. Leaving the cursed lands was no punishment, it was a blessing. She had already regretted returning to Britain, and now she silently vowed never to make such a mistake again. "What is the task, my lord?" she asked eagerly. The sooner she could accomplish it, the sooner this would be all over. Harry felt the Arkstone's borrowed magic waning, the reservoir nearly depleted. "I have to act now. There is something I must do before revealing your task," he replied. "Something more?" Ankara asked, her wariness returning. Harry pointed his staff at her, the glowing tip intensifying. "Since I cannot trust your word, I will bind you to my will." "Bind me?" Panic surged through her. Vampires lacked souls, rendering magical oaths and unbreakable vows useless. But as undead beings, they were susceptible to necromantic bindings, spells that made them utterly subservient to their master. Ankara hesitated, her mind racing. A binding would strip her of freedom, condemning her to eternal servitude. While trying to learn more about this version of Voldemort, Harry had read a large amount of books about necromancy. Not enough to call himself an expert by any means, but he could at least be considered knowledgeable and more than capable of forming a permanent bind with an undead. The complicated part was the will of the target. A low-rank undead, like a zombie or a reanimated skeleton, would have little will left, making them easy to bind. But vampires were much different. They had a lot more resistance, and an ancient vampire lord like this one would be completely impossible to bind, unless she allowed the magic to take effect out of her own free will. "If you refuse," Harry said, his voice cold as winter's bite, "I will have no choice but to end you." His robes seemed to expand, shadows pooling around him like a living void. "Wait, my lord," she cried out, trembling. I'll do it," perform the binding." She hated this more than anything, but it was still preferable to having her existence erased. Harry inwardly sighed with relief. He couldn't afford a drawn-out battle, not with time running short. "Wise choice," he said curtly. He channeled the remnants of the Arkstone's magic, his staff radiating a purplish beam of light that struck the vampire squarely. Ankara stood still, submitting to the spell. A thin thread of dark energy connected them, and Harry focused all his magic on forming the bond. Harry poured everything he had into the spell, the Arkstone's magic draining rapidly. The connection deepened, and with a final surge of power, the binding took hold. It was done. Harry could feel the link between them, an unbreakable tether that ensured her loyalty. Ankara, once a terrifying predator, was now bound to his will. "It seems I've just acquired a very useful tool," Harry thought, suppressing a smirk. "Ankara," he called. "Master," she replied, falling to her knees. Despite her pride, she found herself strangely at ease. Those piercing green eyes held an authority she could not deny. Harry nodded, the weight of exhaustion momentarily forgotten. "I will now explain your task."